The Right Kind of Trouble. A bookish romantic comedy with zero shelf control. By Win Valentine. First edition published by I2I Hype, LLC, 2025. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise, without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. The New Chapter Nobody Wanted. Libby arranged the last paperback on the display with the gentle care of someone handling newborn kittens rather than mass-market fiction. She stood back, tilted her head critically, and swapped 2 books. Perfect. The Books That Will Ruin You Emotionally table was her finest creation yet, a carefully calibrated assault on reader composure, guaranteed to leave customers happily devastated. "You're welcome," she whispered to the books, smoothing a crease from a sticky note where she'd scrawled, "Chapter 23 made me ugly cry on the subway. Worth it." Libby. She hummed softly as she affixed another neon yellow note to a romance with a watercolor cover. "If you don't sob uncontrollably by page 287, you might be a robot. Medical science can help." The pre-opening quiet of Maple and Mirth Books wrapped around her like a familiar blanket. The scent of paper and possibility. The gentle creak of wooden shelves that had held stories for over 30 years, and the morning light filtering through the stained glass corner window that cast rainbow patterns across the hardwood floor. This moment right here was everything she'd ever wanted. Well, minus actual ownership of the bookstore, but assistant manager was close enough for now. A key to the front door, creative control over the displays, and first dibs on advanced reader copies. Not bad for a girl who'd once built a fort out of library books and refused to come out until her mom promised they could stay just 5 more minutes. Libby's phone buzzed from her cardigan pocket. Denise, her actual boss. "I'm almost done with the display," she answered. "And before you say anything, I promise the title isn't too depressing. It's aspirational sadness. People love that. Could you come to my office?" Denise's voice had that tight quality it got when corporate sent surprise inventory reports. "Just whenever you're done." Libby frowned at the phone. "I'll be right there." Whatever this was, it couldn't be good. Denise's office voice was never the harbinger of raises or extra vacation days. She tucked a stray curl behind her ear, straightened her reading a sexy pin, and headed down the narrow hallway past the staff pick shelf. Denise's office was really a repurposed storage closet, made marginally more professional by the addition of a desk and a fern that refused to die despite erratic watering. The space was so small that Libby had to angle sideways to fit through the door without knocking anything off the overflowing bookshelves. "Hey, what's up?" Libby asked, squeezing into the folding chair across from Denise. Denise tugged at her scarf, a nervous tell Libby had catalogued 3 years ago. "So, I just got off a call with Tasha Whitmore from Greystone." The name alone made Libby's stomach drop. Greystone Retail Group, the corporate behemoth that had acquired Maple and Mirth last year, promising to preserve its unique local character while optimizing the consumer experience. So far, they'd mostly left them alone, Apart from sending monthly spreadsheets that Libby pretended to read and quarterly inventory directives that she actively worked around. Don't tell me. They want us to install one of those cappuccino machines that breaks after a week. Denise's smile was thin. They're sending someone, a retail optimization specialist. She made air quotes that did nothing to reduce the ominous weight of the words. His name is Reid Thatcher, and he'll be evaluating our operations, customer engagement strategies, and, she glanced down at her notepad, space utilization parameters. Space utilization parameters, Libby repeated flatly. You mean how we arrange our actual bookstore that we actually work in every day? He's arriving tomorrow. According to Tasha, he's one of their best, used to be in publishing before he moved to the consulting side. Traitor, Libby muttered. Libby. What? He abandoned the literary arts for corporate retail? That's literally the villain origin story in half the books on our staff recommendation shelf. Denise pinched the bridge of her nose. Look, I know how you feel about corporate interference. It's not interference if it's an outright invasion, Libby interrupted. What does this even mean for us? Are they closing the store? Because I swear our numbers have been good, and the romance section is up 28% since I reorganized by trope instead of author. They're not closing us, yet, Denise sighed. But they are concerned about our brand alignment, whatever that means. Mr. Thatcher will be here for at least 2 weeks, possibly longer. 2 weeks? Libby's voice rose to a pitch that made the fern's leaves quiver. What is he going to do for 2 weeks? Observe, make recommendations, help us streamline operations, more air quotes. Libby, I need you to work with him, not against him. I'll be professional, Libby promised, crossing her fingers in her pocket. Professional could mean many things. Professional assassins existed, after all. I mean it. No sticky note rebellions, no reorganizing sections after he leaves for the day, no changing the passwords on the inventory system. That was one time, and Bradley in sci-fi deserved it after he shelved Margaret Atwood under space fiction. Libby. Denise's voice was firm despite the smile tugging at her lips. This is serious. Greystone has closed 3 indie stores in the last 6 months for underperformance. I need this job. You need this job. The gravity of the situation finally landed. This wasn't just about preserving the store's quirky soul. It was about keeping its doors open. Libby's righteous indignation deflated slightly. Fine. I'll play nice with the corporate book bot, but I'm not calling him Sir or wearing a uniform if they try to make that happen. Fair enough. Denise handed her a folder. Here's the email from Greystone with his credentials and the preliminary evaluative framework. Libby flipped it open. The first page featured a professional headshot of a dark-haired man with a jawline sharp enough to papercut someone, and eyes that managed to look both bored and judgmental. Reid Thatcher, MBA, former executive editor at Prism Publishing, now helping retail stories tell their best story, according to his nauseatingly polished bio. He looks like he alphabetizes his protein bars, she muttered. Be nice, Denise warned, and maybe hold off on any new creative initiatives until after he leaves? Libby clutched imaginary pearls. You mean my books to read during an existential crisis display for next week? Especially that. The Breakroom of Maple and Mirth was less a room and more an alcove with pretensions, featuring a mini fridge, a microwave that had survived 3 presidential administrations, and a collection of mismatched mugs that told the story of staff birthdays and white elephant exchanges past. Currently, it also contained one seething assistant manager aggressively alphabetizing teabag. The audacity, Libby fumed, slapping a box of Earl Grey into its designated spot. The absolute corporate audacity. Maya, perched on the rickety stool by the microscopic counter, watched with the amused patience of someone who'd weathered many of Libby's storms. So, this guy... Retail optimization specialist, Libby corrected with venom, making air quotes so violent they could have registered as assault, as if books are just products to be optimized like toilet paper or protein powder. She shoved a wayward chamomile tea bag into its box. You know what's next, right? Standardized shelving, algorithm-driven displays, those awful generic signs with stock photos of people fake reading. The horror, Maya agreed, sipping her coffee. As the store's event coordinator and Libby's closest work friend, Maya had perfected the art of supportive sarcasm. But maybe he'll have some actually useful ideas? You know, before he destroys everything we love and salts the earth? You've seen what happened at Read Between the Wines after Greystone took over. They turned a charming independent bookstore with a wine bar into a glorified airport gift shop that happens to sell Chardonnay. Libby jabbed a finger toward the window. Kelly said they replaced all the local author displays with trending on booktube tables. Okay, that's legitimately awful, Maya conceded. And they eliminated staff recommendation cards because they weren't visually consistent with brand guidelines. Do you know what's visually consistent with brand guidelines? Soullessness. Corporate void. Libby slammed the tea drawer shut. Plus, I Googled him. He has a TED Talk called Narrative Economics, Telling Your Brand Story Through Strategic Design. That does sound potentially unbearable. He's going to steamroll everything that makes this place special, and then customers will stop coming, and then they'll close us down, and I'll have to get a job at one of those big box stores where they don't even know the difference between literary fiction and upmarket. Maya slid off her stool and put a hand on Libby's shoulder. Or maybe you're catastrophizing just a tiny bit? Look, this place has survived 3 ownership changes, a flood, and that month when the poetry group decided to meet here instead of the cafe next door. The beret era, Libby shuddered. Dark times. My point is, Maple and Mirth has survived because of people like you who care enough to fight for it. So we'll handle this Reid guy the same way, with charm, intelligence, and, if necessary, guerrilla warfare involving book displays. Despite herself, Libby smiled. I do have some very pointed Jane Austen quotes ready to deploy. That's the spirit. Maya glanced at her watch. Staff meeting in 10. Want to strategize on the way? The staff of Maple and Mirth Books gathered around the large table at the back of the store used for book clubs and the occasional author signing. 7 faces looked at Libby with expressions ranging from concern to resignation as she paced in front of them. As I was just telling Maya, Libby said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial level, corporate is sending in a fixer, someone to optimize us. She made the air quotes again. Starting tomorrow. Are we getting fired? Asked Bradley from the sci-fi section, nervously adjusting his glasses. No one's getting fired, Libby said firmly, though the words felt hollow even to her. This is about brand alignment and operational efficiency. Those aren't real things, said Priya, the college student who worked weekends. Those are just words people put on LinkedIn. Exactly, Libby pointed at her approvingly. But unfortunately, Greystone thinks they're real, and they're sending this Reid Thatcher to enforce them. She pulled out a stack of sticky notes in various colors. Which is why I've developed Operation Preservation. She began distributing them around the table. Pink is for customer interactions that showcase our knowledge and personal touch. Yellow is for noting sales that come specifically from our hand-picked recommendations. Blue is for highlighting community engagement moments. Green is for... This seems intense, interrupted Josh from the register. Maybe we should wait and see what this guy actually wants before we go all resistance movement? Libby fixed him with a look that could have withered a succulent. Josh. Sweet, naive Josh. Do you know what happened at Bookmark Bistro in Westport? They started with just a few suggestions and ended with automated inventory systems that wouldn't let staff order books that didn't meet corporate sales thresholds. A collective gasp went around the table. For booksellers, the ability to champion undiscovered gems was sacred. I'm with Libby, announced Eleanor, the retired English teacher who worked Tuesdays and Thursdays. I didn't spend 40 years teaching literature to watch some MBA tell me what books have value. Thank you, Eleanor, Libby said, passing her an extra sheet of sticky notes. Look, all I'm asking is that we document what makes this store special, the things that can't be quantified in a spreadsheet, like how Lucy remembers every child's name who comes to story time, or how Maya tailors book recommendations based on what people are going through in their lives. The mood around the table shifted from skepticism to determination. These were booksellers, after all. They'd chosen passion over paychecks, stories over security. We'll be professional, Libby continued, echoing her promise to Denise, but with a gleam in her eye that suggested professional standards were open to interpretation. We just need to make sure Mr. Thatcher understands exactly what he'd be destroying if he tries to turn us into Bookstore Bot 3000. By the time they dispersed to open the store, each staff member had a color-coded mission and what Maya had dubbed a healthy dose of protective paranoia. Libby felt marginally better. If this Reid Thatcher wanted to understand Maple and Mirth, they'd make sure he got the full, unfiltered experience. The next morning, Libby arrived an hour early, armed with a triple-shot latte and grim determination. The store was quiet, pale morning light filtering through the windows and casting long shadows across the still dark sales floor. She flicked on the lights, breathing in the familiar scent of books and wood polish. If this was going to be the beginning of the end, at least she'd go down fighting. She put her earbuds in, queued up her literary battle hymns playlist, and set to work touching up displays and ensuring every section looked its absolute best. She was halfway through reorganizing the new releases table when she sensed, rather than heard, a presence behind her. Turning, music still blaring in her ears, she found herself looking up at a man in a charcoal suit that probably cost more than her monthly rent. Dark hair, strong jawline, assessing eyes. The headshot from the file come to life, but somehow more imposing in person. "Sorry, we're not open yet," she said automatically, pulling out an earbud. "We open at 10, according to the hours posted," the man finished for her, his voice smooth and low. "I'm not here to shop." Reid Thatcher, Greystone Retail Group. He extended a hand and she noticed his watch, understated but expensive, the kind people wore when they wanted other rich people to know they were rich. Of course. The corporate invader had arrived early, probably to catch them unprepared, like some kind of retail ambush. Libby became acutely aware of her mismatched cardigan buttons, the ink smudge on her left index finger, and the fact that her curls had chosen today, of all days, to stage a rebellion against gravity. "Liberty Greene," she responded, taking his hand briefly. His grip was firm but not aggressive. "Most people call me Libby." "Liberty," he repeated, and something about the way he said her full name made her want to snatch it back. "The assistant manager, correct?" "That's me." She resisted the urge to wipe her palms on her jeans. "You're early. I find it valuable to see a retail environment before it's prepared for customers, shows its natural state." His eyes scanned the store, taking in the cozy reading nooks, the handwritten shelf talkers, the slightly uneven but character-filled wooden floors. Intriguing space. Libby couldn't tell if that was a compliment or criticism. She watched as he pulled a small black notebook from his inside pocket and jotted something down. "Denise should be in soon," she offered, trying to sound professional rather than defensive. "She mentioned you'd be arriving today." "I already spoke with her on the phone. She suggested I start with you, actually. Said you're the heart of the store." His expression remained neutral, but something flickered in his eyes. Amusement? Skepticism? "Mind giving me the tour?" The heart of the store. Despite herself, Libby felt a flush of pride at Denise's description. "Sure, though there's not much to tour. Books in the front, more books in the middle. Surprising twist, even more books in the back." His mouth quirked slightly at one corner, not quite a smile. Humor. No. And just like that, her pride curdled into irritation. He was taking notes on her personality like she was a specimen in a lab. Before she could respond with something scathing, he had already moved past her toward her pride and joy, the books that will ruin you emotionally display. Reid paused in front of it, one eyebrow raised as he took in the dramatic black tablecloth, the carefully arranged novels, and the explosion of colorful sticky notes detailing the emotional devastation waiting inside each cover. "Books that will ruin you emotionally," he read aloud. "That's an interesting marketing approach." Libby crossed her arms. "It's honest and effective. You are actively telling customers these books will make them miserable." He picked up a sticky note that read, "Take the day off work after Chapter 35. Trust me." Is that really the consumer experience we want to promote? "We?" Libby couldn't help herself. "I wasn't aware we were a team, Mr. Thatcher." "Reid," he corrected automatically, still examining the display. "And we are, for the duration of my evaluation. We both want the same thing, for this store to succeed. Funny, because I want this store to thrive as a unique, personal bookshop that connects readers with stories that change their lives. What exactly does Greystone want?" He finally looked up from the sticky note, meeting her eyes directly. "Profitability, sustainability, growth. Are those objectives you oppose, Ms. Greene?" "Libby," she corrected, mirroring his earlier tone. "And no, of course not. But not at the expense of what makes us special." Reid made another note in his book. "And you believe telling customers a product will ruin them emotionally is what makes you special?" "Our romance readers specifically seek out books that will destroy them," Libby said, warming to the subject despite her annoyance. "Our emotional wreckage display sells 32% better than standard new release tables. We track it. People want to feel things, Mr. Reid. They come to us instead of ordering online because we know which books will make them feel exactly what they're looking for. And your evidence for this is 5 years of sales data broken down by display theme, customer feedback cards, and the fact that Helena Rodriguez comes in every third Friday specifically to ask what new books will, and I quote, shatter her soul and then rebuild it." Something that might have been respect flickered across his face before he returned to neutral. "Interesting approach. Not brand consistent, though." "With what brand?" "Maple and Mirth has always been about personal connections and authentic recommendations. That is our brand. Greystone's research indicates consumers respond better to consistent professional messaging across all store locations. Standardized shelf talkers with clean design improve navigation and purchasing confidence." Libby felt her blood pressure rising. "Standardized shelf talkers? You mean instead of personal staff recommendations?" "Exactly," he nodded, as if she was finally seeing the light. "Printed cards with consistent branding, professional descriptions, no more," he gestured at her sticky notes, "handwritten suggestions that can be difficult to read or inconsistent in tone." "Those handwritten notes are why people shop here instead of online," Libby said, her voice tight. "Mrs. Abernathy drives 40 minutes every month because she trusts my romance recommendations. Ethan from the high school comes in because Maya writes him personalized sci-fi suggestions that don't make him feel stupid for asking questions." Reid made another note. "Anecdotal evidence." "Human connections," she countered. "Not everything valuable can be quantified in a spreadsheet, Mr. Thatcher." He looked up at that, his expression unreadable. "On the contrary, Ms. Greene, everything can be quantified. It's just a matter of choosing the right metrics." Before she could formulate a response that wouldn't get her fired, the front door chimed as Maya arrived, followed shortly by Denise. The morning confrontation was temporarily paused as introductions were made, and Libby retreated to the register to calm her racing heart and plot her next move. This was going to be a very long 2 weeks. By midday, Libby was ready to commit a crime involving a hardcover edition of War and Peace and Reid Thatcher's perfectly styled head. She'd caught him reorganizing the bestseller table, replacing their curated selection of local favorites and staff picks with what he called algorithm-driven selections, basically whatever was trending on national lists. These titles consistently outperform across markets, he explained when she confronted him, his tone infuriatingly reasonable. Data doesn't lie. Data doesn't understand our customers, she hissed back, conscious of browsing shoppers nearby. Maple Falls readers don't follow national trends. They specifically come here to discover books they won't find prominently displayed at big box stores. And yet sales figures indicate that our approach works for our community, she finished. You can't just cookie-cutter bookstores, Reid. That's how you end up with soulless retail spaces that people abandon for online shopping. Something flickered in his expression, a brief crack in his corporate veneer, before he smoothed it over. We'll test both approaches and let the numbers speak for themselves. It continued like that all day, Reid observing, making notes, asking pointed questions about inventory turnover and display ROI that Libby answered with increasing frustration. By closing time, she was emotionally exhausted and professionally terrified. This man didn't just want to change their displays, he wanted to fundamentally alter how Maple and Mirth functioned. After the last customer left and the closing duties were complete, Libby found a thick document on the Breakroom table. Initial optimization recommendations, read the cover page in clean corporate font. Reid had already left for the day, which was fortunate for his personal safety. She flipped through the pages, her horror growing with each one. Replacing their mismatched, comfortable armchairs, including Sir Kushelot, the beloved reading chair they'd rescued from a thrift store, with branded seating solutions. Standardizing all displays. Implementing a new inventory system that would prioritize high-turnover titles and reduce orders for underperforming categories. It was everything she'd feared, and worse. "This can't happen," she whispered to the empty room. An hour later, she was still there, sipping tea from her plot twist mug, surrounded by a rainbow explosion of sticky notes. If Reid Thatcher wanted data, she'd give him data. Customer testimonials, sales figures for hand-sold books, documented instances where their personal touch had created loyal customers. At the top of her counter proposal, she'd written a quote from Jane Austen. "There is a stubbornness about me that never can bear to be frightened at the will of others. My courage always rises at every attempt to intimidate me." Reid Thatcher may have won the first battle, but Libby Greene was declaring war. A sticky note, literary, quote, armed passionate bookseller war against his corporate makeover, and she didn't plan on losing.
Chapter 2: Bullet Points and Broken Mugs. Reid arrived at Maple and Mirth Books exactly 47 minutes before opening. The early hour wasn't about making an impression. He simply worked better in empty spaces before they filled with the chaos of customers and staff opinions. Greystone had given him a key, though he'd half expected the lock to be mysteriously jammed, or perhaps filled with glue given yesterday's chilly reception. The door swung open without resistance. He stood for a moment in the threshold, taking in the silent bookstore with methodical precision. Early morning light filtered through the front windows, catching dust motes dancing above the display tables. Reid inhaled the familiar scent of paper, binding glue, and something else? Cinnamon, maybe? A candle? Or air freshener someone had left burning? His analytical eye moved through the space like a scanner. Shelf heights inconsistent by at least 3 inches in the nonfiction section. Genre signage varied between handwritten cards and printed placards without any discernible system. A bizarre collection of mismatched furniture that looked like it had been kidnapped from 7 different estate sales. "Charming," he murmured, though whether it was an observation or criticism remained unclear, even to him. He navigated toward the back, past a reading nook where someone had arranged 3 entirely different chairs, a faded floral armchair, a sleek leather wingback, and something that might have once been a dining chair before being recovered in what looked like an old quilt. Between them sat a wooden crate, posing as a coffee table, stacked with customer recommendation cards that spilled over the edges. Inefficient, inconsistent, unprofessional, bizarrely inviting. Reid shook off that last thought as he located what Denise had referred to as the office yesterday. A glorified storage closet with a desk wedged against one wall, a filing cabinet that had seen better days sometime during the Clinton administration, and a single sad lamp with a crooked shade. A hand-lettered sign declaring, "Welcome to the Void," hung from a pushpin on the wall. He set his leather messenger bag on the desk and began unpacking the tools of his trade: laptop, tablet, notebook, and pens, all black, all the same brand. As he opened his laptop, he noticed a purple sticky note adhered to the center of the screen. The message, written in loopy handwriting with what appeared to be a glitter gel pen, read, "Welcome to the paper jungle. We bite." Reid carefully peeled it off, his eyebrow arching slightly. He should throw it away. It was the professional thing to do. Instead, he opened his pocket notebook and pressed the sticky note onto a blank page, smoothing it with his thumb. He didn't analyze why. He moved methodically through his routine, arranging his temporary workspace with the precision of someone who'd done this dozens of times before. From his bag came the standardized graystone materials: 3 black binders labeled brand guidelines, quarterly projections, and retail experience standards. He set them in a perfect row along the edge of the desk, followed by his store revitalization playbook, the culmination of 5 years consulting with struggling booksellers. The lamp cast a sickly yellow glow that wouldn't do for detailed work. Reid made a mental note to bring a proper desk lamp tomorrow. As he reached for his phone to add this to his list, he reflexively straightened the crooked "Welcome to the Void" sign, aligning it to a perfect horizontal. "That's how it lives," came a flat voice from the doorway. Reid turned to find Denise Palmer watching him, a mug of something steaming in her hand, expression as impassive as a brick wall. Without breaking eye contact, she stepped forward and deliberately tilted her sign back to its original crooked position. "Good morning, Denise," Reid offered, stepping back to give her space to access her desk. "I hope you don't mind me setting up in here." "Mind." She settled into her chair and took a sip from her mug. "This is the Void. The Void judges not, nor does it have opinions about temporary occupants." "I see." "No, you don't, but you will." She turned to her ancient desktop computer and pressed the power button, which emitted a concerning wheeze before reluctantly illuminating the screen. "Coffee's in the break room. Fair warning, it was made by Marcus yesterday and not cleaned properly, so it tastes like someone's existential crisis. I actually bring my own." Reid patted his bag where a travel thermos waited, "but thank you for the heads up." Denise shrugged, all 14 pens clipped to her cardigan bobbing with the motion. "Your funeral." Reid excused himself from the increasingly surreal conversation and headed toward the break room to prepare his morning coffee. He'd perfected a portable pour-over system that allowed him to maintain his precise brewing method at every location: 22 grams of beans freshly ground to medium-fine consistency, water heated to exactly 205 degrees. A spiral pour technique with timed intervals. The ritual centered him, creating a moment of controlled perfection before diving into the inherent messiness of store revitalization. He found the break room easily enough, a cramped space with a refrigerator that hummed too loudly, a microwave that looked old enough to vote, and a sink surrounded by a bewildering array of mugs. No two were alike: literary quotes, punny sayings, tourist destinations, and what appeared to be several handmade ceramics of questionable structural integrity. Reid was measuring his coffee grounds when the door swung open and Libby Greene strode in, already mid-conversation with herself. Absolutely ridiculous, as if the mystery section is going to spontaneously reorganize itself by author, country of origin instead of last name, but whatever, I'm not going to. She stopped abruptly upon seeing him. "Oh, you're early." Reid noted she wore another oversized cardigan today, olive green with what appeared to be tiny embroidered books along the collar. Her curly hair was piled into a messy bun, secured by what looked like a pencil, and she clutched an empty mug emblazoned with "Plot Twist" in dramatic lettering. "Good morning, Ms. Greene," he said, continuing his measured pour. "I prefer to get a head start when possible." "I bet you do," she muttered, circling around him to reach the electric kettle. She filled it and slammed the button with more force than necessary. "And it's Libby, not Ms. Greene. We don't do formalities here at the Paper Jungle." Though she was responsible for the sticky note, Reid filed that confirmation away. "Libby, then." He watched as she dropped a tea bag into her mug with the ceremonial gravity of someone performing an ancient ritual. I was actually hoping to discuss some initial observations with you. She leaned against the counter, arms crossed. Let me guess, everything needs to be standardized, systematized, and sanitized until the soul has been successfully extracted. Reid ignored the barb. I noticed your mug collection is quite eclectic. Libby grabbed a tiny wooden spoon from a drawer and began stirring her tea with dramatic flourishes, despite the water not yet being hot enough to actually brew anything. Some of my suggestions might be to consider standardizing your beverage containers, he continued carefully. Greystone has found that consistent branding, even in breakroom supplies, helps reinforce company identity and creates a more cohesive workplace aesthetic. Libby's stirring stopped. She clutched her plot twist mug protectively to her chest, as though he might snatch it away at any moment. Standardize the mugs? She repeated, voice rising. These aren't just containers, Reid. They're expressions of personality in a creative space. Marcus bought that Shakespeare insult mug after completing his MFA. Jenna's Pros Before Bros was a gift from her book club, and this, she held up her mug like evidence in a trial, was the first thing I bought when I got promoted to assistant manager. She stepped closer, the smell of chamomile and something distinctly floral, her perfume, reaching him as she continued her impassioned defense. Bookstores aren't just retail spaces, they're community hubs where imagination lives. You start replacing personal items with corporate-approved vessels, and next thing you know, we're all wearing matching polo shirts and reciting sales pitches like zombies. Reid took a controlled sip of his coffee. I understand your concern, but do you, though? She cocked her head, studying him with narrowed eyes. Have you ever actually worked in a bookstore? Not consulted, worked. Shelved books until your back ached, remembered a customer's reading preferences for years, cried when the perfect recommendation made someone's day? The kettle clicked off. Libby turned to pour the water into her mug, her back a rigid line of defiance. I started in publishing, Reid found himself saying, though sharing personal details wasn't part of his standard protocol. Editorial assistant at Hawthorne Press. Her shoulders relaxed slightly, but she didn't turn around. What happened? Corporate acquisition, budget cuts, the usual story. He cleared his throat. We should discuss the sales floor. I've prepared some materials I think would help streamline your customer communication. The subject change worked. Libby followed him out to where he'd left his bag, though her expression suggested she was humoring an unreasonable request. Reid extracted a folder containing professionally printed shelf talkers, sleek uniform cards, designed to replace the handwritten sticky notes scattered throughout the store. These provide a more consistent customer experience, he explained, laying them out. Pre-formatted with space for title, author, price, and a brief recommendation, studies show that professional presentation increases consumer confidence by up to 22%. Libby picked one up, examining it with exaggerated scrutiny. Very beige, very corporate, very soulless. They're ecru, actually, and they're designed to... Did you know, she interrupted, setting down the card, that sales in our romance section increased 43% after I started leaving personalized sticky notes in staff picks? Or that our mystery display sells through 30% faster when recommendations include emotional reactions rather than plot summaries? Reid blinked. You track those metrics? Just because I don't worship at the altar of corporate aesthetics doesn't mean I don't understand numbers. She pulled a small notebook from her cardigan pocket and flipped it open, revealing pages of handwritten data. This is a business, Reid. One I happen to care about succeeding. He leaned closer, genuinely intrigued by her tracking system. May I? She hesitated, then handed him the notebook. Her data was impressively detailed, if chaotically organized. Sales trends by display type, customer return rates based on recommendation sources, even notation about which review phrases seem to trigger purchases. This is not what I expected, he admitted, flipping through the pages. Let me guess. You figured I just scattered heart doodles and exclamation points around the store based on whimsy and fairy dust?
Right.
Something like that, he conceded, returning her notebook. Well, Mr. Thatcher, prepare to have your assumptions challenged at every turn. Now, shall we walk the floor before we open? You can point out all the things you want to destroy, and I can explain why they're actually working. Despite himself, Reid felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Lead the way. They moved through the store together, navigating the narrow aisles that wound between tall bookshelves. Reid pointed out inconsistencies in signage, display heights that violated optimal sightlines, and staff recommendation sections that interrupted the flow of browsing patterns. Established by consumer behavior studies, Libby countered each point with specific examples of customer interactions, sales data from her notebook, and passionate defenses of what she called intentional browsing detours. People don't want efficiency in a bookstore, she insisted as they squeezed past a particularly tight corner where a freestanding display of cookbooks had been wedged. They want discovery, surprise, the magic of finding something they weren't looking for. Their arms brushed as they navigated the narrow space, and Reid caught another whiff of her scent, definitely floral but with notes of vanilla and old books. For a moment, his carefully constructed argument about display placement evaporated from his mind. Poor ventilation in here, he murmured, more to himself than to her. Ugh. Nothing. He pulled out his notebook, jotting down a comment about aisle width optimization to regain his focus. About these handwritten signs. They stay. Her tone left no room for debate. People come in specifically asking which books have my notes in them. Corporate guidelines clearly state that all customer-facing materials should reflect brand standards, which he gestured toward a particularly exuberant sticky note declaring a romance novel sin national with 3 exclamation points. Do not. Corporate guidelines can kiss my. Reid reached to straighten a tilting display sign, his arm extending past Libby's shoulder. The motion knocked her plot twist mug, which she'd set atop a nearby shelf during their tour, off its perch. Both watched in horrified slow motion as it tumbled through the air and crashed onto the hardwood floor. Ceramic shards scattered across the polished surface with a sound that seemed to echo in the silence that followed. A puddle of tea spread between them like a moat. Reid froze, hands still outstretched. Well, Libby said, voice tight, I guess that's a metaphor for what Greystone does to independent bookstores. She knelt to collect the broken pieces, carefully picking up the larger shards and placing them in her cupped palm. Reid crouched beside her, reaching for a fragment. Let me help. Don't. The word was sharp enough to make him withdraw his hand. You've helped enough. I'll replace it, he offered, watching her methodical collection of the broken mug. I can order a new one. With what, a corporate-approved vessel? She looked up at him, and for a brief moment, Reid caught something vulnerable beneath her anger. It's not just a mug, Reid. But I wouldn't expect you to understand that. She disappeared to find a broom, leaving him standing amid the wreckage of something that apparently meant much more than he'd realized. By the time she returned, he had retreated to a safe distance, unsure how to repair this particular damage. I am truly sorry about your mug, he said as she swept up the remaining fragments. Libby didn't look up. Opening time's in 15 minutes. You might want to hide in the void before customers see you plotting their beloved bookstore's demise. My role here is assessment and recommendation, Reid explained, arranging his materials with methodical precision. I implement the initial evaluation protocols directly, but significant structural changes require approval from regional management. So, you're the messenger, not the executioner, Libby said. Reid's mouth tightened slightly. I have discretion within established parameters. Some decisions I can make independently, others require corporate sign-off. And who decides which is which? Libby challenged. That would be my supervisor, Tasha Whitmore, regional director. Reid retreated to the back office, but rather than diving into his planned reorganization strategy, he found himself thinking about the broken mug and what it might have represented. Personal connection, milestone celebration. The visceral reaction seemed disproportionate to the object itself. And again, wasn't that what bookstores themselves were about? Physical objects that carried emotional significance beyond their material value. He shook off the philosophical turn. He had spreadsheets to review before his check-in call with the Greystone executives at noon. As the morning progressed, Reid found himself observing the store operations from strategic vantage points. He watched Libby unlock the doors precisely at 10, greeting the first customers by name and asking about family members. He noted how she moved through the space with purpose, straightening books, adjusting displays, all while maintaining conversations that flowed naturally between literature and life. What caught his attention most was how she remembered not just customer names but their reading preferences. When a woman with silver-streaked hair approached, Libby immediately led her to the mystery section, pulling out a new release. "Jane, this just came in yesterday, that Scottish detective series you love. The author finally revealed what happened to the sister character." The woman clasped her hands in delight. "Oh, you remembered! I've been waiting months." From his position near the travel books, Reid watched similar scenarios unfold throughout the morning. Livy recalled specific titles, authors, and preferences for dozens of customers. She pulled books from shelves with uncanny accuracy, her enthusiasm clearly driving sales. By noon, he'd counted 14 purchases that resulted directly from her personal recommendations. This wasn't in the Greystone playbook. After his conference call, during which he'd been deliberately vague about his immediate plans for Maple and Mirth, Reid returned to the sales floor. He noticed an elderly man hesitantly approaching the counter where Libby was organizing a stack of new arrivals. "Excuse me, young lady," the man said, his voice wavering slightly. "I need something for my wife. Our anniversary is tomorrow. 52 years. Mr. Calloway." Libby's face lit up with genuine warmth. "Congratulations. What are we thinking this year? Another poetry collection like last time?" The man nodded, twisting his hat in his hands. "She loved that one you picked. Said it made her cry in the good way." Reid watched from behind a display as Libby led the elderly man to the poetry section, asking gentle questions about his wife's current interests and health. Within minutes, she'd selected a slim volume with a blue cover. "This one has a whole section about enduring love," she explained, opening to a specific page. "And this poem here, it's about how familiar love becomes more precious with time, not less. I think she'll connect with it." The man's eyes grew misty as he scanned the page. "That's it. That's exactly how it feels after all these years." What happened next caught Reid entirely off guard. Libby took the book behind the counter and slipped a handwritten note inside the cover before wrapping it in brown paper and tying it with twine. When she handed the package to the customer, she squeezed his hand. "I added a note telling her how faithfully you come in each year, looking for just the right words to express what she means to you. That's the real poetry, Mr. Calloway." The man wiped his eyes before taking the package. "Thank you, dear. You always understand." As the elderly customer left, Reid remained motionless behind the display, strangely affected by the interaction he'd witnessed. This wasn't about sales metrics or conversion rates. It was something the corporate manuals failed to quantify: human connection, facilitated through literature. As closing time approached, Reid made a conscious decision to delay implementing major changes. Instead, he settled at a back table with his notebook, documenting staff behaviors and customer interactions. The notes he took weren't the ones he'd anticipated making. Staff member remembered 37 customer names during 8-hour shift. Personal recommendations resulted in 22 confirmed sales. Customer inquiries addressed with 94% satisfaction rate based on observable responses. Average browsers to buyers conversion appears significantly above industry standard. From his vantage point, he observed Libby across the store, speaking in hushed tones with a teenage girl who kept glancing around nervously. He couldn't hear their conversation, but watched as Libby gently led the girl toward a small, discreet display at the end of the young adult section. A hand-lettered sign read, "Stories That See You." The teen's posture changed as they approached the display, shoulders relaxing, chin lifting slightly. Libby pulled several books, showing covers and speaking animatedly about each one. The girl nodded, a small smile forming. When Libby stepped away to give her privacy to browse, The teenager ran her fingers over the book spines with a reverence that spoke of finding something vital. Reid checked the store layout guidelines in his binder. No such display category existed in the Greystone-approved sections. This was completely unauthorized, a violation of corporate merchandising standards that specified all Yay books be arranged alphabetically by author within clearly defined genre categories. Yet, he'd just watched that unauthorized section serve an important purpose for a customer who clearly needed exactly what it offered. He closed his binder and continued observing as the girl eventually selected 2 books, clutching them close to her chest as she approached the register. Libby rang up her purchases, slipping what appeared to be a bookmark into one of the volumes. While saying something that made the girl laugh, Reid found himself adding an unexpected note to his observations. Some violations of corporate policy appear to directly serve customer needs in ways standardized approaches cannot. He underlined it twice, then closed his notebook, unsure what to do with this particular finding.
The Right Kind of Trouble, Chapter 3, Save Sir Kushelot. Libby wrestled with the back door while balancing a cardboard tray of steaming teas in one hand. The door had been sticking since last winter, and she'd developed a particular hip-check maneuver that usually did the trick. After 3 not-so-graceful attempts, the hinges gave with a satisfying creak, and she stumbled into the storeroom. "Takes prisoners and leaves no survivors," she muttered, adjusting her grip on the tea tray and the shopping bag dangling from her wrist. Her new plot twist mug, an emergency replacement, peeked out from tissue paper. She'd spent 40 minutes last night scrolling through Etsy before finding the perfect substitute. A glossy black mug with elegant white script that read, "Every villain is the hero of their own corporate PowerPoint." The passive-aggressive sentiment had sparked immediate joy, and the rush shipping had been worth every penny. Libby slipped past towers of unopened boxes, breathing in the comforting scent of cardboard and fresh ink. Morning light filtered through high windows, catching dust motes that danced above stacks of hardcovers waiting to make their debut. The store wouldn't open for another hour, but Libby always arrived early to enjoy the quiet and check on her literary children. She deposited the tea tray in the break room, arranged by preference: Maya's chai latte, 1 pump vanilla, light foam; Marcy's triple-shot monstrosity that barely qualified as tea; and Denise's English breakfast, black, like her accounting soul. Her own Earl Grey with a splash of milk went beside her new mug, which she unwrapped with gleeful ceremony. "Let's see how Mr. Spreadsheet likes you," she said, positioning the mug at a precise angle where the light would catch the lettering should Reid grace them with his corporate presence. Libby grabbed her tablet and dove into the day's first task, shelving the new arrivals. She'd created a color-coded system that would have made the Dewey Decimal weep with envy. Romance got red flags, mysteries purple, literary fiction blue, and children's books a rainbow assortment that corresponded to reading level. The system made sense to exactly one person, her, which was precisely how she liked it. She was halfway through sorting a stack of summer beach reads when a deep voice drifted from the office. "Yes, I've identified several accessibility compliance issues. The main concern is removing obstructions from high, mainly traffic areas." Libby froze, a copy of The Summer We Collided clutched to her chest. That was definitely Reid's voice, and removing obstructions sounded ominously like corporate speak for destroy everything charming about this place. She tiptoed toward the office, pressing her back against the wall like she was in a spy novel instead of wearing lime green Converse that squeaked on the polished floor. Particularly the mismatched chair between mystery and romance. It's creating a bottleneck and presents a significant liability. Libby gasped so loudly she had to slap a hand over her mouth. Sir Kushelot? The beloved reading chair that had witnessed countless literary epiphanies and first dates? The overstuffed, slightly worn armchair that Marcy had rescued from certain dumpster death and lovingly reupholstered with fabric featuring tiny books with legs? She peered around the corner to see Reid gesturing toward the exact spot where Sir Kushelot had presided for 5 glorious years, He was wearing another one of those crisp button-downs, this one a soft blue that annoyingly brought out his eyes, with the sleeves precisely rolled to mid-forearm. He had a measuring tape in one hand and an actual clipboard in the other, like some villain from a dystopian novel where joy had been outlawed. "I'll submit the full report this afternoon," he said, ending the call and jotting something on his clipboard with a pen that probably cost more than Libby's monthly coffee budget. Heart pounding, Libby retreated behind a display of bestsellers and whipped out her phone. Her fingers flew across the screen as she composed an urgent message to the Book Rebellion group chat. "Red alert, corporate suit spotted measuring Sir Kushelot. Chair assassination imminent. This is not a drill." The response was immediate and appropriately chaotic. "Marcy Nuuu. Maya, who does this man think he is? I have emergency supplies in my car. ETA 20 minutes. Denise. I'll print the financials showing increased sales in that section since we added the chair. Also, does anyone need more tea? I'm drinking straight from the pot now." Libby grinned, tucking her phone away. The rebellion had officially begun, and she'd be damned if she let some corporate algorithm remove the literal and figurative heart of their reading community. Throughout the morning she kept one eye on Reid as he made his rounds, measuring things and typing observations into his tablet. She positioned herself strategically to intercept customers before they could reach him, steering them towards staff picks and away from his spreadsheet reach. By lunchtime, Libby had crafted a sign worthy of a museum exhibit. Using the calligraphy she'd learned during her maybe I should be an artist phase sophomore year, she created a placard reading, "Save Sir Kushelot, the reading nook that started a movement." Underneath, she added a brief but emotionally manipulative history that may have slightly exaggerated the chair's cultural significance. She placed a leather-bound notebook, the one she'd been saving for a special occasion, beside the sign with a fountain pen attached by a delicate chain. Inside she'd written a prompt, "Share your memories of Sir Kushelot. What books transported you while nestled in these cushions?" Maya arrived with stunning efficiency, carrying a tote bag that seemed to contain the entire craft section of a hobby store. Within 20 minutes, she'd created a themed display featuring classics of resistance literature, 1984, The Handmaid's Tale, Silent Spring, and, in a particularly pointed edition, Who Moved My Cheese? "I brought laminating sheets," Maya whispered, pulling out a portable laminator that Libby hadn't even known existed, "for the petition signatures." "You're a tactical genius," Libby said, genuinely impressed. Denise emerged from her closet office with a stack of printouts labeled Sir Kushelot's Greatest Hits, a surprisingly comprehensive photo history of the chair featuring customers of all ages lost in books. "How did you compile these so fast?" Libby asked, flipping through candid shots spanning 5 years. Denise sipped her tea with eerie calm. "I document everything. It's both a professional strength and why I'm not allowed on social media." By 2 o'clock, their guerrilla campaign was in full swing, and the customer notebook already contained 12 passionate entries, 3 poorly drawn hearts, and 1 haiku about the chair's embracing arms of literary solace. Libby spotted Reid approaching with his measuring tape, his expression unreadable as he took in their impromptu shrine. She positioned herself defensively beside Sir Kushelot, one hand resting on its worn arm like a knight protecting a fallen comrade. "Mr. Thatcher," she said, voice dripping with professional sweetness, "I see you've noticed our historical display." "Historical display," he repeated, one eyebrow arching in that infuriating way that somehow questioned her entire existence. "Indeed. Sir Kushelot isn't just furniture, it's a landmark." Libby launched into the speech she'd been mentally rehearsing all morning. "Marcy rescued it from a thrift store 5 years ago. It was a case of bookstore destiny. Did you know Melody Chen wrote an entire chapter of Midnight Gardens while sitting right here?" Reid glanced at his tablet. "The romance novelist?" "The New York Times best-selling romance novelist," Libby corrected. "She said the chair had special energy. And that's not all. We've had 3 marriage proposals happen in this exact spot. 3. People don't propose surrounded by corporate efficiency, Mr. Thatcher. Is that so? His mouth twitched at the corner. Absolutely so. Sir Kushelot is a relationship catalyst. It's basically a literary Cupid. As if on cue, Denise appeared with her photo evidence, thrusting the stack toward Reid. Documentation. Notice the 37% increase in customer lingering time in this section since installation. You tracked customer lingering time? Reid asked, sounding genuinely surprised. I track everything, Denise said flatly. Sleep is for people without Excel. Reid was examining one of the photos when Maya arrived with her reinforcements, a collection of local authors who'd been loyal customers for years. They formed a protective semicircle around the chair, each clutching books to their chests like shields. I saw Libby's post, explained Eleanor Jenkins, a 70-year-old mystery writer who regularly brought them fresh scones. Sir Kushelot inspired my detective's breakthrough in Chapter 11 of The Arsenic Solution. A line was forming, actual humans willing to defend a chair, and Libby felt a rush of pride so intense it almost made her dizzy. This was why she loved this place. These people, this community that understood that books weren't just products. They were experiences, and experiences needed the right setting. Libby Greene, Reid began, his voice calm, too calm. Are you aware there are ADA compliance requirements for aisle width in retail environments? Are you aware there are emotional compliance requirements for bookstores? She countered. I don't believe that's covered in federal regulations. It's covered in human regulations, Libby insisted, and Sir Kushelot is not an obstruction, it's a destination. You don't measure a home by how efficiently you can march through it. Reid opened his mouth to respond when the bell above the door chimed, and a wave of customers entered, many holding up their phones displaying Libby's social media post about the endangered reading nook. Is this the chair we're saving? Asked a college student with blue hair. I've got a 2-hour gap between classes and a copy of The Secret History that needs finishing. Before Reid could answer, the student settled into Sir Kushelot with practiced ease, opened her book, and gave Libby a thumbs up. We've created a sign-up sheet, Maya informed the growing crowd. 30-minute reading slots. Sir Kushelot must remain occupied at all times to demonstrate ongoing community engagement metrics. Libby waited for the explosion, the cold corporate shutdown of their rebellion, but instead, something unexpected happened. Reid's mouth twitched again, and this time it definitely wasn't annoyance. The corner of his lips curved upward in what suspiciously resembled amusement. He took a step back, clicked his pen, and made a note in his book. Interesting strategy, Ms. Greene, he said, his voice notably lacking the frustration she'd been anticipating. We'll revisit this. Then, most disconcertingly, he smoothly transitioned topics as if they hadn't just staged a furniture-based insurrection. About the community events calendar, I noticed you used to run something called the literary scavenger hunt? Libby blinked, mentally stumbling over the sudden shift. The scavenger hunt? It appears to have been quite successful. Attendance records from 2 years ago show it was your highest traffic event by a significant margin. He flipped through his notes. Yet it hasn't been run since. Any particular reason? The question caught her off guard. The literary scavenger hunt had been her baby, an elaborate week-long event with clues hidden throughout the store, teams in book-themed costumes, and puzzles that required actual literary knowledge to solve. The final challenge had once stumped participants for 3 days until a team of retired English teachers cracked the code. We lost our events coordinator, she said carefully, not mentioning that the coordinator had left because Greystone had cut the position's hours. And it's a significant undertaking. What if we revived it? Reid suggested, looking at her directly, as a joint project. Libby stared at him, trying to detect the trap. You want to work together on a highly complicated, extremely non-standardized, chaos-based literary event? Unless you don't think it's viable, There was a hint of challenge in his voice. "Oh, it's viable." Libby's competitive instinct kicked in before her common sense could intervene. "The hunts were legendary. We had teams in full costume. One year the winning team came as all 8 narrators from the Joy Luck Club. The clues were based on first lines of novels, and if you identified the book correctly, it led you to the next location." She was talking too fast, her hands moving animatedly as she described the elaborate puzzles, the themed refreshments, the trophy they'd had custom-made from repurposed book spines. The final puzzle was always epic. We once created a crossword where all the answers were anagrams of famous fictional places. People were sleeping here trying to solve it. Reid was watching her with an intensity that made her strangely self-conscious, as if he was seeing something beyond her words. She suddenly realized she'd been enthusiastically collaborating with the enemy, sharing her passion project with the same man who'd been measuring Sir Kushelot for execution minutes earlier. She cleared her throat, abruptly changing her tone. "Fine, we'll co-lead the hunt, but I get final say on the literary content, and Sir Kushelot stays, at least until after the event." She lifted her chin, returning to business mode. "Deal?" Reid extended his hand, and Libby noticed that his fingernails were perfectly maintained, but his palm had a writer's callus on the middle finger. "Deal." As they shook on it, something fell from his jacket pocket, a small book that landed with a soft thud between them. Libby automatically bent to retrieve it, recognizing the cover instantly. The Storied Heart by Josephine Clay. Not just any romance novel, but one she had specifically added to her staff picks wall last week with a sticky note that read, "For anyone who believes love doesn't have to be perfect to be perfectly right." The corner of page 53 was unmistakably dog-eared. "You're reading The Storied Heart?" she asked, unable to hide her surprise as she handed it back to him. A flicker of something, embarrassment, defensiveness, crossed Reid's face as he tucked the book back into his pocket. "Market research." "On page 53?" Libby couldn't help prodding. "That's the scene where Clara realizes Daniel has been cataloging her favorite books by memory." "Thorough," he said, but there was a hint of color on his cheekbones that hadn't been there before. Libby watched him walk away, her triumph at securing a reprieve for Sir Kushelot now mingled with a new and unwelcome sensation. Reid Thatcher, corporate villain, chair measuring spreadsheet devotee, was reading a romance novel she had recommended. Not skimming it, not analyzing it, but reading it properly, with dog ears and everything. Which meant either he was spying on her recommendations to undermine them or, far more disturbing, he was a human being with actual literary interests. Neither option fit neatly into the narrative she'd constructed, and Libby Greene did not appreciate plot complications. "Did you just agree to work with the enemy on reviving the hunt?" Maya whispered, appearing beside her. "Tactical maneuver," Libby said, watching Reid's retreating form. "Keep your friends close, and your corporate restructuring consultants closer." Maya hummed, following Libby's gaze. "And does this tactical maneuver include noticing how his eyes crinkle when he's trying not to smile?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," Libby said, turning away quickly. "Now help me make a rotation schedule for Sir Kushelot's Guardians. We need 24-hour coverage." But as she worked through the afternoon, Libby found herself glancing toward the office more often than necessary, wondering what other surprises might be hidden in Reid Thatcher's perfectly pressed pockets.
Chapter 4, The Ren and the Wild Crowd. "The initial assessment is complete," Reid said, pacing the small office with his phone pressed to his ear, his free hand fidgeting with a pen he'd grabbed from Libby's meticulously organized desk. "I've implemented the display standardization protocols, but I'm recommending we delay action on the reading nook removal." "That wasn't the timeline we discussed," Tasha replied, her voice cool through the speaker. Reid could practically see her tapping her color-coded planner with a perfectly manicured nail. "Greystone expects full compliance with spatial efficiency guidelines within 2 weeks. The quarterly metrics presentation is already scheduled." "I understand, but there are community considerations. The chair has become something of a local landmark. Reid stopped by the window watching a group of teenagers take selfies with the overstuffed armchair visible through the storefront glass. It's actually driving foot traffic. Your job isn't to preserve landmarks, Reid, it's to optimize retail space. Her tone sharpened. Need I remind you this assignment is critical to your performance review? Reid pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a tension headache forming. I'm not suggesting we abandon the guideline permanently, just that we approach it strategically, build some goodwill with other changes first. A pause hung between them, filled only by the sound of Tasha's keyboard clicking in the background. You have 1 week to submit your final recommendation on the reading area. After that, I'll make the decision myself. Her voice softened marginally. Don't make me do that, Reid. The call ended, leaving Reid staring at his phone, jaw tight with frustration. He set it down on the desk with more force than necessary, the sound echoing in the empty office. Reid tucked his phone away and gathered his materials for the author event. Perhaps the Ren and Quill would offer a temporary reprieve from corporate pressures. He'd always found literary events grounding, a reminder of why he'd entered publishing in the first place, before spreadsheets and optimization metrics had consumed his professional identity. With Tasha's deadline looming over Sir Kushelot's fate, he needed this evening to go smoothly. At least that was one aspect of the job he could control. Reid arrived at the Ren and Quill Literary Hall a full 90 minutes before the event was scheduled to begin. He preferred having time to assess any venue, especially one he'd never personally managed before. The old converted opera house had a certain character to it that both impressed and concerned his professional sensibilities. He stood in the center of the main hall, taking in the mismatched velvet chairs, at least 4 different styles, all in various jewel tones that somehow worked together despite having no business doing so. The wall to his right featured dozens of framed rejection letters from famous authors, each one more cutting than the last. We regret to inform you that your manuscript lacks commercial appeal, read one addressed to Toni Morrison. A note beneath it explained how the very same manuscript had later won the Pulitzer Prize. Reid allowed himself a small smile. As a former publishing executive, he knew exactly how many brilliant works had initially been dismissed. He'd made such mistakes himself. Points for the rejection wall, he murmured, removing his laptop from its leather case. He found a small wooden table near the side of the stage and set up his workstation, pulling up the meticulously detailed checklist he'd prepared after reviewing the venue specs online. The air smelled of old paper, wood polish, and something floral, lavender perhaps. And Reid couldn't help but feel the slight tingle of anticipation that always accompanied live literary events. Not that he'd admit that to anyone, least of all Libby Greene, who would undoubtedly leverage any sign of sentimentality against him. He methodically began checking off items: lighting positions, microphone setup, presentation screen angle, audience sight lines. The space had good bones, though the ancient electrical system made him nervous. He'd just finished testing the ancient projector when the double doors swung open with a theatrical creak. Libby burst in like a whirlwind, 3 tote bags dangling from each arm and a cardboard drink carrier balanced precariously in her hands. She wore what Reid immediately recognized as her version of formal attire, a simple black dress under an emerald green cardigan with, he noted with surprise, matching buttons, and those scuffed Doc Martens she seemed to think constituted appropriate footwear for any occasion. "Oh," she said, spotting him, "you're early." "I'm punctual," Reid corrected, rising from his chair. "There's a difference. In your universe, maybe." She set down her cargo, extracting what appeared to be a steaming cup of coffee, which she thrust in his direction. "Black, no sugar, boring as corporate tax law. I figured you'd need fuel." Reid accepted the cup, momentarily thrown by the gesture. "Thank you, that was considerate." "Don't get excited. It was a 2-for-1 deal, and I didn't want the second one to go to waste." She was already moving toward the stage, surveying the space with the critical eye of someone who knew exactly what she wanted. For the next 20 minutes, Reid watched as Libby systematically transformed the hall. She adjusted chairs into a more intimate semicircle, moved reading lamps to create pools of golden light rather than harsh overhead fluorescence, and arranged stacks of books on a vintage side table with the practiced hand of a visual merchandiser. Each movement seemed instinctively calculated for maximum coziness. It was, Reid had to admit, impressive and completely different from his own approach. The chairs should be in straight rows, he finally said, unable to help himself. It's more efficient for crowd flow and maximizes seating capacity. Libby didn't even look up from where she was angling a particularly worn burgundy armchair. Straight rows are for tax audits and firing squads. Literary readings need to feel like everyone's gathered in someone's eccentric great-aunt's living room. That's not in any venue management guide I've ever read. That's because you read boring guides instead of actual books. She straightened, hands on her hips, surveying her work. Trust me on this, Thatcher. I've been running events here since I was 22. Reid opened his mouth to argue further but was interrupted by the chiming of Libby's phone. She pulled it from her cardigan pocket, glanced at the screen, and her face instantly transformed from confident to concerned. "Oh no," she muttered, tapping at the phone and pressing it to her ear. "Hello? Yes, this is Libby from Maple and Mirth. Yes, we're all set up for what?" Her eyes widened. "He needs what?" "Mirth, yes, we're all set up for what?" Her eyes widened. "He needs what?" Reid watched as the color drained from her face. She began pacing in tight circles, one hand gesticulating wildly as she spoke. "But the contract specifically stated, I understand, but no, we don't have a smoke machine. Or specialized blue lighting, or..." She pressed her lips together. "And how late will you be?" When she hung up, she looked like she might either scream or cry. "Problem?" Reid asked mildly. "Lawrence Pembroke's assistant just informed me that the precious literary genius requires specialized mood lighting, blue only, absolutely no yellow tones, a smoke effect for his entrance, and a specific imported mineral water served at precisely 54 degrees. She raked both hands through her carefully styled hair. "Oh, and they're stuck in traffic and will be at least 30 minutes late." Reid glanced at his watch. "That's 15 minutes before doors open." "I'm aware of the time, thank you." Libby grabbed another tote bag and began frantically pulling out supplies. "The first guests will start arriving any minute, and we have no author, no blue lights, and definitely no smoke machine." Despite himself, Reid felt a twinge of sympathy. The literary fiction crowd was notoriously demanding, and Pembroke had a reputation for being particularly difficult. He glanced at Libby, who was now sorting through colored cellophane sheets with the desperate energy of someone trying to MacGyver a lighting solution. "I'll handle the seating and check in," he heard himself saying. "You focus on the author requirements." Libby froze, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. "Why?" "Because it's efficient," Reid replied simply. "And because I actually have a blue light filter in my laptop bag. Event emergency kit. Never leave home without one." The look she gave him was somewhere between disbelief and reluctant gratitude. "Fine, but we're keeping the chairs in the semicircle. For now." As predicted, guests began arriving just as they were finishing the preparations. Reid positioned himself at the entrance with the guest list, seamlessly checking in the literary enthusiasts of Maple Falls while Libby darted around making last-minute adjustments. To his surprise, she knew most of the attendees by name, greeting them with genuine warmth that seemed to ease the growing tension about the author's absence. "He's running slightly late," she explained to each group with practiced charm. "Literary genius waits for no man, but occasionally gets caught in traffic." 45 minutes later, with a restless crowd of nearly 70 people and still no author, Reid watched Libby's professional smile begin to strain around the edges. He'd been fielding increasingly pointed questions about the delay while she made her fourth call to the assistant. "We need a distraction," Reid murmured when she returned from the call, looking even more harried. "The natives are getting restless." I know, she bit her lip, then suddenly straightened. "Hold this," she said, thrusting her clipboard at him before marching determinedly toward the stage. Reid watched bewildered as she stepped up to the microphone and tapped it twice. "Good evening, literary friends." Her voice rang out with a confidence that hadn't been there moments before. "While we await the arrival of our distinguished author, who is currently battling the elements and traffic patterns of our fair town, I thought we might enjoy a little literary trivia." Reid's eyebrows rose as she smoothly transitioned into a completely improvised game. pulling questions seemingly out of thin air about obscure literary facts and offering signed first editions as prizes. Which famous author worked as a vacuum cleaner salesman before his first novel was published? She called out, and the audience immediately perked up, shouting answers and laughing. Within minutes, the restless energy had transformed into enthusiastic participation. Reid found himself staring, transfixed, at this version of Libby Greene he'd never seen before. Gone was the snarky, defensive bookstore manager, replaced by a charismatic public speaker who commanded the room with effortless charm. She was funny, quick-witted, and surprisingly knowledgeable, fielding even the most obscure literary questions with ease. When she got the audience to divide into teams named after classic literary characters for a lightning round, the entire room was laughing and fully engaged, the author's lateness temporarily forgotten. Reid realized he was smiling. Actually smiling, not the professional veneer he typically wore at events. It was in the middle of Team Gatsby versus Team Heathcliff that Lawrence Pembroke finally arrived, sweeping in with all the self-importance of a man who knew people had been waiting for him and didn't particularly care. His assistant scurried alongside, looking harried and clutching what appeared to be a very specific bottle of water. Reid intercepted them at the door. "Mr. Pembroke, welcome. We've prepared the space according to your last-minute requirements." He managed to keep his tone neutral, despite the urge to point out the contractual obligations they'd ignored. The author, a thin man with artfully tousled gray hair and the kind of designer glasses that cost more than most people's monthly rent, merely grunted in response and surveyed the room with obvious displeasure. "The lighting is all wrong," he announced loudly enough for nearby audience members to turn. "And who is that woman usurping my stage?" Reid watched as Libby immediately registered the author's arrival. Without missing a beat, she transitioned from trivia host to gracious moderator. "And speaking of literary brilliance," she announced to the crowd, "the moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. Please join me in welcoming the incomparable Lawrence Pembroke." The audience broke into enthusiastic applause, turning what could have been an awkward entrance into a triumphant arrival. Reid watched with fascination as Libby descended from the stage and approached Pembroke with a perfect blend of professional deference and quiet authority. "Mr. Pembroke, what an honor," she said, extending her hand. "We're thrilled you could join us. I notice you're assessing our lighting. I took the liberty of creating a blue-toned atmosphere that I thought might complement the shadow themes in your latest work, particularly the way darkness serves as both metaphor and character in Chapter 3. The author, clearly prepared to complain, paused mid-breath. "You've read my book?" he said, sounding genuinely surprised. "Of course," Livy replied, as though the alternative were unthinkable. "3 times. The symbolic weight of the abandoned lighthouse still haunts me." She gestured toward the stage. "We've prepared the space to your specifications. Would you like a moment to collect yourself before beginning?" Reid watched in amazement as Pembroke's entire demeanor shifted. The man actually smiled. "Yes, that would be acceptable. And perhaps a brief introduction that mentions my Pulitzer nomination?" "Naturally," Livy agreed. "I've prepared notes on your critical reception in the New Yorker as well." As she guided the author toward a private area behind the stage, she caught Reid's eye and gave him a quick nod. Acknowledgement of a crisis temporarily averted. Reid found himself inexplicably proud of her handling of the situation, though he'd had nothing to do with it. The reading itself went remarkably smoothly considering the rocky start. Pembroke proved to be an excellent reader of his own work, his resonant voice filling the historic space with tales of human folly and redemption. Reid stationed himself at the back of the room, ostensibly monitoring crowd flow and technical elements, but he found his attention repeatedly drawn to Libby. She sat in the front row, utterly engrossed in the reading. Reid noticed how she mouthed certain passages along with the author. She really had read the book multiple times, and the way she unconsciously tucked her hair behind her ear when particularly focused on a poignant moment. Her face was animated with genuine enthusiasm, every emotion playing across her features without restraint. It was captivating. The unguarded sincerity of her response made something twist in Reid's chest, a recognition of passion that both unsettled and attracted him. This was not a development he had anticipated or planned for. His strategic contemplation was interrupted by a sudden screech of feedback from the microphone, causing everyone in the room to wince. Pembroke stopped reading mid-sentence, shooting a venomous look at the sound equipment. Technical difficulties, the author announced icily. How quaint. Reid was already moving toward the sound system before Libby could rise from her seat. He met her at the edge of the stage, both of them reaching for the microphone at the same time. "I've got this," they said in unison, then stared at each other. Libby recovered first. "I'll keep him talking. You fix the equipment?" Reid nodded, and without further discussion, they moved into action. While he examined the ancient sound system, discovering a loose connection in the ancient wiring, Libby smoothly engaged Pembroke in a discussion about his creative process that kept both the author and audience engaged. And that's when I realized the character's motivation needed to come from maternal abandonment rather than paternal disapproval, the author was explaining when Reid gave Libby the thumbs up. "Fascinating insight," Libby replied, gesturing subtly toward the repaired microphone. "Perhaps you could continue reading from that pivotal scene on page 237. The transition was seamless, with neither the audience nor the temperamental author fully registering the crisis management that had just occurred. As Pembroke resumed reading, Reid found himself exchanging a quick smile with Libby, a genuine moment of shared accomplishment that felt strangely intimate. The evening progressed to the Q&A portion where Pembroke revealed himself to be surprisingly articulate about his craft, despite his difficult personality. Reid watched how Libby moderated the discussion with a deft hand, steering away from potentially controversial topics and drawing out the author's thoughts on literary structure with well-placed questions. When the formal program ended, the crowd moved toward the signing table where stacks of Pembroke's books awaited. The line quickly grew unwieldy, with several enthusiastic fans attempting to monopolize the author's time with lengthy personal anecdotes. Reid stepped in without being asked, implementing an efficient system for the signing line while Libby handled a particularly persistent woman who seemed determined to tell Pembroke about her own unfinished novel. The ebb and flow of their teamwork felt natural, almost as if they'd been managing events together for years rather than hours. At one point, as Reid directed a group of English literature students toward the signing table, he caught Libby's eye across the room. She gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. Not quite gratitude, not quite friendship, but something approaching professional respect. It felt like a victory, though Reid couldn't precisely articulate why. "You two work well together," commented a woman with a press badge as she snapped photos of the signing table. "The Maple and Mirth team really knows how to run a literary event." Before Reid could correct her assumption about their relationship, she had moved on, capturing candid shots of the audience and author. Later, as the event wound down and the last lingering attendees reluctantly departed, Reid found himself helping Libby pack up the unsold books while Pembroke held court with a few literary devotees in the corner. "Not terrible for a corporate numbers guy," Libby said, zipping up a tote bag. "You actually know how to work a crowd." "High praise coming from the book whisperer," Reid replied dryly. "I've never seen anyone talk an author down from a lighting tantrum quite so elegantly." A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Years of practice. Literary fiction authors are basically toddlers with thesauruses." Reid laughed, genuinely laughed, and was rewarded with a look of surprise from Libby that quickly transformed into something warmer. It was a dangerous moment, teetering on the edge of something that felt suspiciously like friendship. "The blue light filter was clutch," she admitted. "I don't suppose your corporate emergency kit also contains a miniature smoke machine?" "That's in the deluxe version. I left it in my other suit." She snorted, an undignified sound that somehow made her more real. "Next time I'll be sure to submit technical writer requirements with more advance notice." "Next time?" Reid raised an eyebrow. Libby busied herself with straightening a stack of books. "Figure of speech." After Pembroke finally departed in a cloud of self-importance and expensive cologne, they finished restoring the hall to its original state in companionable silence. Reid found himself oddly reluctant to end the evening, slowing his normally efficient packing process. They walked to the parking lot together, the cool night air a relief after the stuffiness of the crowded hall. Street lamps cast pools of golden light across the cracked pavement, and somewhere nearby, a wind chime tinkled in the gentle breeze. "You know," Reid said as they reached their cars, parked coincidentally beside each other, "you're really good at this." Libby froze with her key halfway to the door lock. "At what?" "Events, people, creating an experience." He leaned against his sedan, hands in his pockets. "I was impressed by how quickly you adapted when everything started going sideways. Most people would have panicked." She looked genuinely thrown by the compliment, her usual armor of sarcasm momentarily absent. Thanks. It's just part of the job." "No, it isn't. It's a gift." Reid surprised himself with the sincerity in his voice. "The way you connected with that audience, how you handled Pembroke, that can't be taught." Something shifted in her expression, a vulnerability that made her look younger, less certain. A strand of hair had escaped from her carefully pinned updo, and Reid fought an inexplicable urge to reach out and tuck it behind her ear. "Well," she said, finally clearing her throat, "you weren't completely useless yourself." They stood there for a moment in charged silence, neither quite meeting the other's eyes. Reid felt oddly unbalanced, a sensation he was unaccustomed to and didn't particularly enjoy. Libby Greene was supposed to be a professional challenge, not whatever this was becoming. "Good night, Libby," he said finally, stepping back toward his car door. "Good night, corporate." As he drove home, Reid found himself replaying moments from the evening, Libby's infectious laugh during the trivia game, the focused intensity of her expression as she listened to the reading, the surprising synchronicity of their crisis management. It was professionally relevant to understand her strengths, he told himself, nothing more. The next morning, his inbox contained the daily Maple Falls Community Arts newsletter. He opened it while sipping his first coffee of the day, nearly choking when he saw the featured photo accompanying an article about the Pembroke reading. There they were, he and Libby, captured in a moment he hadn't even registered. They were standing close together behind the signing table, heads bent toward each other as though sharing a secret. Libby was laughing at something he'd said, her face open and unguarded, while he wore an expression that could only be described as pleased. The caption beneath read, "Maple and Mirth's dynamic duo brings literary magic to the quill." Reid stared at the image, remembering the dozens of times he'd sent correction emails to publications that misrepresented professional relationships in their photo captions. He should do the same now. It was inappropriate to characterize them as a duo when they were temporary colleagues at best, adversaries at worst. He opened a new email, fingers poised over the keyboard. Then, after a long moment, he closed it again. Instead, he right-clicked on the newsletter photo and saved it to his phone with a phone name he deliberately chose not to analyze. Literary_night dash. Some corrections he decided weren't worth making.
Chapter 5. Closed Stacks, Open Hearts. Libby groaned at the stack of index cards in front of her, each one either blank and accusing or filled with clues that now seemed too obvious or too obscure, nothing in between. She'd scattered them across the archive room's lone table, a relic that had likely been purchased when disco was still popular, surrounded by stacks of literary classics she'd pulled for inspiration. "The game is afoot," she muttered, scribbling another Sherlock Holmes reference before tossing the card onto the reject pile. Too basic, everyone would get that one. The archive room was her favorite hiding spot in the store, windowless, perpetually smelling of vanilla and dust, with floor-to-ceiling shelves holding first editions and rare books that customers weren't allowed to paw through. On a normal day, she found the cramped space comforting. Tonight, with the literary scavenger hunt looming and her phone mockingly silent, it felt like a tomb for her creative inspiration. She checked her phone again. No response from Reid about finalizing the plans. She'd texted him 3 hours ago with a deliberately casual, "archive room if you want to talk hunt details," followed by an equally casual, "or not," 20 minutes later when he hadn't responded. "Pull yourself together, Greene," she scolded herself, flipping to a fresh index card. "You've run this event solo before. Corporate Ken doesn't need to approve your Hemingway clues." Libby had just started sketching a tiny fish on the corner of a card, a visual pun for the old man in the sea that exactly no one would appreciate, when a shadow fell across the table. Is that supposed to be a shark or a submarine? She jumped, nearly knocking over a stack of Jane Austen first editions that would have given Denise a spreadsheet-induced heart attack. Reid stood in the doorway, jacket discarded, sleeves rolled to his elbows and holding 2 takeout cups from Next Chapter, the cafe next door. His hair was slightly rumpled, like he'd run his fingers through it a few times, a strangely human detail that didn't fit her mental image of him emerging fully pressed from whatever corporate pod he slept in. Shark, obviously, she lied, tucking the card under another. I didn't think you were coming. I said I would. He stepped into the room, which instantly seemed to shrink around his tall frame. Thought you might need caffeine reinforcements. He placed 1 cup in front of her. They said you liked the chai with an extra shot of espresso and cinnamon on top. Libby blinked at the cup, then at him, suspicious of this unexpected gesture. You asked what I like? I asked what the assistant manager typically orders when she's working late, and looks like she's contemplating using literature as a weapon. His mouth twitched. The barista laughed and gave me very specific instructions. Jessie has a big mouth, Libby muttered, but she accepted the drink, inhaling the sweet, spicy aroma before taking a sip. Perfect. Damn it. Thanks. He nodded, surveying the disaster zone of her creative process. So, this is scavenger hunt central. Ground zero for literary torture. She gestured to the surrounding chaos. Feel free to pull up well, there aren't any more chairs, so maybe just awkwardly hover. To her surprise, Reid settled cross-legged on the floor beside the table, his back against a shelf of modernist literature, looking almost casual despite the designer jeans and button-down. He placed his own cup, plain black coffee, she'd bet her life on it, on the floor beside him and picked up one of her discarded clues. Inked with sepia, bound by time, I'm the captain of a heart that wouldn't rhyme, he read aloud, raising an eyebrow. Wuthering Heights? Libby stared at him. Yes, actually. Heathcliff as the captain of Catherine's heart. Clever. He placed it in the keep pile rather than the reject one. She narrowed her eyes. I thought that was too abstract. The best clues walk the line between challenge and solvability. He took a sip of his drink, which, annoyingly, didn't seem to be plain black coffee after all. Your hardcore literary fans will appreciate the craft, and it gives the casual readers something to puzzle over. Libby watched as he picked up another card, noting how carefully he handled it, the same way she'd seen him touch the vintage editions in the glass case up front. Not grabbing, but lightly tracing the edges first, like he was asking permission before lifting it. She turned back to her chai, uncomfortable with how that small detail undermined the corporate robot image she'd constructed of him. For the next 30 minutes, they sorted through her existing clues, Reid occasionally suggesting tweaks that irritatingly improved them. His handwriting was neat but not fussy, his comments concise. When he reached for the copy of Persuasion she'd set aside, his fingers ran gently along its worn spine before opening it. First editions, he asked quietly. Reprint from 1833, still valuable, though. He nodded, handling it with reverence. My grandmother collected Austen. She had a first edition of Emma that she kept in a climate-controlled case. His voice held something she hadn't heard before. Warmth, maybe even wistfulness. Really, my mom had a battered copy of Pride and Prejudice. She used to read it every Christmas. Libby smiled at the memory. I have it at home now, the cover's hanging by a thread. Let me guess, you refuse to have it rebound. The damage is part of its character. Every coffee stain is a chapter of her life. Reid nodded like this made perfect sense, which threw her off balance again. He set the book down and picked up a blank card, tapping it thoughtfully against his palm. What if we did an Austen-themed section, hide clues in each of her works around the store? That could work. She reached for a fresh card. We could start with something like, it is a truth universally acknowledged that a single book in possession of a good story must be in want of a reader. Reid's mouth quirked, a bit on the nose, but the parody works. He scribbled something on his own card and passed it to her. Libby read aloud. If I loved you less, I might be able to talk about it more, Emma tonightly. She looked up, surprised. That's actually perfect. Then, unable to help herself, she added, for someone who rearranged our display to prioritize bestsellers over staff picks, you seem suspiciously well-versed in 19th century romance. I contain multitudes, he said dryly. And that nightly quote is from chapter 49, page 431 in the first edition. Most people only remember the proposal line. She blinked. You're making that up? Try me. There was a challenge in his eyes now, a hint of the real person beneath the pressed shirts and strategic smiles. Fine. She tapped her pen against her lips. I have been a selfish being all my life, in practice, though not in principle. Dearly to Elizabeth just before he proposes the second time, Reid answered without hesitation. Chapter 58. Men were put into the world to teach women the law of compromise. His eyes narrowed. That's not Austen. That's from Aurora Leigh by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Libby grinned, delighted to be caught. Just checking to see if you were really paying attention or just showing off. I never show off, Reid said, showing off. Right. Libby shook her head, genuinely puzzled now. So how does someone who can quote Austen chapter and verse end up working for the corporate dark side? The playful energy between them evaporated. Reid's expression shuddered, and he turned his attention to straightening an already straight stack of cards. For a moment, Libby thought he wouldn't answer. I was an editor, he finally said, a voice quiet, at Crestwood Press. We had a boutique imprint called Folio 5 that specialized in literary fiction from underrepresented voices. It was everything I'd wanted since graduate school. She sat back, surprised. I remember Folio 5. They published Amira Hassan's first novel. That book destroyed me. In the best way. Something soft and sad crossed Reid's face. I was her editor, spent 2 years working with her on that manuscript. What happened? Reid stared at the book in his hands, not really seeing it. The archive room's single lamp cast half his face in shadow, softening the crisp edges he normally presented to the world. Corporate takeover. New management decided literary fiction wasn't profitable enough compared to celebrity memoirs and self-help books. His jaw tightened. I watched 5 years of carefully cultivated author relationships get dismantled in a month. Manuscripts I'd fought for, important books that needed to exist in the world, all shelved indefinitely. Libby could hear the raw hurt beneath his measured tone. That's awful. The worst part was lying to the authors, telling them it was a strategic pivot when really it was that some VP looked at a spreadsheet and decided their stories didn't deserve shelf space. He looked up, a flash of bitter humor crossing his face. I became exactly what you think I am, the corporate guy who puts efficiency over emotion. Ironic, right? So you left publishing? I quit the day they canceled Amira's second book. Started consulting because at least I could control the damage. Set my own terms, he shrugged. Better to be the hammer than the nail. The silence that followed felt weighted with things unsaid. Libby found herself reevaluating everything she'd assumed about him. He'd been on the other side, the creative side, before becoming what she'd dismissed as a soulless suit. I get it, she said finally. Not the same scale, but every time corporate sends down a new mandate about displaying only titles that moved X units last quarter, or rearranging sections to prioritize profit centers, I feel like we're losing another piece of what makes this place special. Reid looked up, surprised at her admission. Sometimes, she continued, voice softer, I wonder if I'm just delaying the inevitable. If all my sticky notes and hand-sold recommendations are just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, they're not. There was such quiet certainty in his voice that Libby felt her chest tighten. The personal touches are what keep independent stores alive, he continued. The algorithms can recommend books based on purchase history, but they can't replicate the experience of a passionate bookseller putting the perfect novel in someone's hands. Is that the official corporate consultant position? No. A rueful smile touched his lips. Officially, I'm supposed to optimize your operations, not validate your rebellion. Libby laughed softly, suddenly aware of how small the room was, how their knees were nearly touching as she sat in her chair and he remained on the floor. The air between them felt different, charged with something besides antagonism. Maybe we could find a middle ground, she suggested, some way to keep the soul while stopping the bleeding. Maybe we could. His gaze held hers, steady and unexpectedly warm. Libby became hyper-aware of details she'd been stubbornly ignoring. The line of his jaw, the way one lock of dark hair fell slightly forward when he leaned in, how his hands, strong, capable, handled each book with care. I need that Whitman collection, she said abruptly, standing to reach for a book on the top shelf, grateful for something to do besides notice things about Reid Thatcher. Which one? He rose in a smooth motion, suddenly right beside her. The green cloth, bound, special edition of Leaves of Grass. Reid stepped closer, reaching up easily where she'd been straining. The narrow aisle meant she backed up instinctively, finding herself between him and the bookshelf, the worn wood pressing against her back. He retrieved the volume, but didn't step away. This one? His voice had dropped lower and she could smell his cologne. Something subtle and spicy that probably cost more than her monthly book budget. That's it. Her own voice sounded strange to her ears. He didn't move back to give her space. Instead, his free hand lifted, and before she could process what was happening, his fingertips brushed her cheek. You always have ink on you somewhere, he murmured, the pad of his thumb gently wiping near her jawline. Blue today? Felt tip pen? Libby couldn't breathe. His touch lingered near her face, warm and careful, as he tucked a wayward curl behind her ear. The gesture was so unexpectedly tender that her carefully constructed walls wavered dangerously. Time seemed to slow. The inch of space between them hummed with potential energy. Reid's eyes dropped to her lips, and Libby had the dizzying realization that if she tilted her chin up just slightly, they would. The jangling of keys and Denise's voice shattered the moment like glass. Hello? Anyone still here? I'm locking up in 5. They sprang apart like they'd been shocked, Reid nearly knocking over an entire shelf of poetry in his haste to put distance between them. We're in the archive room, Libby called back, her voice embarrassingly high-pitched. Denise appeared in the doorway a moment later, car keys in hand and tote bag slung over her shoulder. She looked between them, one eyebrow arching so high it nearly disappeared into her hairline. Inventory check? She asked, her tone making it clear she didn't believe that for a second. Scavenger hunt planning, Reid replied, his professional mask sliding back into place so quickly Libby almost doubted the last 5 minutes had happened at all. Right. Denise's gaze flickered to Libby's flushed cheeks. Well, I need to lock up unless you two want to spend the night among the first editions. No, they both said simultaneously. The next few minutes passed in a blur of gathering papers, collecting empty cups, and avoiding eye contact. Reid helped stack the books they'd used, his movements efficient but stilted. When they finally stepped outside, the cool night air hit Libby's overheated skin like a blessing. Denise gave them one last knowing look before heading to her car, leaving them alone in the empty parking lot. So, Libby said, fiddling with her tote bag strap. So, Reid echoed, hands in his pockets. Thanks for the chai, and the help. He nodded. We made good progress. Yeah, progress. On the hunt, the scavenger one. Right. An awkward silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken things. Well, good night then, Libby finally managed, backing toward her car. Good night, Liberty. Her full name in his mouth sounded different somehow. Deliberate. She fumbled with her keys, dropped them, picked them up, and practically dove into her ancient Honda. By the time she'd started the engine, Reid was already walking toward his own vehicle, his back straight, stride purposeful. Libby drove home on autopilot, her mind replaying that moment in the archive room over and over. The warmth of his fingertips against her skin, the way time had seemed to stop, the certainty that they'd been seconds away from crossing a line she'd never anticipated. Back in her apartment, she kicked off her shoes and collapsed on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Her phone buzzed with a text from Maya. "How'd the planning session go?" Libby groaned, then typed, "Coming down with something, not feeling well, won't be in tomorrow." A cowardly move, but she needed time to think, to regroup, to figure out why her chest felt tight every time she remembered the careful way Reid had handled those books, and then, her. The worst part wasn't the almost kiss, it was the sinking realization that she was beginning to see the man behind the corporate mask. And worse, much worse, she liked what she saw.
Chapter 6. Balloons, Ballads, and Bloozers. Reid stood back, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the breakroom transformation. The space had never looked so corporate. He'd spent 2 hours arranging everything to Greystone's standard operating procedure for employee appreciation events. Mini muffins, blueberry and chocolate chip, individually wrapped, were arranged in a flawless grid on recyclable plates. Beside them sat a stack of perfectly aligned feedback forms titled Structured Recognition, Your Voice Matters Within Parameters. A fresh banner hung across the wall, Maple and Mirth, Structured for Success. None of it screamed fun, but that wasn't the point. Appreciation was about recognition within a framework, structure, order. His phone buzzed, an email from Tasha reminding him to document attendance metrics and collect at least 12 actionable feedback points. "My God," he muttered, "it's like middle school student council meets corporate America." Reid straightened his navy button down and mentally rehearsed his opening remarks. "Good morning, team. Today's staff appreciation event acknowledges your contributions within the Greystone optimization framework, your dedication to operational excellence." The door creaked open and Denise Palmer shuffled in, clutching what could only be termed a bucket of coffee rather than a mug. The massive ceramic vessel featured a crudely drawn storage room and the words, "Welcome to the Void," in drippy letters. "Morning," she mumbled, her eyes scanning the rigid setup. She took in the banner, the forms, the geometric precision of the muffin arrangement. Reid noted the exact moment comprehension registered on her face. Her eyebrow lifted approximately 3 millimeters, the Denise equivalent of gasping in horror. "Oh, honey," she said, her voice carrying more emotion than Reid had ever heard from her. "That's not how we do things in the paper jungle." "I'm sorry. This," she gestured vaguely at the entire setup, "isn't going to fly. This is the standard Greystone employee appreciation format. It's very effective." Even to his own ears, the words sounded hollow. Denise looked at him with something approaching pity, took a long sip from her void mug, then pulled out her phone. Her cardigan pocket unleashed a cascade of pens onto the floor. She ignored them, tapping rapidly. "Who are you texting?" Reid asked, an uneasy feeling settling in his stomach. "The Chaos Brigade." She didn't look up from her phone. "Just doing what needs to be done." Reid opened his mouth to protest but was cut off by the buzz of his own phone. An email from corporate relations. "Remember to document all structured appreciation forms for quarterly workforce engagement analytics." Denise peered over his shoulder. "Is that a form about your forms?" She made a sound that might have been a laugh. "I need more coffee for this." 20 minutes later, Reid was pacing nervously, glancing at his watch every 30 seconds. No one else had arrived yet, and the event was scheduled to begin in precisely 8 minutes. He'd planned a tight agenda, 7 minutes for muffins and coffee, 12 minutes for his prepared remarks, 20 minutes for form completion, followed by... The door burst open like someone had kicked it, banging against the wall with such force that 3 mini muffins tumbled from their perfect grid. Marcy Tran barreled through the entrance, arms overflowing with what could only be described as party shrapnel. "Good morning," she announced at a volume suitable for addressing a stadium. "I have arrived to save this corporate funeral and turn it into an actual party." Reid stared in horror at the rainbow explosion in her arms, streamers in violent shades of pink and teal, a portable karaoke machine, and was that a hand pump for balloons? "Those aren't on the approved." "Denise texted me a 911, Marcy said, dropping her supplies onto the table and sending feedback forms fluttering to the floor. She said, and I quote, "SOS, Reid's throwing a business meeting and calling it a party." "That's not what I..." "Don't worry, I've got balloon animals." She pulled out a bag of long, skinny balloons in assorted colors. "I learned from YouTube. They mostly look like drunk snakes, but if you squint, they could be bookworms." The door opened again, and Maya slipped in quietly, carrying what appeared to be a handmade poster board. "Maya," Reid said, relief evident in his voice, "please tell Marcy that this is a structured appreciation event, not a carnival." Maya smiled apologetically. "I brought my bookseller superlative wall. I stayed up making it last night." She held up a meticulously decorated poster with hand-lettered categories like most likely to recommend a book that makes you cry in public and best shelf whisperer. Reid's carefully constructed agenda was crumbling faster than the generic muffins. "The structure," he began, "is boring," Marcy finished, already taping streamers to the ceiling. "Maple and Mirth isn't structured, Reid. It's chaotic and wonderful and full of weird people who love weird books." "Corporate mandates that..." "Corporate isn't here," Denise interjected, returning with a fresh vat of coffee. She pulled a small flask from her cardigan pocket and added a splash to the punch bowl. "But we are." "Are you adding?" Reid asked, eyes wide. "Accounting magic," Denise replied with a cryptic smile. "It makes budget meetings tolerable." Within 15 minutes, Reid's methodical appreciation event had been completely dismantled. His banner now had rainbow streamers hanging from it, making Structured for Success look like it was hosting a pride parade. Maya had tacked her superlative board over half the feedback forms. Marcy was twisting balloons into shapes that defied both geometry and good taste. The door opened once more and Reid's heart stuttered. Libby stood in the doorway, her curly hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing a cardigan with tiny books embroidered along the hem. She'd been avoiding him since their moment in the archive room, that almost something that had left him replaying the scene like a favorite movie clip. Her eyes widened as she took in the scene, the corporate banner festooned with streamers, the abandoned feedback forms, and Marcy wearing what appeared to be a pirate hat made of folded book jackets. Her eyes found his across the chaos, her expression unreadable. "Libby," Marcy shrieked, abandoning a half-inflated balloon. "You're late for the staff appreciation apocalypse. Reid tried to make us fill out forms, so we staged a coup." "I see that," Libby said, her lips twitching with what might have been amusement. She didn't look away from Reid. Wow. "Come get your hat." Marcy bounded over and dragged her inside. "You're classic literature because you're basically a walking Norton anthology." Reid retreated to the corner, clutching his stack of unused feedback forms like a security blanket. From his position, he had a perfect view of Libby integrating seamlessly into the madness. She accepted the ridiculous pointed hat from Marcy, laughing as she adjusted it on her head. When Maya presented her with the most likely to fight a customer for insulting Jane Austen award, she made an exaggerated curtsy. "The statue for this award," Libby announced, holding up an imaginary trophy, "is just a middle finger wearing a bonnet." The room erupted in laughter. Reid found himself smiling too, though he quickly suppressed it when Marcy glanced his way. When Marcy declared it time for literary charades, Libby threw herself into an elaborate pantomime that had everyone in stitches. Reid couldn't tear his eyes away. She was radiant, uninhibited in a way he never saw when he was directly interacting with her. Here, among her people, she was magnetic. He looked down at the feedback form in his hand. Question 6 asked, "On a scale of 1 to 5, how would you rate the alignment of your daily tasks with Greystone's mission statement?" Something twisted in his chest. How had he thought this sterile questionnaire could possibly capture what made this place special? Hey, Reid looked up. Libby stood before him, holding out a cupcake topped with a tiny fondant book. Up close, he could see that her hat was slipping sideways. Peace offering, she said, for crashing your corporate party. I think it crashed itself, he replied, accepting the cupcake. Thank you, she said suddenly, quieter. What? For trying to do something nice for the team, even if it got completely Marcy-fied. She gestured to where Marcy was currently attempting to make a balloon giraffe while wearing 3 different hats. It was thoughtful. The word hung between them, tentative and genuine. For a moment, they were back in the archive room, surrounded by the smell of old books and possibility. Reid's phone buzzed in his pocket, shattering the moment. Libby's eyes dropped to his vibrating pocket. You should get that, she said, stepping back. Probably important corporate things. The screen showed Tasha Whitmore's name. I should take this, he said apologetically. Go ahead, Libby turned away, but not before Reid caught the slight fall of her expression. Duty calls! Reid slipped out into the hallway, cupcake still in hand, and answered the call. Reid, Tasha's crisp voice came through. How's our Maple situation coming along? We're making progress, he said. Staff morale is actually quite high, and… Good news, then, Tasha sounded pleased. Marketing's reviewed your reports, and they're ready to roll out the new signage policy. We're streamlining everything. Standard Greystone placards only. No more handwritten notes, no more of those sticky tags the assistant manager is so fond of. Reid's stomach dropped. Effective when? Immediately. The digital templates are being sent to your email now. I need implementation by Monday. That's very soon, he managed. Through the break room window, he could see Libby laughing with Denise, her whole face lit up. The staff may need more time to adjust. These aren't suggestions, Reid. They're directives. Tasha's voice cooled several degrees. Marketing feels the handmade elements dilute brand consistency. But they're part of what makes the store special. Standard signage only. I need confirmation of compliance by Monday, Cobb. Her tone softened slightly. Look, I know you've gone native a bit. It's a charming place. But remember why you're there. After he hung up, Reid stood in the hallway staring at his cupcake. The tiny fondant book had a minuscule MB stamped on its cover, Maple and Mirth. The detail was excruciating. When he returned to the break room, Marcy had somehow convinced everyone to participate in karaoke. She was distributing lyric sheets for what appeared to be paperback writer with rewritten words. Reid, she called when she spotted him. Perfect timing. We need a bass voice for the harmony. I don't sing, he said automatically. Everyone sings at staff appreciation, Denise said with surprising firmness. Store tradition. Since when? Since right now. Marcy thrust a lyric sheet at him. Your section C, the deep parts. Before he could protest further, Marcy pressed play on the machine. Music filled the small break room, and everyone scrambled to find their places in the revised lyrics. Reid looked desperately for an escape route, but Marcy had positioned herself between him and the door, like a tiny, enthusiastic bouncer. When I was younger, so much younger than today, Maya began surprisingly well. I arranged the books in such a special way. The chorus approached. Reid stared at his sheet in panic. Maple and Mirth, everyone belted out, turning expectantly toward him for the bass line. Trapped and mortified, Reid mumbled, Books for Saal. Louder, Marcy demanded, cranking the volume. Something snapped inside him, perhaps his dignity, perhaps his reserve. Reid took a deep breath and sang his bass part with unexpected volume. Books for Salah. The group erupted in cheers, none louder than Marcy, but it was Libby's face that caught his attention. Her mouth had fallen open in surprise, her eyes wide with delighted shock. A smile spread across her features, genuine and warm, directed entirely at him. For that smile, Reid found himself singing the rest of the ridiculous song with growing enthusiasm, even adding dramatic gestures during the bridge about inventory that's divine. As the impromptu concert continued, Marcy moved on to demonstrate balloon animals, creating what she claimed was a caterpillar reading War and Peace, but looked more like a lumpy snake with appendicitis. Reid found himself at the refreshment table, pouring a cup of punch, carefully avoiding whatever Denise had added, when Libby appeared beside him. That, she said, gesturing to the karaoke machine, was unexpected. A momentary lapse in judgment, he replied, feeling his ears grow warm. You have a good voice. For corporate presentations, maybe. For Beatles covers about bookstores? She smiled, taking a cupcake. This is actually kind of wonderful, you know? The party, even though it's completely off agenda. Especially because it's off agenda. She looked around the room at their colleagues. Maya was carefully arranging cupcakes by color gradient. Marcy was teaching Denise how to make a balloon sword. This is who we are, messy and enthusiastic and a little bit weird. The words standard signage only echoed in Reid's head. He watched as Libby reached into her cardigan pocket and extracted a bright yellow sticky note and pen. With a small smile, she scribbled something, then casually walked past Maya, attaching the note to her back. It read, "Best display designer in the Northern Hemisphere." The guilt was crushing. He had less than 3 days to tell her that her personal touches, the very soul of her connection to the store, were being eliminated. "Thank you again," Libby said quietly, returning to stand beside him, "for doing this for everyone. It means a lot." "I didn't do this," he gestured around. "This is all Marcy's rainbow hurricane." "But you tried, and you let it happen instead of shutting it down." She raised her cup in a small toast. That counts for something. As the celebration began to wind down, Reid watched Libby move around the room, chatting with each staff member, leaving little notes of appreciation wherever she went. The sticky notes were like breadcrumbs marking her path, little bursts of color and personality. The thought of telling her they had to go made him feel slightly ill. Back at his temporary desk, Reid opened his laptop and stared at the email from Tasha. The standardized signage template stared back at him, clean, professional, and utterly soulless. He glanced at the cupcake with its tiny fondant Maple and Mirth book, still uneaten. Instead of forwarding the templates, Reid began typing a new email. "Tasha, regarding the new signage policy, I'd like to request a delay in implementation to ensure proper staff training and minimize disruption. The current merchandising system is deeply integrated into customer experience. A more gradual transition would better serve our optimization goals. I'll have a detailed timeline by Thursday." Reid. He hit send before he could reconsider, then sat back in his chair. He was buying time. A few days at most, but for what? Did he really think he could change a corporate mandate? Or was he just delaying the inevitable confrontation with Libby? Reid rubbed his eyes, exhausted. On his desk lay one of the abandoned feedback forms from the party. Someone, probably Marcy, had drawn a cartoon bookshelf with a speech bubble saying, "Forms are boring, books are life." Beside it sat his phone, a text notification lighting up the screen. It was from Tasha. "Delay approved, but only until Friday. Don't go soft on me, Thatcher." He stared at the message for a long time, then making a decision, he picked up a sticky note from Libby's desk and wrote, "Meeting tomorrow, 9 a.m. Bring coffee. We need to talk about the scavenger hunt." It wasn't entirely a lie. They did need to discuss the scavenger hunt. But mostly, he needed time to figure out how to tell her about the signage policy without destroying everything. He placed the note on her keyboard, then gathered his things to leave. As he walked through the now empty breakroom, he paused to look at the chaos left behind. Streamers hanging limply, abandoned balloon animals. Maya's superlative board filled with inside jokes he didn't understand. Despite himself, Reid smiled. For the first time in his career, his rigid planning had been completely derailed, and he'd actually enjoyed it. That thought was both thrilling and terrifying. He finally bit into the cupcake as he walked to his car. It was homemade, not store-bought like the muffins he'd provided. The fondant book tasted like almond extract and something else he couldn't identify. It tasted like trouble.
Chapter 7. Honey, You're Impossible. Libby pulled into the west parking lot at precisely 5:47 a.m., 13 minutes ahead of her meticulously scheduled arrival time. The sky was still ink dark, with just the faintest blush of dawn beginning to lighten the eastern horizon. She silenced her car's engine, allowing herself a moment to appreciate the quiet before what would inevitably become a chaotic day. "It's fine. You're prepared. You have lists," she murmured to herself, reaching for her phone to double-check her festival preparation spreadsheet. Maple Falls had truly outdone itself this year. Even in the pre-dawn light, she could see the town square had been transformed overnight. Strings of fairy lights crisscrossed between lampposts, paper lanterns shaped like books hung from tree branches, and hand-painted literary quotes adorned wooden signs staked around the green. The air carried the distinct aroma of fresh apple cider being warmed somewhere nearby, the festival vendors clearly getting an even earlier start than she was. Libby hoisted her tote bag, featuring a screen print of Edgar Allan Poe wearing sunglasses with the caption, "Throw shade nevermore," over her shoulder and popped her trunk. 3 large plastic bins contained her carefully organized promotional materials, arranged in order of setup priority. A 4th box held the selection of autumn-themed books she'd personally curated. They'd have more inventory arriving later with Marcy, but these were her special picks. The ones with the hand-embellished post-it reviews she'd spent 3 evenings crafting. She grabbed the first bin, her arms straining under its weight. "Muscle memory," she grunted, shifting it against her hip as she kicked the trunk closed. "From all those shipment days, you do this all the time?" But she didn't usually do it alone. That was the problem. Her mental schedule had Marcy arriving at 7:30, which left Libby with approximately 90 minutes of solo setup time, and one very particular person scheduled to arrive at 8 sharp. Reid. Her stomach did a little flip that she immediately blamed on the pumpkin cold brew she'd picked up on the drive over. The festival grounds were eerily beautiful in the quiet morning. Libby navigated past half-assembled booths and tarp tables until she spotted the Maple and Mirth assigned Space Center row, 5 spots from the fountain, exactly where she'd requested. She dropped the bin with an unceremonious thunk and headed back for the others, mentally arranging the layout: romance on the east-facing side to catch the morning light, mystery and thrillers toward the back where the lighting would be more atmospheric. By the time she'd hauled all 4 bins to the booth, the sky had brightened enough that she could work without her phone flashlight. Libby pulled her cardigan tighter around herself as she spread out the leaflet table, the morning chill making her fingers stiff. She rummaged in her tote until she found the thick envelope containing her setup instructions, printed, highlighted, and annotated with sticky tabs. Even though she'd written them herself, there was something comforting about having the physical paper to reference. She moved methodically through the first phase, unfurling the Maple and Mirth banner across the front of the booth, anchoring down their tablecloth, deep blue with subtle gold constellations, and arranging their book pedestals in height order. Next came the crucial decisions: which books would face out, which would be spine out only, and which would merit special placement on the tiered display she'd rescued from the store's storage closet. The rest of the festival gradually came to life around her. Vendors rolled in with carts of pastries, crafts, candles, and more books from the 2 other bookstores in the county. None of them had Maple and Mirth's prime location, though, and Libby allowed herself a small, smug smile at that fact. Her carefully arranged Autumn Vibes display featured everything from haunting Gothic romances to cozy mysteries set in apple orchards. She was particularly proud of the literary pairings concept she'd developed. Each featured book came with a recommended food, drink, or experience to enhance the reading. She hung the hand-painted sign she'd spent 3 evenings creating: Books and Brews, Literary Pairings. It featured tiny painted mugs of different autumn beverages matched with book recommendations. Libby distributed literary trivia cards across the table, another personal touch. Small cards with bookish questions on one side and answers on the back, offering discounts to customers who could answer correctly. She'd written 75 unique questions, ranging from "Name 3 classic novels featuring governesses" to "What was the original title of The Great Gatsby?" She was so absorbed in perfectly aligning the edge of the trivia card basket that she nearly jumped out of her skin when a familiar voice sang out, Good morning, Book Queen. Marcy! Libby clutched her chest. You're early. Marcy Tran, wearing what appeared to be 3 different scarves layered over a pumpkin orange sweater, grinned wickedly. And bearing gifts? She hefted a cardboard box that rattled ominously. Plus the stock card is coming with Kyle in 20 minutes. Perfect timing, Libby said, turning back to her display. I'm almost done with the basic setup. Can you handle the register once Kyle gets here? I want to. Before we dive into all that, Marcy interrupted, eyes sparkling with mischief, there's something we need to discuss. Libby froze. She knew that tone. It was the same tone Marcy had used before convincing her to add a blind date with a book section that had ended with an elderly customer receiving what turned out to be a surprisingly spicy paranormal romance. What did you do? She asked flatly. Marcy set down her box and began rummaging through it. So, you know how the festival does that literary character parade thing at noon? Yes, Libby said slowly. And you know how all the vendors are supposed to participate this year? I signed us up as background characters, Libby said, crossing her arms. Non-specific bookshop proprietors from a Dickens novel. We just needed top hats. Well, Marcy said, extracting something cream-colored and lacy from her box. There was a slight mix-up with the registration form, completely accidental, I assure you. Marcy. And all the general background characters were already taken, so were all the cool villains and modern protagonists. Libby's eyes narrowed as Marcy produced what was unmistakably a Regency Sarah bonnet with ribbons. You didn't. I absolutely did, Marcy beamed, holding up the bonnet along with a pair of delicate lace gloves. Say hello to Elizabeth Bennet. You're going to look fabulous. No way. Libby shook her head so hard her messy bun threatened to come undone. I am not parading around as a Jane Austen heroine, especially not when... She stopped herself abruptly. Marcy's grin widened. Especially not when a certain someone is going to be Mr. Darcy. Is that what you were going to say? Libby's face blazed hot enough to warm cider. You didn't sign Reid up as Darcy. I didn't sign him up as anything, Marcy said innocently. I simply mentioned to the festival committee that since you were already going as Elizabeth Bennet, wouldn't it make sense for the other Maple and Mirth representative to go as her literary counterpart? I'm going to murder you, Libby said with total conviction. I'm going to re-shelve you in true crime as a cautionary tale. You'll thank me later, Marcy sang, holding out the bonnet. Try it on. It'll frame your face beautifully. I'd rather hide behind Sir Kushelot for the rest of my life, Libby muttered, but she reluctantly took the bonnet, if only to stop Marcy from waving it in her face. Does Reid even know about this? He will, Marcy said, her attention already moving to something else in her box. I've got his costume right here. He's due at 8, right? Libby glanced at her watch. 7:42 a.m. Not that she was counting. We've got a tight schedule today, she said, trying to redirect the conversation away from Reid and costumes and anything involving the word Darcy in conjunction with the man who'd been occupying far too much space in her thoughts lately. The noon parade, then we have back-to-back bookish trivia sessions, the cider tasting at 3, and... I know, Marcy waved dismissively. I read your 17-page festival brief, twice. Though I think you might want to update page 12 given the forecast. They're saying possible afternoon showers now. Great. Rain wasn't in Libby's perfect festival plan. She made a mental note to adjust the schedule to move more inventory under the canopy by midday. Kyle arrived with the stock cart, and the next 20 minutes dissolved into a flurry of activity as they integrated the additional inventory into Libby's displays. She was bent over, rearranging a stack of mystery novels that Kyle had mistakenly placed with the romance titles, when a low voice spoke directly behind her. I've been told there's a costume with my name on it. Libby straightened so quickly she nearly toppled the entire display. Reid stood there. How did he always manage to look so unfairly put together at 8 a.m, holding 2 takeaway cups? I brought reinforcements, he said, offering one to her. though I see you're already fully caffeinated." She accepted the cup automatically, their fingers brushing in a way that sent a ridiculous tingle up her arm. "Thanks," she managed. "How did you—" "Hazelnut latte, extra shot, light on the sweetener," he recited. "You had one on your desk every day last week." The fact that he'd noticed, remembered, and then gone out of his way to get her preferred drink made something flutter in her chest that she absolutely refused to acknowledge. "That was thoughtful," she admitted. Reid's eyes flicked to something behind her, and his expression shifted from quiet amusement to mild alarm. "Please tell me that's not what I think it is." Libby turned to see Marcy approaching with a satisfied grin, holding up what was unmistakably a period-appropriate waistcoat and cravat. "Mr. Darcy, I presume," Marcy said with an exaggerated curtsy. "You've got to be kidding me," Reid said, but there was more resignation than actual annoyance in his tone. "Blame Marcy," Libby said quickly. "I had nothing to do with this. We were supposed to be generic Dickensian booksellers." "Boring," Marcy declared. "Besides, don't you think he has that broody Darcy energy?" She did, actually, which was precisely why this whole scenario was so mortifying. Reid had that same contained intensity, the same carefully controlled exterior that hinted at deeper currents beneath. Not that she'd been analyzing him. "I don't brood," Reid said with what sounded suspiciously like a touch of defensiveness. "You absolutely do," Libby found herself saying. "Just yesterday you were staring at the travel section like it had personally offended you." "I was contemplating the merits of alphabetization versus geographical grouping," he replied, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward. They'd been doing this more lately, this not-quite banter that verged on something almost friendly. It was unsettling. "Well," Marcy interrupted their exchange, "I'll just leave these here for when you're ready to change. Parade's at noon, sharp." She deposited the costume pieces on a folding chair and scurried off, presumably to inflict chaos elsewhere. Reid eyed the waistcoat with a mixture of resignation and amusement. "I don't suppose there's any way out of this." "Not unless you want to disappoint the entire Maple Falls Literary Festival Committee," Libby said. "Apparently they're very excited about having a Darcy and Elizabeth." Reid sighed, then surprised her by picking up the waistcoat and examining it. "At least it's authentic looking. Could be worse." Libby had been preparing herself for an argument. For Reid to pull rank and refuse to participate in something so undignified, his easy acceptance threw her off balance. "Right," she said, turning back to her perfectly aligned book display, needing something to do with her hands. "Well, we have a lot to set up before the festival officially opens. I'll take inventory management if you want to handle the register, and—" "I can help with both," Reid offered, shrugging out of his jacket. "Just tell me where you want me." And wasn't that a loaded question? The morning passed in a surprising blur of productivity. Whatever else she might think of Reid Thatcher, Libby couldn't deny that he was efficient. He caught on to her pricing system with minimal explanation, arranged the children's book corner with unexpected creativity, and even managed to charm the festival coordinator who stopped by to check on their setup. By the time the festival officially opened at 10, their booth was running like a well-oiled machine. The first wave of attendees brought a steady stream of browsers, and Libby found herself falling into an unexpected rhythm with Reid. He handled transactions while she flitted between customers, offering passionate recommendations that frequently resulted in additional sales. "You've got to try this one," she told a woman browsing the mystery section. "The author does this brilliant thing with unreliable narration. You think you're following one mystery, but there's actually a second one happening in the margins." The customer looked intrigued but hesitant. "I don't know. I just finished something similar and—" "If you enjoyed that narrative style but want something fresher," Reid interjected smoothly from where he was ringing up another purchase, "you might prefer this one instead." He reached past Libby to a different shelf, his arm brushing against hers as he selected a book with a midnight blue cover. Same compelling structure, but with historical elements that give it more depth. The customer took the book, read the back cover, and nodded decisively. "I'll take both, actually." As she moved to the register, Libby gave Reid a questioning look. "Since when are you familiar with contemporary mystery trends?" "Since I found your staff recommendation shelf," he admitted with a slight shrug. "I've been working my way through it. You have good taste." The compliment caught her off guard. "Oh, well, thanks." Their hands brushed as he passed her a stack of bookmarks to distribute, and Libby felt that same electric jolt she'd been trying desperately to ignore for days. She busied herself with straightening an already perfect row of books, hoping he hadn't noticed the flush crawling up her neck. The literary trivia competition drew a substantial crowd around 11, with curious festival-goers gathering to test their bookish knowledge for discounts. Libby had prepared to run this solo, but Reid stepped in seamlessly, alternating questions with her as they worked the growing audience. "Name the 3 Bronte sisters," Libby challenged a teenage girl with purple-streaked hair. "Charlotte, Emily, and Anne," the girl answered confidently. "Correct. Now for the bonus point," Reid added without missing a beat. "Which sister wrote under the pseudonym Ellis Bell?" "Emily," the girl exclaimed. "Brava!" Reid smiled, handing her a discount card. 20% off any classic novel in our booth." As the crowd grew, they fell into a natural pattern of tag-teaming the questions, sometimes finishing each other's literary references in a way that had several onlookers exchanging knowing glances. The original title for F. Scott Fitzgerald's masterpiece was, Libby began. "Trimalchio in West Egg," Reid completed. "Though personally I think he made the right call with the change." "You would," Libby retorted. "You probably alphabetize your spice rack." "Only on Sundays," he deadpanned, earning a laugh from the crowd. By the time they wrapped up the trivia session, Libby realized with a start that she'd actually been enjoying herself. Enjoying working with Reid. It was disorienting. She didn't have much time to dwell on that uncomfortable revelation, however, because Marcy reappeared with their costumes and a gleam in her eye that spelled trouble. "Parade prep time," she announced. "You've got 30 minutes to transform into literary icons." Libby retreated to the public restroom to change, carrying the simple cream dress and accessories Marcy had procured. She had to admit, as she slipped into the high-waisted gown with its empire silhouette, that the costume was actually quite lovely. The fabric was soft cotton, the cut flattering, and the bonnet, while ridiculous, did frame her face rather nicely with its ribbon ties. She emerged feeling self-conscious but somewhat relieved that she didn't look as absurd as she'd feared. That feeling evaporated instantly when she returned to the booth and saw Reid. He hadn't just put on the costume, he had somehow transformed into Mr. Darcy incarnate. The tailored waistcoat emphasized his broad shoulders, the cravat was tied with perfect precision, and he'd even styled his hair differently, slightly tousled in a way that made him look like he'd just stepped out of a BBC adaptation. It was criminally unfair. Libby busied herself with straightening the already perfect book stacks, rather than stare at him like a tongue-tied teenager. Marcy outdid herself, she muttered. "You look," Reid seemed to be searching for the right word, "authentic." "Thanks," she replied dryly. "Just what every woman dreams of hearing." A hint of color touched his cheeks. "I meant to say you look lovely. The dress suits you." Before she could formulate a response that wasn't completely flustered, a woman with a press badge and camera approached their booth. "Perfect timing," she exclaimed. "You must be our Elizabeth and Darcy for the parade. I'm from the Maple Falls Gazette. Mind if I get a photo for tomorrow's culture section? We're featuring all the literary characters." "Oh, we're not," Libby began. "Of course," Reid interrupted smoothly. He stepped beside her and offered his arm with a raised eyebrow that channeled Colin Firth's Darcy so perfectly that Libby couldn't help but laugh. "That's perfect," the photographer encouraged, lifting her camera. "Just like that." The reluctant smile, the offered arm. Very Pride and Prejudice. Reid leaned closer to Libby as the photographer adjusted her settings. Just pretend I've insulted your bookshelf organization, he murmured near her ear. The unexpected playfulness in his tone made her genuine smile widen. Bold of you to assume that wouldn't end with me dumping a cup of tea over your head. The camera clicked several times in rapid succession. Beautiful, the photographer declared. You two have great chemistry. The readers will love this. Libby felt her cheeks flame. We're just co-workers, she said quickly. The photographer replied with a knowing smile that made Libby want to crawl under the display table. I'll make sure the paper credits Maple and Mirth Books. Thanks. As the photographer moved on to accost other costumed participants, Reid didn't immediately drop his arm or step away. Instead, he glanced down at Libby with an expression she couldn't quite decipher. Shall we? He asked, nodding toward where the parade participants were beginning to assemble. The literary character parade was both ridiculous and charming, exactly the kind of quirky tradition that made Libby love Maple Falls. They processed around the town square alongside Huckleberry Finn's, multiple Sherlock Holmeses, a very convincing Gandalf, and at least 3 different incarnations of Jane Eyre. Spectators clapped and children pointed excitedly when they recognized characters from their favorite books. By the time they returned to the booth, the festival was in full swing, with crowds moving between vendors and the tantalizing smell of fresh apple cider filling the air. I believe a sampling is in order, Reid suggested, nodding toward a nearby booth where a vendor was offering small cups of steaming cider. For research purposes, naturally, we should know what pairs best with our autumn reading selections. Libby raised an eyebrow. Research? Professional obligation, Reid said solemnly. I take my literary pairings very seriously. There it was again, that hint of playfulness she was still getting used to seeing from him. She glanced at the booth where Marcy was cheerfully manning the register, then back at Reid. Fine, 5 minutes. The cider vendor offered them samples of 3 varieties. Classic spiced, cranberry infused, and a bourbon barrel-aged option that Libby immediately declared the winner. Strong choice, Reid agreed, finishing his sample, but what would you pair it with, literarily speaking? Jane Eyre. Libby answered without hesitation, rich, complex, with hidden depths and a warmth that builds slowly. Reid considered this, head tilted thoughtfully. Interesting. I'd have gone with Wuthering Heights. The same complex flavor profile, but with that slightly wild edge that matches Heathcliff's energy. Wuthering Heights is clearly a peaty scotch, not a cider, Libby argued, surprised to find herself enjoying the literary debate. Not the cranberry variation perhaps, but this bourbon barrel version, Reid gestured with his empty sample cup. The darkness of the barrel aging with the sweetness underneath, pure Heathcliff and Cathy. Libby opened her mouth to counter when she felt something wet hit her cheek. Then another drop. She looked up just as Reid did, both of them registering the dramatically darkened sky at the same moment. That wasn't in your 17-page plan, Reid commented, as fat raindrops began to fall more steadily. Technically, it was mentioned on page 12 as a contingency, Libby retorted. We need to cover the displays. They rushed back to their booth just as the rain intensified from mild inconvenience to genuine downpour. Marcy was already frantically covering displays with the plastic sheeting they'd brought as a precaution. I'll secure the banner, Reid called over the sudden drumming of rain. Get the paperbacks under the table, Libby shouted, grabbing armfuls of books as water began dripping through an unnoticed gap in their canopy. For several chaotic minutes they worked in frenzied coordination, Reid securing loose items, Libby protecting the books, and Marcy handling customers who ducked under their awning for shelter. Despite their efforts, water began to puddle on the ground as the rain shifted to a sideways deluge. This isn't working, Libby yelled over a sudden crack of thunder. Her bonnet was soaked, ribbons plastered to her neck, and her once pristine costume dress clung uncomfortably to her legs. The displays are getting wet even under the canopy. Reid looked equally drenched, his cravat drooping and his hair plastered to his forehead. He glanced around frantically, then pointed toward a large white tent behind the vendor area. Storage tent! We can move the most valuable inventory there until this passes." Without waiting for her response, he grabbed a plastic bin and began filling it with their rarest signed editions and limited covers. Libby followed suit, shoving as many books as possible into another container. "I've got the register and electronics," Marcy called. "You two get those to safety." The few yards between their booth and the storage tent felt like miles as rain pelted them mercilessly. By the time Reid yanked open the tent flap, Libby was soaked to the skin, her costume dress heavy with water and her carefully styled hair completely undone. They stumbled inside, breathless and dripping, into the relative quiet of the empty tent. Stacks of folding chairs lined one wall, extra tables leaned against another, and various festival supplies were organized in labeled bins. Reid set down his container of books and ran a hand through his wet hair, pushing it back from his forehead. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice oddly gentle. Libby nodded, suddenly very aware of how her wet dress clung to her body. She set down her own bin and tried to wring water from her skirt. "Perfect end to a perfect day," she said with a hollow laugh. "Just my meticulous planning confronting forces of nature beyond my control. Again. Your bonnet is—" Reid gestured vaguely at her head. Libby reached up and felt the soggy accessory tilted at an absurd angle, barely clinging to her hair. "Oh, God," she groaned. "I must look ridiculous." "No," Reid said, taking a step closer. "You don't." The intensity in his gaze made her breath catch. They stood there, dripping on the tent floor, surrounded by stacked chairs and festival supplies, as rain hammered on the canvas above them. Everything seemed to slow down as Reid reached up and gently adjusted her bonnet. His fingers were surprisingly warm against her damp skin as he carefully straightened the sodden accessory. A raindrop slid down her temple, and his thumb brushed it away with a feather-light touch that made her heart stutter in her chest. "There," he said softly, his hand lingering near her cheek. "Elizabeth Bennet restored." Libby couldn't look away from his eyes. Had they always been that particular shade of warm brown? She was suddenly acutely aware of how close they were standing, how the air between them seemed charged with something unspoken but undeniable. Reid's gaze dropped briefly to her lips, and Libby felt herself sway slightly forward, drawn by an invisible force she didn't want to name. His hand cupped her cheek with unexpected tenderness, and he leaned down, closing the distance between them, inch by breathless inch. She could feel his warm breath against her lips, could see the flutter of his eyelashes as they began to close, and her own eyes drifted shut in anticipation of found the next clue. The tent flap yanked open as a teenager in a drenched Harry Potter costume burst in, triumphantly holding up what appeared to be part of the festival scavenger hunt. He froze when he saw them, his eyes widening as Libby and Reid jumped apart like they'd been shocked. "Oh, sorry," the boy stammered. "I didn't know anyone was... I'll just... Clue said..." He backed out awkwardly, letting the tent flap fall closed behind him. The moment, whatever it had been about to become, shattered. Libby took another step back, her heart still hammering against her ribs as she desperately tried to collect herself. "We should," she began, gesturing vaguely toward the books. "Right," Reid agreed quickly. "The storm might pass soon." But even as they busied themselves checking that no water had seeped into the containers, Libby couldn't shake the lingering electricity on her skin where Reid's fingers had touched her cheek. Couldn't forget how badly she had wanted him to close that final distance between them. And that realization terrified her more than any storm ever could.
Chapter 8, The Note That Wasn't There. Reid entered Maple and Mirth at 7:14 a.m., cradling the warm tea in one hand and a small paper-wrapped package in the other. The store wouldn't open for almost 2 hours, but he'd barely slept anyway, his mind too full of rainstorms, literary trivia, and the way Libby had looked at him inside that storage tent. The memory followed him like a shadow as he unlocked the front door. Her hair had smelled like cinnamon and old books, and for one heart-stopping moment, he'd been certain she was going to kiss him. Or maybe he was going to kiss her. The distinction hadn't seemed important until someone yelled about finding the next clue, shattering the moment into awkward laughter and hasty exits. He'd spent Sunday scouring the Litfest stalls until he found it, a 1918 edition of Pride and Prejudice with gilt-edged pages. Not valuable enough to be untouchable, but special enough to matter. The kind of book you kept close, maybe read by candlelight. The kind of book that felt like Libby. "Good morning," he called out, expecting to hear Marcy's cheerful hello or Maya's soft greeting from somewhere in the stacks. But the store felt different, wrong. Reid slowed his steps, the paper around the book crinkling slightly in his tightening grip. Maple and Mirth had a particular energy, something vibrant and expectant, like the collective whisper of thousands of stories waiting to be discovered. Today, that energy felt muted, diminished. The lighting seemed harsher somehow, colder. He spotted Maya near the front display, methodically removing what looked like index cards from the new releases table and replacing them with glossy printed placards. Her movements were mechanical, her usual enthusiasm nowhere to be seen. "Maya, everything okay?" She looked up, startled, clutching a stack of the printed cards to her chest. "Oh, Reid, I didn't—" She glanced around nervously. "I'm just following the new guidelines. The email said they needed to be in place before opening." "What email?" Maya bit her lip, then pointed to the staff desk. "The directive. It came through late last night." Reid set down the tea and package, a creeping sense of dread sliding up his spine. The front display looked sanitized. The cozy table, with its jumble of staff recommendations, had been transformed into a sleek, professional presentation of current bestsellers, each with an identical glossy card announcing its Amazon ranking and sales figures. No mention of how the story made you feel, no little drawings or personal notes about staying up all night to finish a particularly gripping chapter. Just numbers. He moved through the store, his unease growing with each step. The children's corner, usually bursting with colorful sticky notes shaped like dragons and spaceships, now featured standardized Greystone Kids Picks cards with generic age recommendations. The poetry section's handwritten excerpts had vanished, replaced by author biographies that read like Wikipedia entries. When he rounded the corner to the romance section, "Libby's domain!" Reid stopped short, feeling as though someone had punched him in the chest. The books that will ruin you emotionally display had been gutted. Gone were the rainbow of sticky notes with their passionate endorsements and cheeky warnings. Gone were the personal touches, the tiny fabric hearts, the carefully selected quotes, the specific recommendations. Perfect for Amy, who loves grumpy heroes with secret hearts of gold. In their place stood a clinical arrangement of mass magazine paperbacks, each bearing a Greystone-approved placard highlighting statistical data, reader reviews, marketplace positioning, and comparison titles. It looked like every corporate bookstore he'd ever walked through. Efficient, professional, soulless. Reid pulled out his phone and opened his email, dread building as he saw the high-priority message from Tasha, time-stamped 11:42 p.m. Subject, immediate implementation, sticky note. Reid. Per executive decision, the standardization of all shelf talkers and display materials is to be implemented effective immediately. All stores must be in compliance by opening Monday morning. Standardized materials have been sent to store managers with explicit instructions. No exceptions. I know you've been working on alternative proposals, but the decision has been finalized at the highest levels. We'll discuss when I visit next week. Tasha Whitmore, Regional Director, Greystone Retail Group. Reid read it 3 times, a cold fury building inside him. He'd spent weeks carefully navigating this exact issue, drafting proposals, collecting data, building a case for why Maple and Mirth's unique approach deserved special consideration. He'd deliberately delayed delivering the news to Libby while he fought this battle behind the scenes. And now Greystone had gone nuclear, bypassing him entirely and implementing the policy without warning. He spotted Denise emerging from her closet office, carrying what looked like a shoebox. She noticed him and raised an eyebrow. "Morning, number cruncher. Come to oversee the death of personality?" "Denise, I didn't—" "Save it. She held up the box, which Reid now saw was labeled Paper Jungle Extinction in Denise's precise handwriting. Inside were hundreds of sticky notes in various colors. Libby's handwriting primarily, but also Maya's, Marcy's, and even a few in what he recognized as Denise's own neat script. 3 years of customer connections, Denise said, tapping the side of the box. But who needs actual human touch when we can have corporate-approved book-selling formulas? Right. Reid's jaw tightened. This wasn't my call. Wasn't it, though? Denise's expression was more resigned than angry. Isn't this exactly what they sent you to do? Streamline, optimize, corporatize? Before Reid could answer, the front door chimed. He turned to see Libby entering, nearly hidden behind a box labeled Scavenger Hunt Supplies in her familiar looping handwriting. Several handmade bookmarks peeked over the top, each featuring a colorful clue for their upcoming event. She hadn't seen the changes yet. Reid moved instinctively toward her, wanting to explain before she discovered it herself, but Maya reached her first. Libby, I'm so sorry, Maya whispered, her voice carrying in the quiet store. The email came so late and it said it had to be done immediately, and I didn't want anyone to get in trouble. Libby lowered the box slowly, her puzzled gaze moving from Maya's distressed face to the front display. Reid watched as comprehension dawned in her expression. Confusion, then shock, then something that made his chest ache. Her eyes scanned the store, taking in each antiseptic display and standardized sign, each one bearing the newly minted Greystone Retail Group approved stamp at the bottom. With each discovery, her shoulders seemed to drop a little further, her face growing paler. Then her gaze found him. The betrayal in her eyes hit him like a physical blow. Libby set her box down with careful precision. She straightened a bookmark that had tilted sideways, took a deep breath, and then walked directly toward him with the kind of deliberate calm that suggested a Category 5 hurricane was brewing beneath the surface. She stopped 3 feet away, closer than proper for colleagues, too distant for whatever they'd almost become. When exactly were you planning to tell me about this? Her voice was so quiet he had to lean in to hear it. Before or after Litfest? Or was that just a distraction while you prepared to gut everything I care about? Livy, this wasn't me, I just found out myself. Funny because it has your fingerprints all over it. She gestured to the romance section. Standardized materials, efficiency-driven displays, removal of all personal touches. That's been your agenda since day one. No, it hasn't. Reid ran a hand through his hair. I've been fighting this exact policy for weeks. That's why I didn't tell you about it. Because I was trying to get it changed before it impacted the store. Livy's laugh was hollow. So now you're what? The hero who just couldn't quite save us in time? How convenient. She turned and walked toward the romance section. Reid followed, aware of Denise and Maya pretending not to watch from their respective posts. Libby, please, let me explain. Explain what? She gestured at the display. You want to explain why Tanya's note for her anxiety book is gone? The one that said, this story saved me last year, maybe it'll help you too? Or why we removed Nathan's kids' picks? The ones actual children wrote? Or the local author spotlight that helps people in our community pay their rent? Each example landed like a stone. Reid had only seen the surface changes. He hadn't fully registered the depth of what had been lost. I didn't implement this, he said, his voice tight. I was deliberately delaying it. With what? This? She picked up one of the new placards and read aloud, this, one bestseller, has garnered over 10,000 five-star reviews and appeals to readers of similar market-leading titles. Wow, that really captures the emotional journey of reading. That's an... Reid had no defense. The copy was terrible, soulless marketing drivel that could apply to any book in any store anywhere in the world. I can fix this, he said quietly. Can you? Libby's voice softened, not in forgiveness, but something worse, resignation. Because this isn't just about sticky notes, Reid. It's about what happens when you reduce books to products and readers to statistics. She moved deeper into the poetry section, running her fingers lightly over a shelf where small handwritten cards had once nestled between volumes. We had recommendations here from Mrs. Abernathy. She's 86 and comes in every Thursday for a new poem to read to her husband. He has Alzheimer's, but he still remembers poetry somehow. She moved to another section. Over here, we kept track of which books made people cry in public. It was a joke that turned into this whole community thing with people adding their own stories and tissues. It was ridiculous and wonderful. Her voice cracked slightly, and there, that empty shelf card was where I kept a running list of books that helped when my mom was sick. Real books that got me through real darkness. Not market-leading titles or books with statistical appeal to target demographics. Reid felt sick. He'd been so focused on the big picture, saving the store's overall character, that he hadn't fully appreciated the intimate connections being severed. I didn't want this, he said again, knowing how inadequate the word sounded. Libby's gaze finally met his, her eyes bright with unshed tears. I actually started to believe you were different, that you saw what makes this place special. She shook her head. I should have known better than to trust someone who thinks books are just products and people are just metrics. She turned away, shoulders rigid with hurt, and walked toward the breakroom, leaving Reid standing alone among the sterile displays that bore his company's stamp of approval. Maya approached cautiously, holding out a stack of the new placards. Should I keep going with these? There's still the science fiction section and… No. Reid's voice was sharper than he intended. He softened his tone. No. Leave what's left. I need to handle something. He strode to the office, closed the door with more force than necessary, and pulled out his phone. Tasha answered on the third ring, her voice professionally pleasant. Reid, I was expecting your call, though perhaps not quite this early. Why wasn't I informed of this before implementation? He paced the small office. You knew I was working on alternative proposals. We discussed a gradual approach, not this. The decision was accelerated at the executive level. I did try to reach you yesterday, but you were apparently otherwise engaged. There was something in her tone that made Reid pause. What does that mean? It means that several members of the management team saw a rather cozy-looking photo of you and Ms. Greene at the literary festival. It raised questions about whether your personal involvement with staff might be clouding your professional judgment. The festival photo, of course. My relationship with the staff is professionally appropriate, Reid said carefully, and my judgment is perfectly clear. This implementation method is destructive to the store's identity and customer relationships. You should have waited. Your delay tactics were noted as unnecessary hesitation, Tasha replied, her voice cooling. Reid, you were sent to implement corporate policies, not become a store advocate. The sticky note situation was specifically highlighted in your initial brief as a priority issue. Because they're inefficient, because they don't fit the brand aesthetic, Reid's frustration boiled over. Have you ever actually read what's on those notes? That's hardly relevant. It's entirely relevant. Those notes are customer connection points. They're the difference between Maple and Mirth and every other faceless chain selling the same bestseller lists. A pause. Reid, I'm concerned about your perspective here. Perhaps this assignment isn't the right fit for your career trajectory. The implication was clear: fall in line or suffer the consequences. 6 months ago, that threat would have been enough to make Reid immediately backpedal. Today, all he could think about was Libby's face as she'd cataloged all the human connections stripped away by corporate decree. I'll send you a full report by end of day, he said shortly. We can discuss next steps after you've reviewed it. He ended the call before Tasha could respond and sat down heavily at the desk, staring at the empty walls of the small office. Outside, he could hear the muted sounds of the store coming to life, the register being prepared, the door chime as early arriving staff entered, someone putting on coffee in the break room. Life continuing while his world tilted on its axis. The package containing the old copy of Pride and Prejudice sat on the corner of the desk where he'd placed it. Absently, Reid unwrapped the brown paper, revealing the faded cloth cover with its gilt lettering. He opened it carefully, mindful of the book's age, and found a small inscription inside. To Catherine, may you always find a man as worthy of your wit as you are of his admiration. Aunt Eleanor, Christmas 19. Reid smiled faintly, imagining the long-ago Catherine unwrapping this book, perhaps sitting by a fire to read about Elizabeth Bennet's prejudices and Darcy's pride. How many hands had held these pages over the last century? How many hearts had connected with this story? That was the thing about books. They weren't just products, they were conversations across time, connections between strangers who would never meet, but who shared the experience of the same words, the same emotions. It was precisely what Libby had been trying to tell him all along. Reid closed the book and looked at his laptop, at the spreadsheets and reports and corporate templates waiting for his attention. Then he glanced out the office window toward the store floor, where Libby was now helping a customer, her usual animation subdued, her smile not reaching her eyes. He made his decision. For the next 4 hours, Reid barely left the office. He pulled sales data, customer engagement metrics, foot traffic patterns. He analyzed the performance of Libby's personalized displays compared to standardized corporate ones. He compiled testimonials from the store's social media pages that specifically mentioned staff recommendations. By noon, he had a comprehensive report documenting exactly how Maple and Mirth's unique approach drove tangible business results. Higher sales per customer, stronger repeat business, better community engagement. He crafted a precise, data-rich argument for why standardization would ultimately damage, not improve, the store's performance. And then he wrote something he'd never imagined writing, an ultimatum to his employer. In conclusion, either Greystone restores Maple and Mirth's customization permissions and allows the immediate return of personalized recommendation systems, or you will need to assign someone else to complete this optimization project. My professional assessment is that standardization will ultimately harm, not help, this store's performance, and I cannot in good conscience implement policies I know will damage both the business and the community it serves. Reid paused, finger hovering over the send button. This wasn't just pushing back against a policy, it was potentially torpedoing his entire career, everything he'd built, everything he'd worked for. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see Denise in the doorway, holding the shoebox of sticky notes. Just thought you might want to know these haven't hit the dumpster yet, she said, her expression unreadable. Maya couldn't bear to throw them away. Reid nodded. Good. Is it? Denise raised an eyebrow. Because from where I'm standing, all I see are corporate suits playing tug-of-war with our little paper jungle, and we all know who usually wins those fights. Not this time, Reid said quietly. Denise studied him for a long moment, then nodded once and turned to leave. Wait, Reid called. How is she? Libby? Denise's mouth twisted in a sad smile. About how you'd expect. Professionally stoic, personally devastated. She's out on the floor, proving she can follow the rules, even if they break her heart. The words hit Reid like a physical blow. He looked back at his laptop screen, at the ultimatum waiting to be sent. Tell her, he paused. What could he possibly say? Just tell her, I'm working on it. Denise nodded again and left, taking the box of memories with her. Reid turned back to his computer, added one final line to his email, and hit send before he could second-guess himself. Then he grabbed his jacket and headed for the one place in the store that had unexpectedly become a sanctuary. Sir Kushelot, the oversized reading chair near the back romance shelves, looked exactly as it had the first time he'd measured it for potential removal. Faded burgundy upholstery, worn armrests, and a slight slope to the cushion that somehow perfectly accommodated a human with a book. Reid sank into it, feeling the chair conform around him like a literary embrace. He remembered Libby's fierce defense of this piece of furniture, how she'd rallied customers and staff to save Sir Kushelot from his efficiency-minded measuring tape. She'd been right then, too. He leaned back and closed his eyes, picturing Libby in the rain at Lit Fest, her hair curling damply around her face as she passionately defended the superiority of a minor Austen character. The way she'd looked at him in the storage tent, all the antagonism between them dissolving into something electric and terrifying and wonderful. Reid hadn't planned on caring about Maple and Mirth. He certainly hadn't planned on caring about Libby Greene with her color-coded sticky notes and her fierce loyalty to a store that wasn't even hers. Yet here he was, having just risked his entire career to defend her rainbow of paper scraps and handwritten love letters to books. He might have stayed in that chair for hours, but a familiar voice startled him back to awareness. Fraternizing with the enemy, I see. Reid opened his eyes to find Libby standing a few feet away, arms crossed, expression guarded. He hadn't heard her approach. Sir Kushelot is neutral territory, I thought. Nothing in this store is neutral territory anymore. But there was something in her voice, a slight softening, a question beneath the statement. Reid sat forward. I sent a letter to Greystone, demanding they reverse the sticky note ban and restore the store's personality. Libby's eyebrows rose. You demanded? With extensive supporting data and a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis, he clarified. But yes, I told them they need to restore everything or find someone else to complete the project. Someone else. Libby's arms uncrossed. Reid, what does that mean for your position? He shrugged. I guess I'll find out, but I meant what I said earlier. I didn't implement this. I was fighting it behind the scenes. Why didn't you just tell me? The hurt was still there in her voice, but some of the anger had receded. Why keep it secret? Because I thought I could fix it before it became an issue. Reid ran a hand through his hair. I didn't want you to worry about something that might never happen. And then when things started changing between us, I didn't want to ruin it. Libby studied him, her expression still wary but softening around the edges. So, what happens now? Now we wait for Tasha to explode my phone, I imagine. Reid attempted a smile. And maybe, if you're willing, we figure out how to get those sticky notes back where they belong. Libby didn't smile back, not quite, but something in her posture eased slightly. I'm still mad at you. I know. And I don't fully trust that this isn't some elaborate corporate good cop / bad cop routine. Fair. She narrowed her eyes. And if those sticky notes don't go back up, there will be consequences, possibly involving your coffee order and a very creative use of decaf. This time Reid did smile, properly. I wouldn't expect anything less. Libby nodded once, then turned to go. She paused after a few steps and looked back over her shoulder. What was in the package, the one you brought this morning? Reid had almost forgotten a read, read it 3 times, a cold fury building inside him. He'd spent weeks carefully navigating this exact issue, drafting proposals, collecting data, building a case for why Maple and Mirth's unique approach deserved special consideration. He'd deliberately delayed delivering the news to Libby while he fought this battle behind the scenes. And now Greystone had gone nuclear, bypassing him entirely and implementing the policy without warning. He spotted Denise emerging from her closet office, carrying what looked like a shoebox. She noticed him and raised an eyebrow. Morning, number cruncher, come to oversee the death of personality? Denise, I didn't save it. She held up the box, which Reid now saw was labeled Paper Jungle Extinction in Denise's precise handwriting. Inside were hundreds of sticky notes in various colors, Libby's handwriting primarily, but also Maya's, Marcy's, and even a few in what he recognized as Denise's own neat script. 3 years of customer connections, Denise said, tapping the side of the box. But who needs actual human touch when we can have corporate-approved, book-selling formulas, right? Reid's jaw tightened. This wasn't my call. Wasn't it, though? Denise's expression was more resigned than angry. Isn't this exactly what they sent you to do? Streamline, optimize, corporatize. Before Reid could answer, the front door chimed. He turned to see Libby entering, nearly hidden behind a box labeled Scavenger Hunt Supplies, in her familiar looping handwriting. Several handmade bookmarks peeked over the top, each featuring a colorful clue for their upcoming event. She hadn't seen the changes yet. Reid moved instinctively toward her, wanting to explain before she discovered it herself, but Maya reached her first. Libby, I'm so sorry, Maya whispered, her voice carrying in the quiet store. The email came so late, and it said it had to be done immediately. and I didn't want anyone to get in trouble. Libby lowered the box slowly, her puzzled gaze moving from Maya's distressed face to the front display. Reid watched as comprehension dawned in her expression. Confusion, then shock, then something that made his chest ache. Her eyes scanned the store, taking in each antiseptic display and standardized sign, each one bearing the newly minted Greystone Retail Group approved stamp at the bottom. With each discovery, her shoulders seemed to drop a little further, her face growing paler. Then her gaze found him. The betrayal in her eyes hit him like a physical blow. Libby set her box down with careful precision. She straightened a bookmark that had tilted sideways, took a deep breath, and then walked directly toward him with the kind of deliberate calm that suggested a Category 5 hurricane was brewing beneath the surface. She stopped 3 feet away, closer than proper for colleagues, too distant for whatever they'd almost become. When exactly were you planning to tell me about this? Her voice was so quiet he had to lean in to hear it. Before or after Litfest? Or was that just a distraction while you prepared to gut everything I care about? Libby, this wasn't me. I just found out myself. Funny because it has your fingerprints all over it. She gestured to the romance section. Standardized materials, efficiency-driven displays, removal of all personal touches. That's been your agenda since day one. No, it hasn't. Reid ran a hand through his hair. I've been fighting this exact policy for weeks. That's why I didn't tell you about it, because I was trying to get it changed before it impacted the store. Libby's laugh was hollow. So now you're what, the hero who just couldn't quite save us in time? How convenient. She turned and walked toward the romance section. Reid followed, aware of Denise and Maya pretending not to watch from their respective posts. Libby, please, let me explain. Explain what? She gestured at the display. You want to explain why Tanya's note for her anxiety book is gone? The one that said, "This story saved me last year, maybe it'll help you too"? Or why we removed Nathan's kids' pics? The ones actual children wrote? Or the local author's spotlight that helps people in our community pay their rent? Each example landed like a stone. Reid had only seen the surface changes. He hadn't fully registered the depth of what had been lost. I didn't implement this, he said, his voice tight. I was deliberately delaying it. With what? This? She picked up one of the new placards and read aloud. This, one bestseller, has garnered over 10,000 five-star reviews and appeals to readers of similar market-leading titles. Wow, that really captures the emotional journey of reading, doesn't it? Reid had no defense. The copy was terrible, soulless marketing drivel that could apply to any book in any store, anywhere in the world. I can fix this, he said quietly. Can you? Libby's voice softened, not in forgiveness, but something worse. Resignation. Because this isn't just about sticky notes, Reid. It's about what happens when you reduce books to products and readers to statistic. She moved deeper into the poetry section, running her fingers lightly over a shelf where small handwritten cards had once nestled between volumes. We had recommendations here from Mrs. Abernathy. She's 86 and comes in every Thursday for a new poem to read to her husband. He has Alzheimer's, but he still remembers poetry somehow. She moved to another section. Over here, we kept track of which books made people cry in public. It was a joke that turned into this whole community thing with people adding their own stories and tissues. It was ridiculous and wonderful. Her voice cracked slightly. And there, that empty shelf card was where I kept a running list of books that helped when my mom was sick. Real books that got me through real darkness. Not market-leading titles or books with statistical appeal to target demographics. Reid felt sick. He'd been so focused on the big picture, saving the store's overall character, that he hadn't fully appreciated the intimate community connections being severed.
I didn't want this, he said again, knowing how inadequate the words sounded. Libby's gaze finally met his, her eyes bright with unshed tears. I actually started to believe you were different, that you saw what makes this place special. She shook her head. I should have known better than to trust someone who thinks books are just products and people are just metrics. She turned away, shoulders rigid with hurt, and walked toward the break room, leaving Reid standing alone among the sterile displays that bore his company's stamp of approval. Maya approached cautiously, holding out a stack of the new placards. Should I keep going with these? There's still the science fiction section, and no. Reid's voice was sharper than he intended. He softened his tone. No, leave what's left. I need to handle something. He strode to the office, closed the door with more force than necessary, and pulled out his phone. Tasha answered on the third ring, her voice professionally pleasant. Reid, I was expecting your call, though perhaps not quite this early. Why wasn't I informed of this before implementation? He paced the small office. You knew I was working on alternative proposals. We discussed a gradual approach, not this. The decision was accelerated at the executive level. I did try to reach you yesterday, but you were apparently otherwise engaged. There was something in her tone that made Reid pause. What does that mean? It means that several members of the management team saw a rather cozy-looking photo of you and Ms. Greene at the literary festival. It raised questions about whether your personal involvement with staff might be clouding your professional judgment. The festival photo, of course. My relationship with the staff is professionally appropriate, Reid said carefully. And my judgment is perfectly clear. This implementation method is destructive to the store's identity and customer relationships. You should have waited. Your delay tactics were noted as unnecessary hesitation, Tasha replied, her voice cooling. Reid, you were sent to implement corporate policies, not become a store advocate. The sticky note situation was specifically highlighted in your initial brief as a priority issue because they're inefficient, because they don't fit the brand aesthetic. Reid's frustration boiled over. Have you ever actually read what's on those notes? It's hardly relevant. It's entirely relevant. Those notes are customer connection points. They're the difference between Maple and Mirth and every other faceless chain selling the same bestseller lists. A pause. Reid, I'm concerned about your perspective here. Perhaps this assignment isn't the right fit for your career trajectory. The implication was clear: fall in line or suffer the consequences. 6 months ago, that threat would have been enough to make Reid immediately backpedal. Today, all he could think about was Libby's face as she'd cataloged all the human connections stripped away by corporate decree. I'll send you a full report by end of day, he said shortly. We can discuss next steps after you've reviewed it. He ended the call before Tasha could respond and sat down heavily at the desk, staring at the empty walls of the small office. Outside, he could hear the muted sounds of the store coming to life, the register being prepared, the door chime as early arriving staff entered, someone putting on coffee in the break room, life continuing while his world tilted on its axis. The package containing the old copy of Pride and Prejudice sat on the corner of the desk where he'd placed it. Absently, Reid unwrapped the brown paper, revealing the faded cloth cover with its gilt lettering. He opened it carefully, mindful of the book's age, and found a small inscription inside. To Catherine, may you always find a man as worthy of your wit as you are of his admiration. Aunt Eleanor, Christmas, 1919. Reid smiled faintly, imagining the long-ago Catherine unwrapping this book, perhaps sitting by a fire to read about Elizabeth Bennet's prejudices and Darcy's pride. How many hands had held these pages over the last century? How many hearts had connected with this story? That was the thing about books. They weren't just products. They were conversations across time, connections between strangers who would never meet, but who shared the experience of the same words, the same emotions. It was precisely what Libby had been trying to tell him all along. Reid closed the book and looked at his laptop, at the spreadsheets and reports and corporate templates waiting for his attention. Then he glanced out the office window toward the store floor, where Libby was now helping a customer, her usual animation subdued, her smile not reaching her eyes. He made his decision. For the next 4 hours, Reid barely left the office. He pulled sales data, customer engagement metrics, foot traffic patterns. He analyzed the performance of Libby's personalized displays compared to standardized corporate ones. He compiled testimonials from the store's social media pages that specifically mentioned staff recommendations. By noon, he had a comprehensive report documenting exactly how Maple and Mirth's unique approach drove tangible business results: higher sales per customer, stronger repeat business, better community engagement. He crafted a precise, data-rich argument for why standardization would ultimately damage, not improve, the store's performance. And then he wrote something he'd never imagined writing: an ultimatum to his employer. In conclusion, either Greystone restores Maple and Mirth's customization permissions and allows the immediate return of personalized recommendation systems, or you will need to assign someone else to complete this optimization project. My professional assessment is that standardization will ultimately harm, not help, this store's performance. And I cannot, in good conscience, implement policies I know will damage both the business and the community it serves. Reid paused, finger hovering over the send button. This wasn't just pushing back against a policy, it was potentially torpedoing his entire career, everything he'd built, everything he'd worked for. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see Denise in the doorway, holding the shoebox of sticky notes. "Just thought you might want to know these haven't hit the dumpster yet," she said, her expression unreadable. Maya couldn't bear to throw them away. Reid nodded. "Good. Is it?" Denise raised an eyebrow, "because from where I'm standing, all I see are corporate suits playing tug-of-war with our little paper jungle, and we all know who usually wins those fights." "Not this time," Reid said quietly. Denise studied him for a long moment, then nodded once and turned to leave. "Wade," Reid called. "How is she?" "Libby?" Denise's mouth twisted in a sad smile. "About how you'd expect. Professionally stoic, personally devastated. She's out on the floor proving she can follow the rules, even if they break her heart." The words hit Reid like a physical blow. He looked back at his laptop screen, at the ultimatum waiting to be sent. "Tell her," he paused. What could he possibly say? "Just tell her I'm working on it." Denise nodded again and left, taking the box of memories with her. Reid turned back to his computer, added one final line to his email, and hit send before he could second-guess himself. Then he grabbed his jacket and headed for the one place in the store that had unexpectedly become a sanctuary: Sir Kushelot. The oversized reading chair near the back romance shelves looked exactly as it had the first time he'd measured it for potential removal. Faded burgundy upholstery, worn armrests, and a slight slope to the cushion that somehow perfectly accommodated a human with a book. Reid sank into it, feeling the chair conform around him like a literary embrace. He remembered Libby's fierce defense of this piece of furniture, how she'd rallied customers and staff to save Sir Kushelot from his efficiency-minded measuring tape. She'd been right then, too. He leaned back and closed his eyes, picturing Libby in the rain at Litfest, her hair curling damply around her face as she passionately defended the superiority of a minor Austen character. The way she'd looked at him in the storage tent, all the antagonism between them dissolving into something electric and terrifying and wonderful. Reid hadn't planned on caring about Maple and Mirth. He certainly hadn't planned on caring about Libby Greene, with her color-corded sticky notes and her fierce loyalty to a store that wasn't even hers. Yet here he was, having just risked his entire career to defend her rainbow of paper scraps and handwritten love letters to books. He might have stayed in that chair for hours, but a familiar voice startled him back to awareness. "Fraternizing with the enemy, I see." Reid opened his eyes to find Libby standing a few feet away, arms crossed, expression guarded. He hadn't heard her approach. "Sir Kushelot is neutral territory, I thought." Nothing in this store is neutral territory anymore. There was something in her voice, a slight softening, a question beneath the statement. Reid sat forward. I sent a letter to Greystone, demanding they reverse the sticky note ban and restore the store's personality. Libby's eyebrows rose. You demanded? With extensive supporting data and a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis, he clarified, but yes, I told them they need to restore everything or find someone else to complete the project. Someone else? Libby's arms uncrossed. Reid, what does that mean for your position? He shrugged. I guess I'll find out. But I meant what I said earlier. I didn't implement this. I was fighting it behind the scenes. Why didn't you just tell me? The hurt was still there in her voice, but some of the anger had receded. Why keep it secret? Because I thought I could fix it before it became an issue. Reid ran a hand through his hair. I didn't want you to worry about something that might never happen. And then when things started changing between us, I didn't want to ruin it. Libby studied him, her expression still wary but softening around the edges. So what happens now? Now we wait for Tasha to explode my phone, I imagine. Reid attempted a smile. And maybe, if you're willing, we figure out how to get those sticky notes back where they belong. Livy didn't smile back. Not quite, but something in her posture eased slightly. I'm still mad at you. I know. And I don't fully trust that this isn't some elaborate corporate good cop / bad cop routine. Fair. She narrowed her eyes. And if those sticky notes don't go back up, there will be consequences, possibly involving your coffee order and a very creative use of decaf. This time Reid did smile properly. I wouldn't expect anything less. Libby nodded once, then turned to go. She paused after a few steps and looked back over her shoulder. What was in the package? The one you brought this morning. Reid had almost forgotten about the book in the chaos of the day. A peace offering. Though it might be presumptuous now. Try me, she said, and there was just enough softness in her voice to give him hope. About the book in the chaos of the day. A peace offering, though it might be presumptuous now.
Try me, she said, and there was just enough softness in her voice to give him hope.
Chapter 9. Pages out of order. Libby ran her fingers over the carefully written note, bright yellow in her favorite gel pen color, before slipping it into the book, aligning it perfectly with the text. It felt like a tiny rebellion, like carving her initials in a tree. I know you're not supposed to be here, she whispered to the sticky note, its cheerful corner fluttering in the early morning air, but we'll keep it our little secret. The store hummed with a quiet emptiness that felt reverent rather than lonely. It was 5:48 a.m., and Maple and Mirth belonged exclusively to her. Libby moved through the familiar aisles like a ghost, her footsteps silent on the worn wooden floors, placing sticky notes in their secret homes, not on display copies. She wasn't actively trying to get fired, but inside well-loved editions where the right reader might stumble upon them someday. A note in the secret garden read, "Sometimes we're all looking for a key we've had all along." In an older copy of Pride and Prejudice she tucked, "Never trust a man's first impression, or his second, maybe the third." Small, handwritten pieces of herself scattered throughout the shelves like breadcrumbs. When she slid a note into her favorite volume of Mary Oliver poems, something caught in her throat. This ritual had always been one of her quiet joys, a way to connect with strangers through shared love of stories. The corporate memo calling her sticky notes unprofessional clutter had cut deeper than she'd expected. The way Reid had looked when she'd discovered the clean display, caught somewhere between guilty and genuinely pained, kept replaying in her mind. His insistence that he hadn't known about the memo until too late rang hollow after weeks of his meticulous optimizing. "Liar," she whispered to no one, sliding another note between pages. But the accusation felt flat, even to her own ears. Something about his face that day had been different. The cool corporate mask had slipped, revealing something raw underneath. Sunlight began filtering through the windows, catching dust motes that danced like tiny spirits between the shelves. Libby completed her covert mission as the store gradually brightened, each corner emerging from shadow. She'd placed exactly 17 notes, her lucky number, and no one would be wiser. Except maybe someday, some reader would find an unexpected message, a surprise connection from a stranger who loved the same story. By the time Maya arrived at 8:30, fumbling with her cardigan and enormous tumbler of tea, Libby had already been arranging the scavenger hunt materials for nearly an hour. "Morning," Maya chirped, too brightly. "You're here early." "Couldn't sleep," Libby answered, not looking up from the stack of clue cards she was organizing with military precision. "Is Reid in yet? I have those social media metrics he asked for." Libby's hands stilled momentarily. "Haven't seen him. Office is dark." "Oh," Maya said, her voice doing that thing where it tried to sound casual but landed somewhere near conspicuously uncomfortable. "That's 3 days now." Libby looked up sharply. "Are we counting?" Maya shifted her weight, tightening her grip on her tumbler. "No, just noticing." "Well, I'm sure corporate efficiency experts get very busy this time of year, all those souls to crush before the holidays." Maya's eyes widened slightly at Libby's tone. "Right. I'll just put these on his desk then?" The morning crawled by with no sign of Reid. Libby threw herself into finalizing the scavenger hunt materials with a focus that felt like armor. Every time the front door chimed, she stubbornly kept her eyes down, refusing to acknowledge the tiny leap her heart gave. Around 11, she caught Marcy and Maya huddled by the register, their conversation stopping abruptly when they noticed her watching. Maya suddenly became very interested in straightening a stack of bookmarks, while Marcy developed an intense need to dust the counter. "What?" Livy demanded. "Nothing," they answered in unison, which was the universal signal for definitely something. Libby narrowed her eyes. "You terrible liars, both of you." "We were just," Marcy began. "Discussing the scavenger hunt," Maya finished. "Absolutely, the hunt, very exciting." Marcy nodded too enthusiastically. Libby stared them down for a long moment before returning to her task. Whatever they were hiding, she'd deal with it later. Right now, she needed to finish these clue packets without thinking about Reid, or his stupid spreadsheets, or the way his voice got softer when they were alone in the archive room. By lunchtime, the packets were done, but Libby's appetite had disappeared. The store felt claustrophobic suddenly, every corner holding a memory she was trying to avoid. She grabbed her bag and the sandwich she'd packed that morning. "Taking my break," she announced to no one in particular, escaping through the front door before anyone could respond. Her feet carried her automatically to the Ren and Quill Literary Hall. The old building stood like a guardian of stories past, its weathered brick facade and arched windows reminiscent of a more romantic era. Inside, the space was cool and quiet, smelling of dusty velvet and lemon polish. Libby's footsteps echoed softly as she made her way to her favorite corner, where a deep burgundy chair sat beneath the wall of framed rejection letters. She settled into the chair, her sandwich forgotten in her lap, and stared at the wall. Each frame contained a legendary literary rejection: Sylvia Plath, Stephen King, J.K. Rowling. Every one of them told in clipped professional language that their work wasn't good enough, wasn't right, wasn't what people wanted. "At least they tried," she murmured, running her finger along the edge of her sandwich wrapper. The rejection letters had always fascinated her, these moments where someone in authority definitively declared what did and didn't have value, only to be proven spectacularly wrong by history. She'd never found them depressing. Rather, they felt like evidence that the gatekeepers didn't always know what mattered. Much like corporate consultants who thought sticky notes were clutter instead of connection. Libby unwrapped her sandwich but only managed a single bite before rewrapping it. She sat in silence, letting the weight of the historic space settle around her. For nearly 2 hours she remained there, thinking about perseverance, about fighting for things that matter, and about the strange, hollow feeling that had taken up residence in her chest since the argument with Reid. When she finally returned to Maple and Mirth, the afternoon was half gone. She slipped back in, returning to her post without meeting anyone's eyes. If Marcy noticed she'd taken twice her allotted lunch break, she mercifully didn't mention it. The afternoon rush kept them all busy, with customers seeking weekend reads. Libby let herself get lost in the rhythm of recommendations and register rings. This was what she loved, connecting people with stories that might change them, making literary matches like a bookish Cupid. By late afternoon, the rush had thinned. Libby retreated to the classics section, finding comfort in the familiar spines of books that had outlasted countless trends and corporate directives. She began reshelving a stack of returns, moving on autopilot. Dickens typically goes in alphabetical order by title, not backward by publication date, a gruff voice observed from behind her. Libby jumped, nearly dropping Great Expectations on her foot. She turned to find Mr. Ellis watching her with his characteristic blend of judgment and amusement, one bushy eyebrow raised over his reading glasses. "Mr. Ellis, I didn't hear you come in." "Clearly." He nodded toward the shelf. "Unless you're making some postmodern statement about the linear nature of time and how Dickens would have written better if he'd worked backward." Libby glanced at the shelf and winced. She'd been arranging the books completely out of order without even noticing. "I was distracted." "Evidently." Mr. Ellis adjusted his glasses, studying her with uncomfortable intensity. "That would be thanks to your corporate fellow, I imagine. The one who hasn't been in for 3 days." Libby's cheeks warmed. "He's not my corporate fellow, and I haven't been counting." "Ooh, The sound conveyed volumes of disbelief. "Is there something I can help you with today, Mr. Ellis?" Libby asked pointedly, shoving A Tale of Two Cities into its rightful spot with perhaps more force than necessary. Instead of answering, Mr. Ellis lowered himself into a nearby armchair with the deliberate care of someone whose knees no longer cooperated fully. He placed his worn leather satchel beside him and folded his hands across his tweed-covered stomach. "Did you know this building used to house a different bookstore? Before Maple and Mirth?" Libby paused her reshelving. Mr. Ellis rarely offered personal information or history without prompt. "Blackwood and Sons, family owned for 3 generations." He nodded thoughtfully. "I bought my first real book there when I was 12, saved up my paper route money for weeks." Libby couldn't help but smile at the image of a young, serious Mr. Ellis counting pennies for a book. "What was it?" "Moby Dick. Terrible choice for a 12-year-old. Took me 6 months to finish." His eyes crinkled at the corners. "That's not the point of the story, though." "What is the point?" Libby asked, giving up on the shelving and leaning against the bookcase. "Blackwood's nearly closed. Twice, actually. First, when the mall opened up that big chain store in '85. Then again when old man Blackwood died and his son wanted to sell to developers." "What happened?" "People rallied. Customers, staff, even some folks who rarely read but couldn't imagine the town without it." Mr. Ellis rubbed his thumb over a worn spot on his chair's armrest. "They saved it. Kept it going another decade until Mrs. Blackwood retired. That's when it became Northern Star Books." "Wait, there was another bookstore between Blackwood's and Maple and Mirth?" Mr. Ellis nodded. "Northern Star lasted about 7 years. Different owners, different feel, more academic, less whimsy. They added the coffee counter, though." He gestured vaguely toward the front of the store. "Then a big publishing conglomerate bought them, stripped everything distinctive, and 6 months later closed them down. Said the location wasn't viable." Libby frowned. "But that's when Maple and Mirth opened up." "Precisely. Greystone saw potential after all and launched their community-focused indie chain concept." His use of air quotes made his opinion of corporate strategy clear. The point is, Miss Greene, this building has housed 3 different bookstores in my lifetime. Owners come and go. Names change. Corporate overlords make their pronouncements. But the soul of the place? That comes from the people who truly love it. The ones who leave their mark. Something about his words made Libby's throat tighten. Is that supposed to make me feel better about watching everything I love about this store get slowly erased? It's supposed to remind you that the erasure is temporary, Mr. Ellis replied simply. Each generation of booksellers fights their battle. Sometimes they win, sometimes they pivot, but the story continues. He leaned forward slightly. Books are stubborn things. So are the people who love them. The unexpected pep talk from the usually cantankerous old professor left Libby momentarily speechless. Before she could form a response, Mr. Ellis continued. Your corporate fellow was asking me about the wall of pen names the other day. Libby blinked at the sudden change of subject. Reid was asking about the wall? Quite interested in when it started and who maintained it. Asked if I thought it was integral to customer experience. Mr. Ellis adjusted his bow tie. I told him it was integral to the soul of the place, which seemed to be the answer he was looking for. The wall of pen names was a Maple Mirth tradition, a large chalkboard where customers and staff wrote the author names they'd choose if they ever published a book. It was adorably pretentious and completely non-corporate, which was why Libby loved it. Why would he care about that, she wondered aloud. Mr. Ellis shrugged. Perhaps you should look at the wall and see for yourself. He rose with dignified slowness. Now I'll take my middle march and leave you to properly organize poor Charles Dickens. After he left, Libby stared at the half-organized shelf, Mr. Ellis's words echoing in her mind. What did Reid want with the wall of pen names, and why did it matter? Her curiosity finally overcoming her stubbornness, Libby abandoned the classics section and made her way to the back corner of the store, where the wall of pen names stood in chalk-dusted glory. The board was crowded with years of signatures in different handwriting styles, some elegant, some barely legible, some accompanied by small doodles or flourishes. She scanned the wall, looking for anything new. When her eyes caught the fresh white chalk in the bottom right corner, her breath caught. R. Thatcher, reluctant romantic. The handwriting was unmistakable, the same precise script she'd seen on countless spreadsheets and inventory notes. But the content was unexpected, personal even, self-deprecating in a way that made something twist in her chest. Libby stared at it for a long moment, conflicting emotions battling for dominance. Anger and hurt still simmered beneath the surface, but curiosity and a traitorous sense of longing were gaining ground. "What are you playing at, Thatcher?" she whispered to the chalk letters. Finding no answers in the wall, Libby retreated to the breakroom for a cup of tea and a moment to collect her thoughts. She pushed open the door to find Marcy and Maya huddled over their phones, their heads nearly touching as they whispered intently. At the sound of the door, they jerked apart, Maya's hand instinctively covering her screen while Marcy fumbled her phone into her pocket. "Okay, what is going on with you two?" Libby demanded, crossing her arms. "You've been acting weird all day." "Weird? Us?" Marcy's laugh was too high-pitched. "Just catching up on TikTok." "Nobody hides TikTok like it's classified information," Libby pointed out. She studied their guilty expressions. "This is about Reid." Maya's eyes widened slightly, confirmation enough. "What happened?" A sudden knot formed in Libby's stomach. "Did he quit? Is he closing the store? What?" No, nothing like that," Maya rushed to assure her. "Then what?" Libby stepped closer. "Whatever it is, I can handle it." Marcy and Maya exchanged a loaded glance. "Show her," Maya finally said. "You sure?" Marcy asked, chewing her lower lip. "She deserves to know." Marcy sighed, pulling her phone back out. After a moment of hesitation, she handed it to Libby. "It's an email. He sent it to all of us yesterday. Except you." Libby took the phone, a cold feeling spreading through her chest. She began to read. 2. Maple and Mirth staff. From Reid Thatcher. Subject: Customer Engagement Analysis. Confidential. Team. I've completed my analysis of customer engagement patterns at Maple and Mirth over the past 3 weeks. The data shows something I believe corporate needs to see, and I wanted to share it with you first. Attached is a comprehensive breakdown documenting how specific personal touches throughout the store, particularly staff recommendations, display variety, and individualized elements like handwritten notes, directly correlate with both foot traffic and conversion rates. Most significantly, since the removal of personalized sticky notes, sales have dropped 17% across affected sections, with customer browsing time decreasing by nearly 22 minutes on average. While I know corporation guidelines emphasize uniformity, these numbers tell a different story about what makes Maple and Mirth successful. I'm preparing a formal recommendation to Greystone that will challenge several of their current standardization policies. I would appreciate your discretion while I finalize this report. Please do not share this information with Libby Greene yet. I intend to discuss this with her personally once I've secured some concessions from corporate. Thank you for your insights these past weeks. This store has taught me more than I expected. Reid Thatcher, Retail Optimization Consultant. Libby read the email 3 times, her heart hammering against her ribs. The attached spreadsheet showed meticulously gathered data, color-coded charts, and specific examples labeled green customer interaction successes. "When did he send this?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "Yesterday afternoon," Maya replied, "about an hour after I mentioned how much the history section browsers missed your sticky notes." Libby handed the phone back to Marcy, her mind racing. "He's been tracking all of this, my sticky notes, customer interactions?" "Apparently," Marcy said, watching Libby carefully. "The spreadsheet even has a section titled Community Connection Metrics, with dates and examples of when your personal touch created meaningful customer experiences. His words, not mine." Libby pressed her fingertips to her temples. None of this aligned with the Reid she thought she knew. The one who prioritized corporate directives and clean lines. The one who had allowed her sticky notes to be removed. Or had he? The memory of his face that day, shocked, angry, apologetic, flickered through her mind. What if he really hadn't known? "There's something else," Maya said hesitantly. "What?" Libby wasn't sure she could handle more revelations. "He left his notebook in Sir Kushelot yesterday," Maya continued. "I found it when I was straightening up this morning." Marcy pulled a slim black notebook from behind the microwave and held it out. "We may have peeked, for research purposes." Libby took it, running her thumb over the leather cover. "I shouldn't." "You absolutely should," Marcy countered. "He's been taking notes on you for weeks. Turnabout is fair play." Libby hesitated only a moment before opening the notebook. Inside were pages of Reid's precise handwriting, observations, data points, and surprisingly personal notes that went far beyond corporate metrics. Customer spent 13 minutes discussing Victorian literature with L. Greene, purchased 3 books instead of original 1. Elderly gentleman visits every Tuesday specifically for L. Greene's mystery recommendations, claims no one else understands his taste. Child's birthday selection. L. Greene spent 30 minutes helping family find Dragon Book with yellow cover. Result: tearfully happy 7-year-old and parents who promise to return. Community notice board, reorganized by L. Greene weekly, results in noticeably higher engagement than other locations. Why? Personal curation, not just chronological posting. The observations continued page after page, documenting not just store metrics but human moments. Small, meaningful interactions that wouldn't matter to a corporation, but clearly mattered to Reid. In the margins of one page was a question, written and underlined twice: how to quantify passion and personality for corporate. Libby closed the notebook, her anger from days ago now tangled with confusion and something dangerously close to hope. "Earth to Libby," Marcy waved a hand in front of her face. "What are you thinking?" "I don't know," Libby admitted. "I don't know what to think." The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. Libby moved through her tasks mechanically, her mind spinning with everything she'd learned. By closing time, she'd reached no conclusions, only more questions. As they prepared to lock up, Libby remembered the final piece of the scavenger hunt, the last clue Reid had been working on before their argument. "Has anyone seen the Shakespeare clue for tomorrow's hunt?" she asked, rifling through the completed packets. The sonnet reference. Marcy and Maya exchanged another look. "What now?" Libby demanded. "Nothing," Maya said quickly. "It's just, Reid had that part. He was going to finalize it." "Great." Libby rubbed her temples. "So, we're missing the final clue for an event that starts in 14 hours. She flipped through the existing clues, trying to spot the pattern. Reid had insisted on creating a cohesive narrative through the clues, with each leading logically to the next. His portion involved Shakespearean references woven throughout the store, culminating in what? The sequence seemed to be hinting at a particular sonnet, but which one? "I need to figure this out," Libby muttered. "You two head home. I'll lock up." After Marcy and Maya left, Libby spread the clues across the counter, studying them with narrowed eyes. If she could understand the logic of Reid's sequence, maybe she could recreate the final clue. Grabbing her bag, she decided to follow the existing trail herself. The first clue led to the poetry section, where a carefully placed copy of Shakespeare's collected works awaited. Inside was a bookmark pointing to Sonnet 116. "Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit." The next marker led her to the romance section, then to literary fiction, each stop revealing another piece of the puzzle. The pattern was becoming clear. Reid had created a path through different genres, each connected by themes from Shakespeare's most romantic works. But the final destination remained elusive. The trail went cold at the biography section. Libby checked her watch. 8:47 p.m. The store had been closed for nearly an hour, and she was no closer to recreating the missing clue. Exhaustion weighed on her shoulders as she gathered the materials to take home. Maybe in the morning with fresh eyes. As she reached for her coat, she noticed something odd, a soft glow coming from the back of the store. Libby frowned. She'd turned off all the lights. Heart beating faster, she moved cautiously toward the light. As she rounded the corner to the reading nook, she stopped short. A single lamp illuminated Sir Kushelot, the ancient armchair they'd fought over. On its worn cushion sat a single book, a bright yellow sticky note attached to its cover. Libby approached slowly, as if the scene might disappear if she moved too quickly. When she was close enough to see the note, she recognized Reid's handwriting immediately. Some stories deserve a second draft. Turn to page 42 for the final clue. With shaking fingers, Libby picked up the book, a well-worn copy of The Storied Heart, the romance novel they'd argued about during their first week. She turned to page 42, where another sticky note waited. "What's past is prologue. Follow the breadcrumbs." Beneath it was a small arrow pointing down to the first line of text, which had been subtly underlined. "Sometimes the journey back is the only way forward." Libby's breath caught. She looked around the empty store, half expecting to see Reid watching from the shadows, but she was alone. Or was she? The sticky note's directive was clear. This wasn't just the missing scavenger hunt clue. This was something else entirely. A personal hunt. For her. Reid had created a trail for her to follow, and despite her lingering hurt and confusion, Libby found herself unable to resist the mystery. "Okay, Thatcher," she whispered to the empty store. "Let's see where these breadcrumbs lead."
Chapter 10, Chapter 2 begins here. Reid stood in the dim bookstore, his polished shoes echoing as he paced between the poetry section and the back corner where Sir Kushelot waited. He checked his watch, 10:17 p.m., then froze, catching himself. Time wasn't the point tonight. This wasn't a deadline or a quarterly review. This was, well, possibly the most important presentation of his life, and no PowerPoint in sight. He moved to the front window display, adjusting an Edgar Allan Poe book to a precise 45-degree angle before stepping back. The first clue nestled between its pages, a post-it note with his careful handwriting. "Nevermore, you nearly said when we met. I wouldn't blame you. But what if the raven was wrong about second chances?" Reid caught his reflection in the window, dark circles under his eyes, hair more disheveled than he'd allow in any corporate meeting. The past 72 hours had been a blur of conference calls, impromptu strategy sessions, and one particularly heated exchange with Tasha that had left him hoarse. "You're throwing away your career trajectory over sticky notes?" she had demanded, her voice echoing through his Bluetooth as he'd paced his hotel room. "I'm throwing away a broken approach," he'd countered, surprising himself with the steel in his tone. "The data doesn't support gutting everything that makes this store special. Their customer loyalty metrics are off the charts." "Since when does Reid Thatcher argue with corporate directives?" Tasha had asked, more curious than angry. He hadn't answered directly, just sent her his presentation with its charts showing increased customer dwell time, higher purchase rates in sections with handwritten recommendations, and, most damning to Greystone's approach, a direct correlation between what they considered clutter and what customers considered authenticity. "Give me 48 hours, he'd finally said. "I have a different vision." Now, as Reid adjusted the Jane Austen display where he'd hidden clue number 3, he wondered if he'd completely lost his mind. The corporate golden boy risking everything for a messy, passionate bookstore manager who probably wanted him exiled to the darkest corner of the business section. He moved back toward his hiding spot, pausing to crouch beside the small travel shelf where he'd tucked the 4th clue inside a guidebook to Paris. "Remember when you said I belonged in a sterile airport bookshop? I've been thinking I'd rather get lost in your stacks any day." God, that sounded suggestive now that he read it again. Reid pinched the bridge of his nose. Too late to change it. Too late to change any of it. The call with regional management where he'd advocated for a calibrated approach to community integration instead of standardization. The 47 sticky notes he'd written by hand, his fingers still cramped. The carefully plotted literary scavenger hunt where each clue led not just to another book, but to another memory of them. His phone buzzed. A text from Maya. "Is everything ready? She found today's clue at the coffee shop and seemed intrigued. Should be heading your way soon." Reid texted back a simple yes before sliding his phone into his pocket. Maya had been suspiciously eager to help after he'd explained his plan, supplying him with official Maple and Mirth sticky notes and altogether too many exclamation points in her texts. "Final check," Reid whispered to himself, falling back on the process that had gotten him through dozens of corporate turnarounds. He moved to Sir Kushelot, his final destination. The oversized armchair looked almost smug in the dimmer-than-regulation lighting, its worn fabric practically radiating vindication after surviving his earlier attempt to remove it. On the seat lay his most vulnerable offering, a well-read copy of The Storied Heart, the novel Libby had hesitantly recommended weeks ago when he'd asked what she was reading. "You probably wouldn't like it," she'd said, clutching it protectively. "It's about emotional risk, not very efficient." She'd been wrong. He'd found it at a chain bookstore 2 towns over, unable to face buying it at Maple and Mirth, and devoured it in 3 nights, lying awake in his hotel room wondering if she'd recommended it because the reserved protagonist reminded her of him, or because the story's core message about vulnerability stirred something in her too. Reid opened the book to where he'd marked it, a pale blue sticky note clinging to page 215. "Sometimes we guard what we love so fiercely we forget it needs room to grow." Beneath his neat handwriting, he'd added, "I think I finally understand what you were trying to tell me." Throughout the book, he'd left more notes, reactions, questions, small confessions about passages that reminded him of her, places where he'd needed to put the book down and stare at the ceiling, wondering how ink on paper could possibly capture the exact weight pressing on his chest whenever she stormed into a room, righteously furious about end cap displays or algorithm-driven ordering. The faint sound of a key turning in the backdoor lock sent a jolt through Reid's system. He quickly retreated behind the tall poetry shelves, positioning himself where he could see but not be immediately spotted. His heart hammered with the same intensity as when he'd pitched to the Greystone board, except this time, it wasn't market share at stake but something far more essential. Libby stepped into the bookstore, silhouetted against the dim security lighting. Even from a distance, Reid could make out her determined posture, the slight tilt of her head as she scanned the space. She'd pulled her curly hair into a loose knot and wore what he'd come to think of as her battle cardigan, the oversized navy one with elbow patches she favored for confrontations. For a terrible moment, he considered that she might have come here for inventory or late-night organizing, not following his trail at all. But then she moved deliberately toward the front display, finding the Poe book with surprising efficiency. Reid held his breath as she opened it, watching her expression in profile as she discovered the first clue. She read it once, then again, her fingers tracing his handwriting. The faintest smile curved her lips. Or was that just wishful thinking on his part? Reid couldn't tell from this angle, but she didn't crumple the note or toss the book aside, which he counted as a promising sign. Libby moved to the next location with purpose, finding his Shakespeare sonnet reference tucked into Much Ado About Nothing. Reid had agonized over that one. If we were characters, we'd be Beatrice and Benedict, sharp-tongued and stubborn until the very end. Perhaps that's not such a terrible fate. He watched her shoulders relax slightly as she read it. When she reached for the next clue in the Jane Austen display, her movements had lost their defensive edge. By the time she discovered the Paris guidebook reference, she was smiling in earnest. That rare, unguarded smile he'd seen directed at customers in Marcy, but almost never at him. Clue by clue, Reid tracked her progress through their shared history. The poetry section, where they'd argued about Emily Dickinson, complete with a dramatic reading from Libby that had left him unexpectedly moved. The cookbook shelf, where he'd discovered her secret weakness for baking shows. The hidden corner where they'd accidentally brushed hands, reaching for the same reference book, creating a moment of electricity neither had acknowledged. As Libby approached Sir Kushelot, Reid's mouth went dry. This was it, the moment of truth. He watched her discover the storied heart, her fingers hovering over the cover as though uncertain whether to touch it. When she finally picked it up, her hands trembled slightly, an uncharacteristic display of nerves from someone who handled first editions with perfect confidence. She opened the book, finding his first note on the title page, an admission that he'd never properly thanked her for the recommendation. Then she began flipping through, discovering his trail of thoughts, questions, and self-revelation scattered throughout the chapters. Her expression transformed with each discovery, surprise melting into something softer, more vulnerable than he'd ever seen. When she reached page 215 and the note about guarding what we love, she closed her eyes briefly, pressing her palm flat against the page. The gesture was so intimate that Reid almost looked away, feeling like an intruder. He stepped out from behind the shelves, his shoes making the faintest sound against the hardwood floor. Libby turned, the book still in her hands, her eyes finding him immediately. "I meant every word," Reid said quietly, his voice sounding rougher than intended. "You read it." It wasn't a question. She held up the book. "All of it." Reid nodded, taking a careful step forward. From behind the poetry volumes, he retrieved the mug he'd hidden there, a handmade ceramic monstrosity adorned with more glitter than any professional adult should possess. Maya had insisted on helping with its decoration, which apparently meant liberal application of every craft supply in her possession. The mug bore the words Chapter 2 in slightly wobbly lettering, surrounded by a galaxy of silver sparkles. "I thought we might need a new beginning," Reid said, holding it out to her. "One where I stop trying to fix things and start appreciating the beautiful chaos you've created here." He paused, a self-deprecating smile crossing his features. "Though I have to admit, Maya's enthusiasm with the glitter gun exceeded my specifications." Libby's eyes widened as she took in the mug, her fingers brushing his as she accepted it. "Did you threaten her with a performance review to get this made?" Actually, she threatened me, said if I messed this up, she'd reorganize the business section by color instead of subject. He ran a hand through his hair. I'm still not entirely sure she was joking. A small laugh escaped Libby, cautious but real. She wasn't. She examined the mug more closely. Chapter 2? That's optimistic. Is it? Reid asked, his voice quieter now. I didn't think we ever properly finished Chapter 1. Libby placed the mug carefully on the small table beside Sir Kushelot, her focus returning to the book in her hands. Why did you do this, Reid? The notes, the clues, all of it. Is this? She gestured vaguely around the bookstore. Is this some kind of goodbye? No. The word came out more forcefully than he intended. Reid took a breath, collecting himself. It's the opposite, actually. It's... He faltered, then tried again. I met with regional management yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. About the sticky notes? Her voice hardened slightly, the memory of their argument still fresh. About everything, about how Greystone's approach is fundamentally flawed, about how you were right. The admission felt weightier than expected, hanging between them in the quiet store. The data supports it. The store's personality, the staff recommendations, even Sir Kushelot. He nodded toward the chair. They're not just quirks to be tolerated, they're assets. Libby's expression shifted between disbelief and cautious hope. And Greystone just agreed with you, the same people who sent a memo banning handwritten notes? Not at first, Reid's mouth quirked. But it turns out when you present profit projections based on increased customer engagement metrics, even the most algorithm-obsessed executives start paying attention. He moved closer, emboldened by the fact that she hadn't retreated or thrown the book at him. Both entirely plausible scenarios he'd prepared for. I showed them everything, he continued, how sections with personal recommendations see 22% higher turnover, how customer time in store is directly correlated to the warmth factor, my term for the elements you insisted were essential, how the literary scavenger hunt drove more foot traffic than any corporate promotion they've run in 3 years. He gestured to the shelves around them. You weren't just being stubborn, Libby, you were being right. She stared at him, her expression unreadable. So, what happens now? Greystone backs off and lets us keep our sticky notes? Better. Reid felt a nervous energy coursing through him. They've approved a hybrid model that maintains the store's personality while implementing some of the efficiency measures that actually make sense. No more standardized displays, no more algorithm-only ordering, staff recommendations stay, and he allowed himself a small smile. Sir Kushelot gets landmark protection status. Libby blinked. You're serious? I made them put it in writing. Reid reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded document. Exhibit C, paragraph 4. The reading chair, known colloquially as Sir Kushelot, shall remain in its current location, with circulation paths to be adjusted accordingly. A laugh bubbled up from Libby's throat, a real one this time, surprised and genuine. She took the paper, her eyes scanning it incredulously. You wrote Sir Kushelot into an official corporate document? She looked up at him, something shifting in her gaze. That's the most subversively romantic thing I've ever heard. The word romantic hung between them, neither acknowledging it directly. Reid cleared his throat. There's something else. He hesitated, then forged ahead. They've offered me a new position, developing a community engagement initiative for independent bookstores within Greystone, working with stores like Maple and Mirth to build sustainable models that preserve what makes them special. You're staying? The question came quickly, sharper than she perhaps intended. The role would be based out of the regional office. 20 minutes from here, Reid paused, watching her carefully. I haven't accepted yet. I wanted to talk to you first. Libby set the document aside, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her cardigan. Why would my opinion factor into your career decisions? Because I'm not sure I can walk away from what we've started here. The admission felt like jumping off a cliff, exhilarating and terrifying at once. And I don't just mean the store. Her eyes widened slightly. Reid, I saw your wall of pen names, he said quietly. I saw you found mine. Reluctant romantic, Libby whispered, a slight flush coloring her cheeks. I wasn't sure if it was actually you. Who else would use the word reluctant in a bookstore full of passionate people? Reid's attempt at self-deprecation fell flat, as his voice betrayed his nervousness. I chose it because you changed everything, Libby. The way I see this store, the way I approach my work. He took a breath. The way I think about what matters. She took a step toward him, narrowing the gap between them. I thought you hated everything about this place when you first arrived, all the chaos, the personal touches. I thought I did too, Reid's voice softened, until I realized it wasn't chaos, it was connection. You weren't being disorganized, you were making space for people. Real people, not color-coded customer segments. Libby's expression opened, vulnerability replacing caution. The sticky note rebellion wasn't just about defying corporate, she said quietly. It was about being seen, about knowing that behind every book, there's a person who loved it enough to tell someone else. I know that now. Reid hesitated, then added, I'm sorry it took me so long to understand. I've spent most of my career focusing on the wrong metrics. And now, what metrics matter to Reid Thatcher? Reluctant romantic? He smiled at her use of the pen name. The number of times someone discovers the perfect book, the moments when a recommendation bridges two strangers, the way a story can change how we see ourselves. He paused. The look on someone's face when they realize you're fighting for what they love. Libby stepped closer still, close enough that he could smell the faint lavender scent that always surrounded her. And what about personal metrics, she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. What matters there? Reid swallowed, abandoning his last pretense of corporate detachment. The number of times I find excuses to walk by the romance section when you're shelving. How many cups of that terrible Breakroom tea I've drunk just to have an excuse to talk to you. The way my heart rate increases approximately 37% when you get that look, he gestured vaguely toward her face. Right before you're about to challenge everything I say. Her lips curved into a smile. You've been measuring your heart rate around me? That's weird, obsessive, further evidence of my spreadsheet addiction. I was going to say exactly what I would expect from you. She reached up, straightening his perpetually crooked tie with gentle fingers. The familiar gesture, previously delivered with exasperation, now carried a tenderness that made his breath catch. We're quite the case study, aren't we? Libby murmured. Order versus chaos. Structure versus spontaneity, Reid agreed, his hand cautiously coming to rest over hers, still lingering at his tie. Corporate versus... She trailed off, looking up at him with a question in her eyes. Maybe we need both, Reid said softly. He wasn't sure who moved first, whether he bent down or she rose up on her toes. But suddenly, the theoretical space between them vanished completely. Her lips met his with a certainty that belied all their previous arguments, warm and insistent, and nothing at all like the careful scenarios he'd mapped out in his head. Reid's hand moved to her waist, pulling her closer as the kiss deepened. All his meticulously planned words dissolved, replaced by a far more elemental communication. His other hand cradled her face, thumb brushing the soft curve of her cheek. When they finally broke apart, Libby's eyes remained closed for a heartbeat longer, as though cataloging the sensation. Well, she said softly, that wasn't in the employee handbook. Reid laughed, the sound surprising them both. I may have redrafted a few policies. She smiled up at him, her hand still resting against his chest. Is that what this is? A policy revision? This, Reid said, brushing a stray curl from her face, is me finally understanding that the best stories aren't the ones with perfect bindings and pristine covers. They're the ones with dog-eared pages and margin notes and evidence they've been deeply loved. Livy's expression softened further. That's almost poetic coming from a man who color codes his email folders. I contain multitudes, he deadpanned before his expression turned more serious. I meant what I said about the position, Libby. I won't take it if you'd rather have a clean break from all of this. The vulnerability in his voice surprised even him. In answer, Libby reached for the Chapter 2 mug, examining it in the dim light. You know, she said thoughtfully, I've always believed the second chapter is where the story really finds its voice. She set the mug down and stepped back into his space, her hands sliding up to rest on his shoulders. Besides, she added, someone has to make sure you don't reorganize the romance section by corporate-approved tropes. Relief and something deeper flooded through Reid as he pulled her close again. I would never, he murmured against her hair, though I do have some thoughts on the inefficiency of the current shelving system. Libby laughed against his chest. Of course you do. But they can wait, he conceded, tipping her chin up for another kiss. I'm learning the value of occasionally letting chaos reign. The kiss was slower this time, a deliberate exploration rather than a sudden collision. Reid felt something unwind within him, that perpetual tension between who he'd been trained to be and who he might actually want to become. When they separated, Libby glanced toward Sir Kushelot, where the storied heart lay open to the page with his note about guarding what we love. You know, she said softly, I underestimated you, Reid Thatcher. How so? I thought you were just another corporate drone sent to erase everything special about this place. Her fingertips traced the line of his jaw. But it turns out you were paying attention all along. Reid caught her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. I always pay attention to the details, he said. Some just took me longer to appreciate than others. Libby smiled, tugging him toward Sir Kushelot. Come here, there's something I've been wanting to show you. She pulled him down onto the oversized chair, the cushions accommodating them both snugly. Reaching for the storied heart, she flipped to a page near the end, where a passage was underlined in faint pencil. This, she said softly, is the part that made me think of you. As Reid read the marked paragraph about a character finally embracing the messy reality of love over the theoretical perfection of solitude, Libby's head came to rest against his shoulder. The weight of it felt right, like a book finding its proper place on a shelf. So, she murmured, about that second chapter. Reid smiled, letting his arms settle around her shoulders. I'm thinking it starts right here.
Chapter 11. The Strategy Suite Showdown. Libby stared at her closet for the 5th time in 20 minutes, mentally cursing the corporate gods who apparently required neutral colors and soul-sucking formality. Discarded outfits covered her bed like casualties of a particularly vicious shopping spree. The clock on her nightstand read 6:07 a.m., ungodly early for someone whose ideal morning involved coffee, a paperback, and absolutely no human interaction until at least 9. This isn't working, she muttered, yanking out a charcoal pencil skirt that still had the tags attached from 2 years ago. She'd bought it for her interview at Maple Mirth, then realized Marcy conducted hiring sessions in the children's corner over tea and cookies. Her phone buzzed with a text from Maya. Are you ready yet? Don't panic, dress. Libby snorted and snapped a photo of her bedroom disaster zone. Too late. I look like a bomb went off in a dress barn. Why do I own anything that doesn't scream I'm actively rebelling against capitalism through quirky accessories? Maya's reply came seconds later. Wear the navy dress with the subtle book page pattern. Professional enough they won't notice until they're already impressed by you. Libby dug through the pile and retrieved the dress. Maya was right, as usual. The pattern only revealed itself up close, tiny words flowing across dark fabric like secret messages. She slipped it on, then hesitated at her makeup drawer. Plot twist lipstick, too much? She texted, including a selfie with the bold shade applied to half her mouth. Maya's response was immediate. Yes, too much. Are you trying to get fired before Reid can even present his plan? It's my armor. And technically my title is assistant manager, not corporate doormat. It's your funeral, but a softer shade says I'm professional but will cut you with a paperback edge if necessary. More Jane Austen, less Gillian Flynn. Libby groaned but reached for her more subtle prose and poetry shade instead. Maya had a point. Today wasn't about rebellion. It was about saving everything that mattered. Her phone lit up again. Good luck. Remember, they're more afraid of your vocabulary than you are of their spreadsheets. Libby laughed despite her nerves, feeling marginally better as she tucked her most threatening bookmark, the one with the quote about well-behaved women rarely making history, into her portfolio of evidence. Just for luck. Reid arrived exactly when he promised, pulling up in his sensible yet expensive car that somehow matched his personality perfectly. His smile when she opened the door made her stomach flip in a way that had nothing to do with corporate anxiety. "You look," he paused, those observant eyes of his taking in details she knew he'd remember later, "like you're ready to charm the calculators out of their hands." "That was the goal," Libby said, locking her door. "Though I considered showing up in a t-shirt that says, 'Ask me about romance novels,' just to watch Tasha's face. I would pay good money to see that, actually." Reid held the car door for her, "But save it for the holiday party. I hear the CFO is secretly a Bridgerton fan." Once they were driving, Libby's fingers began fidgeting with her portfolio, opening, closing, rearranging the customer letters she'd collected. She'd spent hours compiling evidence, attendance statistics from the scavenger hunt, testimonials from regulars, photos of community events. Each piece felt simultaneously crucial and hopelessly inadequate against whatever PowerPoint arsenal Greystone had prepared. "They're going to hate all of this," she muttered, tapping a photo where elderly Mr. Ellis was beaming beside Sir Kushelot, holding up the final scavenger hunt clue. "It's too personal, too messy." Reid glanced over, then reached across the console to cover her restless hand with his. His palm was warm and steady. How was he not nervous? This was her entire world on the line. "Libby," he said in that voice that always seemed to cut through her chaos, "the messiness is the whole point. Trust me on this." "Easy for you to say. You speak corporate fluently. I'm like a passionate tourist with a phrase book and terrible accent." His thumb traced small circles on the back of her hand. "Which makes you authentic. They respect data, but they're not immune to genuine passion. That's why we're the perfect team for this." The casual confidence in his voice, not arrogant, just certain, settled into her bones. "If this doesn't work," she started. "Then we try something else," he finished, squeezing her hand once before returning his to the wheel. "But it will. You convince me, remember? And I'm a much harder sell than Tasha." Despite everything, Libby smiled. He was right about that, at least. Greystone's regional headquarters looked exactly how Libby had pictured it in her anxiety dreams, all glass, chrome, and angles so sharp they could slice paper. She stepped out of Reid's car and stared up at the 10-story monument to corporate efficiency, her portfolio clutched to her chest like a shield. "Ready?" Reid asked, looking irritatingly at home in his tailored shirt and confident stance. "As I'll ever be." The lobby featured those generic motivational posters every corporate space seemed legally required to display, a soaring eagle with excellence beneath it, a rowing team labeled Synergy, and what appeared to be a stock photo of a sunrise, captioned with "Every day is an opportunity." "Do they sell souls at the reception desk, or is that on a higher floor?" Libby whispered. Reid's lips twitched. "5th floor, but there's a waiting list." They checked in with a receptionist, whose perfectly neutral expression suggested either excellent training or possibly a cyborg replacement program. The elevator ride was silent, Libby taking deep breaths as they ascended to the 8th floor. And then they were walking down a hallway of such oppressive blandness that Libby felt a physical reaction to it. Gray carpet stretched between beige walls under fluorescent lighting that somehow managed to be simultaneously too bright and soul-sucking. Every office door was identical, dark wood with small silver nameplates. "This is what we're fighting against," she murmured, more to herself than to Reid. He nodded almost imperceptibly. "Now you understand why I was so difficult when I first arrived." Before she could respond, they reached a frosted glass door with Strategy Suite etched in clean, serif-free font. Reid held it open, and Libby stepped into what could only be described as the physical manifestation of a corporate PowerPoint template. Long conference table, Uncomfortable-looking chairs, wall-mount screens, not a hint of personality except for another motivational poster declaring books are business. Libby's eye twitched. The only splash of color came from a woman rising from the far end of the table. Tasha Whitmore in a perfectly tailored burgundy suit, her dark hair swept into a sleek updo. She approached with a professional smile and an immaculate presentation folder. "Reid, right on time as always. And you must be Libby Greene." Her handshake was firm but not aggressive. "I've heard a lot about you." "Libby, please," she corrected automatically, absurdly wondering what exactly Tasha had heard. Sticky note terrorist? Professional thorn in Reid's side? The reason your efficiency expert now quotes poetry? "Libby," Tasha amended, gesturing toward the table, "we're just waiting on a few executives. Can I get you coffee, water?" "Coffee would be great, thank you," Libby answered, surprised by the warmth in Tasha's tone. In her mind, she'd built Tasha into a corporate dragon. As Tasha moved toward a sideboard with beverages, Libby noticed how Reid had positioned himself, not quite between them, but angled in a way that created a triangular conversation space rather than opposing sides. She recognized the subtle body language shift. He'd done the same thing during tense moments with customers. He wasn't protecting her, he was bridging worlds. Tasha returned with coffee and handed Libby a sturdy folder, emblazoned with Maple and Mirth Revitalization Recommendations in crisp lettering. "I hoped we might review this together before the others arrive," Tasha said. "Reid's proposal is unconventional for Greystone. I wanted to understand your perspective on it as well." Before Libby could formulate a response that didn't include the words soulless corporate overlords, the door opened. Executives began filing in, 4 men and 2 women, all wearing variations of the same business uniform, all carrying identical tablets. Their curious glances swept over Libby, lingering on her literary-themed brooch, a tiny gold bookshelf and her colorful notebook covered in post-its. Self-consciousness crept up her spine. She'd toned down her usual style, but here, even that felt like showing up in costume. Maybe Maya had been right about the lipstick. Tasha made brisk introductions, names and titles blurred together until Reid's voice cut through, introducing her not as the assistant manager, but as Maple and Mirth's community engagement specialist and my partner in developing our new hybrid approach. Libby blinked. That wasn't her title at all, but it sounded impressively official. She recognized what Reid was doing, reframing her presence from bookstore employee who might be out of her depth to strategic partner with specialized knowledge. "Let's begin," Tasha said, taking her seat at the head of the table. "Reid, the floor is yours." Reid stood and moved to the front of the room with easy confidence, the screen behind him illuminated with the Greystone logo, followed by a clean slide showing Maple and Mirth's storefront. "Thank you for meeting with us today," he began, making eye contact with each executive. "When I was first assigned to Maple and Mirth Books, I approached it like any other optimization project. Identify inefficiencies, implement standardized best practices, increase profitability margins." Libby struggled to keep her expression neutral. Was he really opening with this? "I understood Greystone's priorities," Reid continued, "because they're sound business priorities, profitability, consistency, and brand recognition. What I discovered, however, was that Maple and Mirth was already achieving these goals, just through methods that didn't appear on our standard metrics." The slide changed to a graph showing customer retention rates. Reid pointed to a sharp uptick. "This represents the period when staff were given more freedom with display personalization, specifically the addition of handwritten recommendation notes. And this," he indicated another spike, "coincides with our literary scavenger hunt revival, which Ms. Greene spearheaded." Libby sat up straighter, startled to hear her name. Reid clicked to the next slide, a collage of photographs showing customers engaged with displays, reading staff notes, and participating in the scavenger hunt. What I've learned is that Maple and Mirth doesn't succeed despite its unique elements, it succeeds because of them. The data supports this conclusion. Unique community engagement drives increased loyalty, higher average purchase amounts, and more frequent visits. A murmur ran through the executives. One man, balding with glasses that screamed, "I audit things for fun," raised his hand. But is this sustainable? It seems highly personality dependent. What happens when staff turns over? Reid nodded as if he'd anticipated the question. An excellent point that brings me to our proposed hybrid model. If I may, Libby interrupted, surprising even herself. All eyes turned to her, and her heart hammered against her ribs. But something in her refused to sit silently while her store's future was decided. The personality isn't actually the point, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. It's the authentic connection. When a customer feels seen as an individual rather than a demographic, they don't just make a purchase, they join a community. That's not a one-time transaction, it's a lifetime relationship. The room fell silent. Libby took a breath and continued. Our strategy isn't about specific employees, but about a culture of genuine engagement. We train our staff to connect readers with stories that matter to them personally. That approach would remain consistent even as individuals come and go. To her surprise, several executives were nodding. The man with the glasses still looked skeptical, but at least he was listening. Reid gave her a small, appreciative nod before turning back to the presentation. Which brings us to our proposal, a hybrid approach that leverages both Greystone's strengths and Maple and Mirth's unique value proposition. The next slide outlined his model. Standardized inventory systems and financial tracking, marked as Greystone's strengths, combined with staff-driven display creativity and community engagement, labeled Maple and Mirth strengths. This allows us to maintain the efficient operational backbone that Greystone provides, while preserving the local connection that drives our actual sales. As Reid continued, Libby watched Tasha's face. The woman's expression remained professional, but there was a flicker of something. Reluctant appreciation? When Reid showed the financial projections for his hybrid model. We're not suggesting abandoning corporate standards, Reid emphasized, but adapting them to support what's already working. The question isn't whether personality matters in bookselling, the data shows it clearly does. The question is how to systematize authentic engagement without crushing the very qualities that make it effective. A woman at the far end of the table, introduced earlier as the CFO, leaned forward. This approach may work for one location with an established community, but is it replicatable? Greystone operates dozens of stores. Excellent question, Reid replied, reaching into his portfolio. The framework is universal, but the expression would be local, adapted to each community's unique character. He pulled out a leather-bound book that Libby recognized immediately, Sir Kushelot's customer signature book, filled with notes from regulars defending the reading nook. This represents just one touchpoint in our store, a reading chair named by customers. When corporate guidelines suggested removing it for space efficiency, these community members rallied around it, not because it's a chair, but because it's their chair. Every store has these potential touchpoints, they just need to be identified and nurtured. Libby couldn't help but smile, remembering the Save Sir Kushelot campaign, her first real clash with Reid. Now he was using it as evidence for her vision, not against it. As Reid navigated questions with impressive skill, Libby watched him with growing admiration. He'd adopted her language about books as connections and personal meaning, but framed it in terms the executives understood. ROI, customer acquisition costs, lifetime value. He was fighting for her vision within his world, translating between languages she hadn't realized needed interpretation. Her heart swelled with both pride and affection. This man, who had walked into her store as the enemy, had become something else entirely, not just her ally, but her bridge. After nearly an hour of presentation and questions, Tasha stood. "Thank you, Reid. If you and Miss Greene would wait here, we'll take a few minutes for executive discussion." The group filed out, leaving Libby and Reid alone in the strategy suite. "You were incredible," she said once the door closed. "The way you translated everything, it was like watching someone perform magic with spreadsheets." Reid smiled, loosening his tie slightly. "I just showed them what was already there. You were the one who created something worth fighting for." Before she could respond, the door opened again. Tasha beckoned to Reid. "Can I have a word, just briefly?" He followed her into the hallway, leaving the door ajar. Libby pretended to review her notes while straining to hear their conversation. Most of it was too quiet to catch, but fragments drifted back to her. Career trajectory and unconventional methods. "Never seen you advocate this strongly," Tasha was saying, her voice slightly louder. "It's a significant departure from your usual approach." "Because the usual approach would destroy what makes this store valuable," Reid replied. There was a pause, then Tasha said something Libby couldn't hear, before glancing directly at her through the partially open door. Libby quickly looked down at her portfolio, heat rising in her cheeks. "She's clearly good for you," Tasha's voice carried clearly this time, "and apparently for our bottom line." A few minutes later, the executives returned. Libby straightened, pulse racing as Tasha took her position at the head of the table. "After review, we've decided to approve a 6-month trial of the hybrid approach for Maple and Mirth," she announced, "with quarterly evaluations and the understanding that metrics must show continued improvement." Relief flooded through Libby so powerfully she almost forgot to breathe. 6 months wasn't forever, but it was time to prove they were right, that books weren't just products and readers weren't just consumers. "Thank you," Reid said formally, but Libby caught the satisfaction in his eyes. "We'll expect detailed reporting," the CFO added, "particularly on how specific community engagement activities translate to sales data." "Of course," Reid agreed. After a few more minutes of bureaucratic details, the meeting concluded. Libby shook hands and smiled until her face hurt, barely registering the names and titles of people who now held her store's fate in their hands. Finally, they were in the hallway, walking toward the elevators. Neither spoke until they were inside with the doors closed. "We did it," Reid said quietly. Instead of responding, Libby hit the button for the second floor. When the doors opened, she grabbed Reid's hand and pulled him down a quiet hallway, glancing at office nameplates until she found what she wanted. An empty conference room. She tugged him inside and closed the door. "Libby, what?" She cut him off by rising on her tiptoes and pulling him down for a kiss. Not the gentle, careful kisses they'd shared before, but something thorough and deep and full of everything she couldn't put into words. His surprise lasted only a moment before he responded, hands sliding to her waist, drawing her closer. When she finally pulled back, she kept her hands on his chest, feeling his heartbeat under her palms. "I've never been so glad to lose an argument," she whispered against his lips. Reid laughed softly, forehead resting against hers. "Is that what happened? Because, from where I'm standing, it looks like we both won." Libby smiled, thinking of all the battles that had led them here, the sticky notes, Sir Kushelot, the scavenger hunt. Every argument had somehow built the bridge between them, word by stubborn word. "Maybe that's the real plot twist," she said, straightening his slightly askew tie. "Sometimes the happy ending isn't about winning or losing. It's about finding the story you want to be part of." Reid's eyes softened in that way that still made her heart flip. As the saying goes, the best stories are the ones with good character development. Libby groaned and pushed at his chest playfully. "That was terrible. I'm reconsidering everything now." "No, you're not," he said, with absolute certainty, capturing her hands in his. And she wasn't, because somewhere between hating Reid Thatcher and loving him, Libby had discovered something important. The best stories weren't perfect or predictable. They were messy and surprising and full of unexpected chapters. just like theirs.
Chapter 12, Plot Twists and Paper Hearts. Reid arrived an hour before the store opened, key in hand. The sharp November air followed him through the threshold, but the heaviness of it dissipated as soon as he stepped inside Maple and Mirth. He paused in the doorway, taking in the sight of 6 weeks of planning come to life. The store had been completely transformed without losing an ounce of its soul. Handcrafted literary clues hung from the rafters, each one lettered in Libby's looping script and his precise block letters, their handwriting styles as different as they once were. The children's corner featured treasure maps with X's marking the spots where little readers could find their next clue. Even the infamous Sir Kushelot had been incorporated, adorned with a paper crown and a fabric sash, proclaiming it champion of the reading revolution. But it was the sticky notes that made him smile. Those colorful squares of organized chaos that had once been his first target were now prominently featured throughout the store, part of the scavenger hunt's branding. Customers would follow the trail of notes, each containing literary riddles that would lead them through sections of the bookstore they might never have explored otherwise. "Not bad, Thatcher," he murmured to himself. He'd arrived early to triple-check the final preparations, but there was hardly anything left to perfect. The tables were arranged for maximum flow, the prize books were ready, and the refreshments were due to be delivered at 9. 6 weeks ago, he would have spent this time making adjustments to a staff he believed couldn't possibly know what they were doing. Now he simply appreciated their work. Reid moved to the front window, adjusting the "Literary Hunt Today" banner before catching his reflection in the glass. He straightened the "Literary Hunt Guide" badge pinned to his chest, a twin to the one Libby would be wearing. He'd initially suggested they wear matching polo shirts with the store logo, complete with organizer embroidered beneath. Libby had stared at him for a full 10 seconds before declaring she would rather wear a trash bag. A flicker of movement caught his attention. Across the street, a familiar figure was approaching, walking with that purposeful bounce he'd come to recognize, even at a distance. Reid's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, a reaction he no longer tried to suppress. Libby was dressed in what he could only assume was her version of event coordinator chic. A dark blue dress, patterned with tiny books, paired with her trademark Doc Martens and a cardigan that matched the purple sticky notes they'd used for the advanced clues. Her curly hair was partially tamed into a messy bun with what looked like a pencil stuck through it. In each hand, she carried a travel mug, one her infamous plot twist mug, the other his new Chapter 2 mug she'd given him during their reconciliation. The sight of her made him pause, struck by a wave of affection so strong it actually made his chest ache. Reid wasn't a man prone to sentimentality. The closest he'd come to romantic gestures before Libby was sending precisely worded professional compliments via email. Yet here he was, watching a woman cross the street carrying tea and feeling something suspiciously close to poetry taking shape in his mind. He pushed open the door just as she reached it, the winter air rushing between them. "Morning, corporate," Libby said, the old nickname now stripped of its venom. "One pretentious tea that definitely doesn't need honey for you." She extended his mug and their fingers brushed in the exchange, a small touch that somehow never failed to send a current through him. He accepted the drink, taking a sip and trying not to look too pleased. "Perfect," he said, though he'd never tell her that the exact ratio of honey to tea was something he now craved. "And for you," he pulled a folded paper from his pocket, "today's schedule." Libby accepted the schedule with a suspicious squint that morphed into surprise as she unfolded it. "You color-coded it using my system?" "It seemed efficient," Reid shrugged, not mentioning that it had taken him nearly an hour to match her exact shades and categories. "Admit it," she said, stepping closer. "You're becoming a convert to the Church of Organized Chaos." "I admit nothing," he replied, holding the door for her. "I'm simply utilizing existing methodologies to maximize staff comprehension." "Uh-huh," Libby said, bumping his shoulder as she passed. "Keep telling yourself that, Thatcher." Inside, the staff was already bustling with final preparations. Marcy was hunched over her tablet at the information desk, programming literary trivia questions with intense concentration, her purple-streaked hair falling across her face. "If Shakespeare and Austen got into a cage match, who would win?" she muttered, typing furiously. "Trick question. They'd team up and destroy the patriarchy." Across the store, Maya was arranging the prize books on a display table, her hands moving with the precision of a gallery curator. Each book was positioned at exactly the right angle, with color-coordinated bookmarks peeking from the pages. Left. No, right, she whispered to herself, shifting a novel by 3 millimeters. Perfect. From the direction of the tiny back office, which Reid had successfully argued should remain untouched despite corporate's push for optimization, came Denise's voice, low and ominous. Listen here, spreadsheet, she was saying. You and I both know these chaos management metrics are theoretical at best. I'm accounting for at least 3 literary emergencies and 1 tantrum before noon. Reid guided Libby toward the information desk with a light hand on her lower back, a touch that still felt new and significant. He noticed the quick glance that passed between Marcy and Maya, followed by Denise's knowing eyebrow raise as she emerged from the office clutching a stack of papers. Morning, lovebirds, Marcy chirped, her grin mischievous. All set for literary love connection. I mean, hunt day? We're completely professional, Libby said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Absolutely, Reid agreed, though he didn't move his hand from the small of her back. Ms. Greene and I have planned a meticulously organized event, with room for creative interpretation, Libby added quickly. Naturally, Reid nodded. Structured flexibility. Denise snorted. Good God, they're finishing each other's corporate jargon now. Reid felt his own face warm, but found he didn't mind the teasing. 6 weeks ago, being the butt of a staff joke would have felt like a failure of authority. Now it felt like belonging. As opening time approached, Libby gathered everyone for a final briefing. Reid stepped back, content to watch her in her element. All right, team, this is it, our first annual literary scavenger hunt revival, she said, her hands moving animatedly as she spoke. Remember, this isn't just about selling books, though Denise's spreadsheets would appreciate if we did. This earned a dry salute from Denise. It's about connecting people with stories they might never have found otherwise. It's about creating memories in these aisles. Reid studied the scene, struck by how different it was from his first day at the store. Back then, he'd seen inefficiency, disorganization, and resistance. Now, he saw a passionate team utilizing a blend of his systems and their creative approaches, evidence that their worlds had successfully merged into something better than either had been alone. And remember, Libby was saying when customers ask about the sticky note system, and they will, tell them it was Reid's idea. This earned surprised looks from the staff, who turned to him with varying degrees of confusion. What? Reid said with a small shrug. I recognize a good marketing strategy when I see one. Libby's smile could have lit the entire fiction section. The clock struck 10 and Maya moved to unlock the doors. Almost immediately, a wave of excitement flooded in with the customers. Children clutching their parents' hands, regulars dressed in literary-themed costumes, newcomers attracted by the promotional posters Reid had insisted on placing throughout town. And there, slipping in behind a family with matching Harry Potter scarves, was Tasha Whitmore. Reid tensed instinctively, but there was something different about his boss today. She wasn't carrying her usual portfolio of metrics and objectives. Instead, she held a tote bag with the Maple and Mirth logo. The new design that incorporated both the traditional maple leaf and the modernized font that he and Libby had finally agreed on after 3 heated debates and 1 near miss with a stapler. Just here for casual observation, Tasha said as she approached, her tone lacking its usual edge. And perhaps to participate? I was quite the literary trivia champion in college. Reid exchanged a glance with Libby, who looked as surprised as he felt. We'd be delighted to have you join in, he said, handing her a map. The first clue starts in mystery. Naturally, Tasha replied, a hint of humor in her voice as she moved away. The morning passed in a whirlwind of activity. Reid found himself behind the customer service counter with Libby, their movements synchronized in a way that would have seemed impossible weeks ago. She greeted customers by name, often remembering their reading preferences and steering them toward books they might enjoy after completing the hunt. He processed transactions efficiently, keeping the line moving while still making each interaction feel personal. Mrs. Abernathy, Libby was saying to an elderly woman in a cardigan almost identical to her own, You'll love the third clue. It references that Agatha Christie novel we talked about last month. The one with the vicar or the one with the tennis player? The woman asked. Libby began. The tennis player, Reid finished, sliding a receipt across the counter, though personally I found the vicar much more compelling as a red herring. Mrs. Abernathy looked between them, delighted. Well, seems you've found someone who keeps up with you, Libby Greene. Reid caught Libby's eye, sharing a private smile as Mrs. Abernathy moved away. They'd been doing that all morning, finishing each other's literary references, anticipating each other's needs, working in a rhythm that felt as natural as breathing. During a momentary lull, Reid spotted a familiar figure approaching the counter. Mr. Ellis, dressed in his usual tweed jacket with leather elbow patches, made his way toward them with his customary expression of mild disapproval. Mr. Thatcher, he said formally, his voice gruff. Mr. Ellis, Reid responded, equally formal. Their relationship had evolved from outright hostility to something resembling wary respect over the past weeks, largely thanks to a heated debate about modern literary criticism that had somehow ended with them recommending books to each other. The older man reached into his pocket and withdrew a small box, which he placed on the counter with deliberate care. This is for someone who finally learned to write something worth reading, he said, pushing the box toward Reid. Reid opened it to find a vintage fountain pen, its brass body worn with age but clearly well maintained. He looked up, momentarily speechless. It was my father's, Mr. Ellis continued, clearing his throat. Used it to grade papers for 40 years. Seems fitting it should go to someone else who knows the value of both criticism and appreciation. His eyes flickered briefly to Libby, and Reid understood the undercurrent of his words. I thank you, Reid said, genuinely moved. I'll use it well. See that you do, Mr. Ellis nodded sharply, and perhaps on something other than inventory reports. He turned to go, then paused. The Middlemarch clue was particularly well crafted, though I still maintain Eliot's later work shows more maturity of theme. With that, he was gone, leaving Reid holding the pen with a sense of having passed some invisible test. Beside him, Libby's smile was radiant. I told you he was all bark and no bite, she said softly. You might have mentioned the teeth, Reid replied, carefully pocketing the pen. The energy in the store shifted suddenly as a small commotion broke out near the classics section. A young girl of about 10 stood frowning intensely at a book, her scavenger hunt form clutched in one hand. I don't get it, she was saying to her mother. The clue says, find where fair Viola played the man, yet won her heart's desire in the end. Reid and Libby exchanged a glance and moved simultaneously toward the girl. Having trouble with the Shakespeare question? Libby asked gently. The girl nodded. I know it's Shakespeare because of the name Viola, but I can't remember which play. Well, Reid began, kneeling to her level, Viola is a character who disguises herself as a man. In Twelfth Night, Libby added. She does it because she's shipwrecked in a strange land and thinks it's safer to pretend to be a boy named Cesario. But the disguise creates a problem, Reid continued, warming to the subject, because a woman named Olivia falls in love with Viola thinking she's a man. Meanwhile, Libby cut in, Viola has fallen in love with Duke Orsino, who thinks she's his male servant. It's a mess, Reid said with a grin. The best kind of literary mess, Libby corrected. Everyone wearing masks, emotional and literal, until they reveal their true selves and find happiness, Reid finished. The girl looked between them, her confusion giving way to understanding. So, I need to find a copy of Twelfth Night? Exactly, they said in unison. As the girl hurried off toward the classics section, Reid became aware that several customers had stopped to listen to their impromptu literary debate. One woman was smiling knowingly, another was whispering to her friend, and Marcy, who had appeared from behind a display, was making not-so-subtle heart shapes with her hands. Well, Libby said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, that was educational, Reid supplied. I was going to say revealing, she replied with a sly smile. Before he could respond, a regular customer, Mrs. Chen, who ran the local bakery and supplied the store with cookies for special events, approached the counter with her completed hunt form. She looked between Reid and Libby with undisguised curiosity. So, she said, handing over her form, are you two dating now? The whole store has been taking bets. Libby's face flushed a spectacular shade of red that spread up to her ears. Reid felt his own cheeks warm but found himself grinning. We're just getting to the good part of the story, he answered, earning an elbow in his ribs from Libby. Mrs. Chen nodded approvingly. About time. The tension was giving me heartburn every time I came in for a mystery novel. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of activity. The hunt wrapped up successfully, with prizes awarded to winners in various age categories. Reid watched from the sidelines as Libby announced the results, her face animated as she celebrated each participant's literary knowledge and passion. She had a special way of making everyone feel seen, kneeling to high-five the youngest winners, earnestly discussing book recommendations with teenagers, laughing with adults over particularly challenging clues. This was what he'd missed in his corporate years, Reid realized, the human connection that made a bookstore more than a retail space, the joy of watching someone discover a story that might change their life, the community created in these aisles that no algorithm could quantify or replicate. As the last participants left with their prizes and the staff began the process of restoring order to the lovingly chaotic store, Reid caught Libby's eye across the room. She was standing near the poetry section, a stack of hunt maps in her arms, looking tired but triumphant. Without hesitation, he crossed to her. Come with me, he said, taking the papers from her arms and setting them aside. Where are we going? She asked, but allowed him to take her hand. He led her through the store to the back corner where Sir Kushelot sat, still wearing its crown and sash, the chair that had once been his nemesis, the symbol of everything he thought was wrong with the store, now represented everything he understood was right. Reid sat down in the oversized armchair and pulled Libby gently down beside him. The chair was big enough to hold them both, though snugly, which was precisely the point. What are you doing? She asked, her voice soft. Something I should have done weeks ago, he replied, looking into her eyes. Libby Greene, are you ready to write the next chapter? She looked at him, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. That depends. Is it a romance or a corporate thriller? Definitely a romance, he said, though I reserve the right to incorporate efficient plot structuring. And I reserve the right to add dramatic plot twists, she countered, leaning closer. I wouldn't have it any other way. He closed the distance between them, kissing her unhurriedly and completely. This wasn't their first kiss, but it was their first in the heart of the store they'd both fought for, in different ways, for different reasons, and ultimately, together. From somewhere nearby came the sound of something or someone dramatically falling against the poetry shelves, followed by Marcy's voice. Oh, my God. They broke apart to find the entire staff watching them. Marcy was indeed leaning against the poetry section, one hand clutched to her heart. Maya was smiling so widely it looked almost painful. Denise was holding out her hand to Mr. Ellis, who grudgingly placed a $5 bill in her palm. Called it, Denise said smugly, tax-deductible workplace romance by Thanksgiving. Libby buried her face in Reid's shoulder, laughing despite her embarrassment. We're never going to hear the end of this. Probably not, Reid agreed, surprised to find he didn't mind at all. In fact, as applause broke out among the staff, joined by Mrs. Abernathy, who had apparently returned for a forgotten scarf, he felt something settle in his chest. A certainty. This was where he belonged, not just in this quirky, imperfect store, but beside this brilliant, stubborn woman who had fought him at every turn until they'd both found something worth fighting for together. Libby raised her head, meeting his eyes with mock severity. This doesn't mean you can reorganize my sticky note system, Thatcher. Wouldn't dream of it, Greene, he replied, kissing her again as the applause grew louder, but I do have some thoughts on your filing cabinet. Don't push it, she murmured against his lips. Reid laughed, finally exactly where he belonged.
Epilogue. The soft launch. Libby stood balanced on the rickety step stool that had survived 3 management changes and at least 1 attempted corporate purge. From her perch, she had the perfect angle to position the vintage typewriter, a Remington she'd rescued from her grandmother's attic, as the centerpiece of Maple and Mirth's front window. The display was coming together beautifully. Romance Rereadathon announced in swirling calligraphy above color-coded stacks of beloved romance novels. She placed the final book, a well-worn copy of Pride and Prejudice, beside a collection of contemporary favorites, each bearing her trademark sticky notes. The notes had evolved, her distinctive handwriting now paired with the subtle Maple and Mirth logo Reid had designed, blending her personal touch with the store's new branding. It was a small change that somehow represented everything about the last 3 months. Tradition merging with innovation, her stubborn ways finding harmony with his structured ones. If Mr. Darcy leans any further to the left, he's going to tumble right off that display, she muttered to herself, adjusting the small decorative figure that Marcy had insisted would add dimension. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass, casting golden rectangles across the hardwood floor. Libby paused, suddenly struck by how different everything looked now. The store's layout had transformed into something neither she nor Reid could have created alone. Cozy reading corners preserved but connected by more intuitive pathways. Displays that showcased both her beloved staff picks and the bestsellers that actually paid the bills. The children's section expanded with a weekly storytime schedule that had tripled their family traffic. And then there was Sir Kushelot, the oversized armchair that had sparked their first real battle, now proudly occupying his permanent spot near the back romance shelves. The small brass plaque attached to his arm declared him defended by popular demand, which never failed to make her smile. Libby reached to adjust a string of fairy lights, catching sight of her reflection in the glass. Her assistant manager badge now nestled beside a newer addition, Community Engagement Director. She still wasn't entirely sure what that title was supposed to mean. Reid had presented it to her with such earnestness that she hadn't had the heart to tell him it sounded like corporate nonsense. But over time, she'd grown into it, finding unexpected joy in formally connecting the store to the community that had always been her informal mission. "If you're done admiring yourself in the window, I could use some help with these," came Maya's voice from behind her. Libby turned to see Maya staggering under an armload of new bookmarks. "These just came in. What do you think?" Taking one, Libby ran her finger over the smooth cardstock. Customer quotes lined one side, real words from real readers, while the bottom corner featured Greystone's logo, now tastefully minimized and incorporated into an artistic design of an open book. "These are perfect," Libby said, genuinely impressed. "Way better than those awful standardized ones they wanted us to use." Maya smiled, depositing the bookmarks on the counter. Reid went through 4 revisions with the design team. "I thought Tasha was going to murder him after the 3rd round of feedback." "That sounds about right." Libby couldn't help the affectionate smile that spread across her face. 3 months ago, the idea of Reid Thatcher fighting corporate quarters for the sake of bookmark aesthetics would have seemed ludicrous. The bell above the door jangled as Marcy burst through, her purple hair newly trimmed into a bob that somehow made her look both more professional and more like a fairy tale character. She clutched a large poster board to her chest. "Behold!" she announced to the empty store, unfurling what appeared to be an elaborate tournament bracket. "The book boyfriend bracket is officially ready for the rereadathon. We've got 32 contenders across 8 subgenres. Mr. Darcy versus Rochester in the Classics division alone is going to cause a bloodbath." Libby climbed down from her stool to examine the poster. "You put Gilbert Blythe against Rhysand? That's just cruel." "Chaotic pairings drive engagement," Marcy said with a wink. "I learned that from Reid's social media strategy session." "Please don't tell him that. His head barely fits through the door as it is." As if summoned by their conversation, Denise appeared from the back office, a spreadsheet clutched in one hand and her perpetually lukewarm tea in the other. She'd upgraded her cardigan collection since the store's profitability had improved, but the 14 pens clipped to the pocket remained constant. "If I have to analyze one more set of romance novel analytics, I'm going to start charging relationship therapy rates." Denise declared, setting the papers on the counter. Did you know that books featuring pets have a 22% higher return rate for repeat purchases? And that the word Duke in a title still outperforms billionaire by a margin of— Good morning to you too, Denise, Libby interrupted, giving her a pointed look before the entire store received an impromptu statistics lecture. The bell chimed again, and Mr. Ellis shuffled in, his cane tapping rhythmically against the floor. His battered copy of Middlemarch peeked from his coat pocket, a literary security blanket he carried everywhere. The usual, Mr. Ellis? Maya called, already reaching for the small French press they kept specifically for him. If you haven't ruined it with that flavored nonsense, he grumbled, but his eyes twinkled. He made his way to Libby, scowling at the display. I see we're catering to the masses again. Not a single Eliot among the romances. Middle shelf, left side, Libby replied smoothly. I haven't forgotten your lecture on true literary romance from last month. He muttered, but she caught the pleased surprise in his expression. And I suppose that Thatcher fellow approved this frivolity? Actually, the rereadathon was his idea. Mr. Ellis narrowed his eyes, as if this information required serious reconsideration of his worldview. Perhaps there's hope for him yet, he conceded, before shuffling off to inspect and inevitably rearrange the classics section. The bell chimed again, and this time Libby didn't turn. She recognized those footsteps, the confident, measured stride that had become as familiar to her as her own heartbeat. Something warm and liquid unfurled in her chest, a sensation that still surprised her after all these months. Display looking good, Greene, came Reid's voice, low and close enough that she could smell the faint trace of his cologne. Though I'm questioning your decision to stack Austen with those modern paperbacks. It's called contrast, Thatcher. You should try it sometime with those monochromatic button-downs you call a wardrobe. She turned to find him holding 2 coffee cups, his dark hair slightly ruffled from the spring breeze outside. His tie, the navy one with tiny silver stars that she'd given him last month, was perfectly knotted but slightly askew, as always. He wore that expression that still made her stomach flip, half professional assessment, half something much more personal that seemed reserved exclusively for her. Peace offering, he said, holding out her replacement plot twist mug. The original had met an untimely end during their early battles, and Reid had special ordered this one from an Etsy shop that specialized in literary drinkware. She'd pretended not to be touched by the gesture, but had immediately filled her desk drawer with sticky notes, reading, "The sequel is better," to leave on his laptop. Thank you, she said, accepting the coffee. Their fingers brushed, a casual touch that still somehow felt significant. Reid stepped closer to the window display, eyeing it with exaggerated seriousness. The typewriter's a nice touch. Very Instagram wolf. Is that your official corporate assessment? Absolutely. I can already see the metrics. He gestured vaguely with his free hand. Engagement up 32%, customer satisfaction through the roof, social media mentions. Stop talking percentages at me before I've finished my coffee, Libby groaned. He smiled but continued studying the display. The color balance is a bit heavy on the pinks, though. Maybe move that blue spine to the front left? Libby rolled her eyes but couldn't stop herself from considering his suggestion. You know, for someone who claimed romances were, what was it, an unnecessary use of prime retail space, you've become awfully invested. I've been educated, Reid said solemnly, though his eyes danced with humor. His free hand found the small of her back, a touch so natural now that Libby barely registered it except for the pleasant warmth it sent through her. Between you and Marcy's required reading list, I've become quite the romance connoisseur. Is that what we're calling it now? Libby reached over and straightened his tie, acutely aware of Marcy pretending not to watch them from behind a nearby bookshelf. And here I thought you just liked the kissing scenes. Reid's mouth quirked upward. The kissing scenes are definitely a highlight. Their gazes held a beat too long for professional courtesy, and Libby felt her cheeks warm. She cleared her throat and took a deliberate step back, though not before catching Maya and Marcy exchanging knowing looks. "That sign is crooked," Reid said, pointing to the hanging placard announcing reading groups. "Your face is crooked," Libby shot back automatically, but she moved to fix it anyway. Brilliant retort. Your years of literature studies really shine through. I'm saving my vocabulary for customers who deserve it. Their bickering continued as they moved through their morning routine, checking inventory, arranging new arrivals, and preparing for the day's scheduled book club meeting. It was a dance they'd perfected, weaving around each other with practiced ease, transitioning between professional suggestions and personal teasings without missing a beat. As Libby passed the counter, she noticed Reid's notebook lying open beside the register. Once filled with corporate metrics and efficiency plans, it now contained sketches for their next community event, a children's treasure hunt based on classic adventure novels, and notes about customer preferences jotted in his precise handwriting. Next to it lay a letter bearing the Greystone logo. She paused, recognizing Tasha's signature at the bottom. "Good news?" she asked, nodding toward the letter. Reid's smile held a touch of pride. "They're extending our pilot program indefinitely. Apparently our quarterly results exceeded expectations on all key performance indicators while maintaining brand integrity and community engagement." "You're speaking corporate again," Libby teased, but her chest tightened with emotion. What had started as a desperate attempt to save the store's soul had become something neither of them could have imagined. A genuine reinvention that preserved everything she loved while embracing changes that actually made sense. Translation: "We did good." Reid's hand found hers, giving it a quick squeeze. "Tasha's coming next week to discuss next steps." "Will she be bringing those horrible standardized signage samples again? Because I've prepared a detailed critique involving the words soul-crushing and aesthetic crime." "No need. She's actually bringing the proofs for our custom designs, the ones with historical bookplates incorporated into the Greystone template." Libby stared at him. "You got them to approve those? How?" "I can be very persuasive." At her skeptical look, he amended. "And I may have used our sales figures as leverage." The morning progressed with the gentle rhythm they'd established over the past months. Customers trickled in, irregulars who greeted them both by name and newcomers drawn by the increasingly popular social media presence Maya managed. Libby helped a college student find resources for a paper on feminist themes in Gothic literature, while Reid assisted an elderly gentleman searching for a specific edition of Hemingway. During a rare, quiet moment, as Marcy dramatically read aloud from a historical romance to Maya's giggling encouragement, Reid approached the register where Libby was organizing receipts. "I have something for you," he said, sliding a manila envelope across the counter. Libby raised her eyebrows. "If this is another spreadsheet analysis of our romance subcategories, I swear—" "Better." His expression was uncharacteristically nervous. "It's the final paperwork. As of today, I'm officially co-owner of Maple and Mirth." Libby's hands stilled. She'd known this was coming. They'd discussed it for weeks, planned for it, prepared the legal documents. But it suddenly felt monumental. The corporate efficiency expert who had arrived to standardize her beloved bookstore was now invested in keeping it special. "So, I guess you're staying," she said, aiming for casual but hearing the slight catch in her voice. "Try not to sound so devastated," he replied dryly. "I'll manage somehow." She opened the envelope and traced her finger over his signature next to hers. "Though I hope you realize this means you can't blame corporate policies anymore when I disagree with you." "I'll find new excuses." His smile softened. "It's strange, isn't it? When I came here, my entire career was about standardizing places like this, making them profitable by making them less themselves. And now? Now I'm using those same skills to protect what makes this place special." He glanced around the store. At Mr. Ellis rearranging the classics again. At Denise muttering to her spreadsheets. At Maya creating a miniature display between philosophy and poetry. "It turns out you can have both. I just needed someone stubborn enough to show me." Libby felt her throat tighten. I wasn't exactly receptive to your ideas either. You hated me on sight. I hated what you represented, she corrected. The man himself, well, he grew on me, like a corporate fungus. Reid laughed, the sound warming her from the inside out. Such romance. Later, as they began closing procedures, Reid pulled her aside. I need your expert opinion on something in the poetry section. Is this like when you needed my expert opinion on the storage room inventory last week because Mrs. Abernathy complained about the noise? Reid had the decency to look slightly abashed, though the gleam in his eyes suggested minimal actual regret. This is legitimate professional consultation, I promise. The poetry section was empty of customers, the late afternoon sunlight slanting through the windows and illuminating dust motes that danced in the air. Reid led her to the corner where smaller collections were shelved, then reached behind a row of Dickinson to pull out a wrapped package. What's this? Libby asked. Open it. She unwrapped the package to reveal a special edition of The Storied Heart, the book she'd hesitantly recommended to him months ago when they were still more enemies than friends. The cover was different from her copy, leather-bound with gilt edging. Open it, Reid repeated softly. Libby carefully turned the pages, her breath catching as she saw his handwriting in the margins. Notes, reactions, underlined passages. Some comments were thoughtful literary analysis, others were personal, addressed directly to her. This made me think of you. This is exactly what you said that day in the rain. This is why I was wrong. You really read it, she whispered. Multiple times. He took the book gently from her hands and turned to a specific page where a bookmark rested. It was handmade, with Chapter 2 written in his precise script. I thought this could be a first edition for our personal collection. Libby looked up at him, at this man who had stormed into her world with corporate buzzwords and efficiency plans, who now stood before her with a book filled with his heart in the margins. Their journey from adversaries to allies to something deeper still amazed her. How completely they had rewritten each other's stories. I thought corporate efficiency experts didn't believe in romance, she teased, though her voice betrayed her emotion. I've been converted. His hands found her waist, pulling her closer. Completely against my will, I might add. Very unprofessional. Libby rose on her tiptoes, pressing a soft kiss to his lips. So, should we file this chapter under Happily Ever After? Reid smiled against her mouth, his arms tightening around her. Not yet. I think we're just getting to the good part. She laughed softly, thinking how far they'd come. From sticky notes used as weapons to love notes hidden in book margins, from defending territory to building something together. The store around them hummed with the life they'd preserved together, a perfect blend of what had been and what could be. You know what that means, don't you? She murmured. What's that? We're going to need more sticky notes. Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.